Africans come here. You are lucky. I don't know if you've seen one of our panelists, Forefathers. I heard you talk about trying to move Africans away from Africa to the West. Yeah, but I certainly hope
of this continent, stop these wars and then silence these guns so that we have, the normalcy we want to get on with the real business. Thank you very much.
Its significance for us, and I think that beyond everything, that is a matter that I want to urge upon you. Today, Russian mercenaries are on our northern border. Burkina Faso has now entered into an arrangement to go along with Mali in employing the Wagner forces there. I believe a mine in southern Burkina has been allocated to them as a form of payment for their services. Prime Minister of Burkina Faso in the last 10 days has been in Moscow. And to have them operating on our northern border is particularly distressing for us in Ghana. Apart from not accepting the idea of great powers once again making Africa their theater of operation, we have a particular position that you know about over the Ukraine war, where we have been very, very vocal and upfront about condemning the invasion of Russia by Russia. And therefore, then now to have this group at our borders is a matter of some considerable disquiet and concern for us. And we really like to have a privileged opportunity to talk about its implications and what we believe ought to be the case. This is what took place with the discussion in the Congress yesterday, which I found very fruitful. And I would like that the themes of that discussion should be the things that we should continue to address. To what extent we can have you as a partner in confronting these threats. It is very
because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists, let's stop these bandits, let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom, of doing basic things. You can't live normal. This is the cause of all the other problems.
100% agree with you. To ask that, is Africa really ready? And that goes to the people who believe that things they happen analog or it happen all of a sudden. No, nothing happened from the blue. There's nothing happen spontaneously. The question is that, are we ready? There's a preparation meets opportunity. That's what luck is about. Are we prepared? Are we ready? Are the Nigerian ready? Are the Gabonese ready? Or this is so that's the question, Rudolph, I see that you're asking there. And again, you went ahead to say, why are Africans why are France getting away with this? And that's where Tunanja comes into play here. We don't get nuclear weapon. So anybody can do and undo. If we get nuclear weapon, they will not judge the...
Hold on. Okay, you just talk in a way that, sometimes it makes me mad. When you say we know gates, who gave the people that got it?
No, that's what I mean. I know those. I just talk. We get them.
We have no gates.
We don't get. Now we don't get. Say we don't get. We can say if you didn't they. We don't get. Oh, why you want to put that for my head? We don't get now. Sure.
If you had the ambition, if your goal is.
You asked the question, why are French getting away with what they are doing? I said before, we don't get nuclear weapon. And that's it.
Now we know gates. If that's the problem, why don't you get it? If that's why you are not independent, why don't you get it?
That's not the question you are asking, right? I'm responding to the question you asked. Why are they getting away with it? And I reference to Nigeria with his paranoians, and that's why I kind of respect him, right? They say only the paranoia survive, right? We don't get nuclear weapons, so anybody can come and dance and play as he or she wants, right? It don't happen before, it's happened again, it will happen again until we find a way. Then that's where that question now coming, why we no get, right? So that's a different question for another day. I think Paul says Paul.
In the beginning, when Chicago State University responded to a Nuhu Ribadu subpoena and delivered Tinubu's academic records to him, many Nigerians knew that he forged his certificate, not just because the certificate they gave to Nuhu Ribadu wasn't the one they issued in 1979, but because of the major flaw, the signature. For a second time, Chicago State University responded to another subpoena, this time by Atiku Abubakar. All the certificate samples they submitted to Atiku, none matched the one that Tinubu submitted to INEC 100%. So it is the second time they are confirming that he forged his certificate. Now wait for the main one, the oral deposition, where their representatives were asked questions in court. The wide-ranging questions borders on the veracity, authenticity of the documents they submitted to Atiku. While the full transcript of the deposition is not yet out, we still got a few lines from that deposition. The representative said that a male Bola Tinubu was admitted to the Chicago State University in the 70s. This has never been the contention by Atiku or anyone. The main contention is that he forged the certificate. Now, let's go straight to that. Their response was that it didn't come from them. The maker of the document is saying that the certificate Tinubu submitted was gotten from third parties. Let that sink in. That certificate could have never come from them because of that major error. Let's see the uncertified transcript of the deposition in court. This question is coming from Atiku's lawyer. I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit 6. This purports to be a June 22nd, 1979 issued to Mr. Bola Tinubu, and you can see it is stamped by INEC on the diploma as well. Have you seen this document before? Answer: in the proceedings for this case, yes. Question: you have never seen this document prior to the proceedings in this case? Answer: correct. We'll get this in full when the certified copies are released. If you want to see the full transcript, please signify in the comment section so that I'll make our time to make a video of it. So this is what Atiku needs. According to Nigerian law, if a maker of a document disowns the document, no other person can save that document because that document belongs to them. Their name is written on it. To people who were saying that Atiku went on a fishing expedition, yes, it was a fishing expedition and he has caught a huge, massive fish. Another line from their oral deposition is their response to the authenticity of the documents Tinubu submitted at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. Remember that Atiku's contention was that he forged his certificate, but his lawyers tendered academic records from Chicago State University, which didn't in any way disprove or try to counter the issue of certificate forgery. Now, these documents have also been denied by the representatives, saying that these documents didn't come from them, that they were even produced outside the university, that they didn't receive a demand in official capacity to produce those documents, that they were even stamped outside the university. The worst part is the last line, that forgery is a Nigerian thing. Look at the disgrace all of us are receiving because of a few people who have contempt for due process. For the
Greetings, greetings everyone. I'm sorry I'm not exactly 100%. I'm a little bit under the weather today. I thought I should come in to provide some updates on some of the stuff that has been happening in the last few days, and I did say that I was going to try to address this in the records from the Chicago University, and clearly there has been developments over the over since last day. Oh God, my head is fuzzy. Since yesterday. Yeah. It turns out that the university is saying that they did not issue any certificate to the president. That the certificate the president submitted to INEC was not issued by the university. However, it appears the content of the certificate in terms of grade is similar to what was reported at the university too. So it appears the content is similar, but the fact that it was not issued by university is tantamount to forgery. So that's at the core of the problem. And often, well, this is why I try to save people a lot of trouble, because the media, they tend to confuse people. They over talk and talk about female gender and all the other stuff. But in the end, the key stuff is whether it was the document was forged. Of course, it would have been more devastating if it turns out that Tinubu didn't even attend the university at all and didn't even get the grade at all. It would have been more devastating. But in the end, it's still a form of deception and dishonesty. And the question arises. That question is pertinent, that a lot of people don't tend to ask and seek an answer to. Why did the president, Tinubu, not bother to go and get his certificate from his own former university? It's a pertinent question. Why? For me, looking at all the transcripts that was released and all the paper that I've seen so far, the only logical explanation for me is that either he would have had trouble getting the documents, because on the transcripts, it is showing date of birth to be somewhere around 1954, while Tinubu officially is 1955. If at that time that date of birth was accurate, it means he would have had trouble getting the document from the university. Because if you go and submit a document that is not that's if you want to get your report or your certificate from your university, one of the things they will ask from you is your identification. And I guess if Tinubu provides any form of identification, it will show that he is was born in 1952, and but the records is showing 1954. That is my only summation. Maybe there is something else that I didn't know. Maybe Tinubu has gone to correct it with them, officially do the correction, because you have the ability to correct your age if you got it wrong. During those days, we have to also give the president Tinubu a bit of benefit of the doubt, because those days, especially in the context of Nigeria, the documentation is not always very good, and you can have people have different passports and have different spelling on their names, or maybe even date of birth. That I know used to happen those days, not because they wanted to deceive, just because of carelessness. And and maybe he has corrected it, but that's why you have to ask, why did he not go and get it from the university? If it was his former university, it's obvious, isn't it? You should be able to get it and submit it to INEC. Why go through the trouble of forging it? And that is a problem. And it depends on the judge. A judge could say, you know what? If that is the case, bring this thing in. Bring this information in. I want to see it. And why would he want to even try to deceive? If he wants to deceive for such a little thing, why then he would deceive for big things too? Because deception and dishonesty is the reason why people forgery is fake. Is a crime. He didn't deceive in terms of the scores that he got. He didn't deceive in terms of whether he attended the university, but the deception is presenting the document as if it's from the university. That is the deception. And that is a problem because it's supposed to be under oath. But again, this is Nigeria. Anything is possible. I really hate saying that because I guess a lot of people have said it so often. Sometimes it rubs off on you. I like to give our judges and our system the benefit of the doubt because no system is perfect. No president is perfect. As a matter of fact, as on the record, I have always said that I don't subscribe to the idea of criminal record, education being a qualification for leadership in Nigeria, because the American system that we are copying, they don't have those stipulations. You don't have to be educated in America to be president. You don't have to have clean criminal record to be president. You can be in jail and be president of America. Literally, they will elect you, and then you come out of jail. Because in the Western way of looking at these things, the people are sovereign. It's very simple. They have a right to choose whoever they like. If they want to choose Babalawo, prophetess, whoever they like, imam, to be their president, people have a right to choose. You don't tell them how educated they should be. You don't tell them how criminal they should be, because people might decide that a criminal leader is the one they prefer. What if we are at war? The leader that they require is some kind of crazy leader. And I think maybe there's some logic to what they did, what the Europeans have done. OVU Project Freedom. Let me see. You want the link? I will send the link. There's no need to spam the chat. I will send the link. Yeah, I'm not going to stay long. I will just send a link. And I sorry about the sniffling. I'm not feeling a little bit. I'm a bit under the weather. The weather is a little bit. It's getting cold here. So that is the issue that Tinubu has to contend with now. And I must say, the way the Nigerian media has been reporting it has been doing Nigerians a lot of disservice. Most of the energy has gone into the idea that Tinubu has not confirmed that he actually attended the university, when that is not the point. That has never been a major point. It's always been about forgery. Forgery that is one form of forgery or the other. Whether he didn't attend the school at all, or whether he forged the documents that he actually qualified for. Some people often argue that, but what if you already, you didn't change the result, or you just reproduced it? That doesn't equate to forgery. That's forgery, because you don't have the right to, you don't have the authority to reproduce that document and pass it off as an official document. That is a problem. It's a simple thing, something simple like this. Personally, I can't understand for the life of me how President Tinubu, with all his resources, cannot figure this one out. That is carelessness. Because no matter what, even if the date of birth was different, you can resolve it. You can just, swear an affidavit, tell them that, okay, you've now corrected it. Those days, the age was erroneously chosen at 1954, and you go and get your certificate. How did this happen? He's been looking to become president for a very long time. How did this happen that somebody had to go and forge? Man, this is just carelessness. Maybe they never thought anybody would look in. I guess Tinubu, this article became a serious problem. They didn't think anybody was going to check. That is the problem. But now, Atiku is looking for every way to draw blood. And he seems to be getting something, because this is very undermining. Because if a president is in office and he's been found to have forged documents, how is that going to, make him look as a leader? He has to moralize for Nigerians and tell Nigerians to uphold the law, when he has just deceived his way into becoming president. Although the deception itself is not because of his qualification, let's make no mistake, he is qualified, he is educated, he is a Nigerian. The deception is replicating a document he already had, a document that he could have had easily. That is why sometimes we Nigerians, some of the nonsense we do, when we don't have to be corrupt, we are corrupt anyway. When unnecessary nonsense that we do, this is just emblematic of what I'm talking about. He could easily have gone to get that document without having to break any rules. But somewhere along the line, somebody has to break the rules anyway. What do they care? That is just a sad state of affairs. And this is the problem with the way he governs too. If you look at the way they govern, they do things that they don't have to do because they don't want to follow the rules. Look at some of the way INEC conducted itself. They don't have to follow the rules. You draw a line, follow the line. It's not going to kill you to follow the line. And follow the law. Because when you follow the law, the country functions better. But he's the one that's going to have to answer for that one now. Maybe, and there's the cases that now that some people that were a kind of like the signatures that showed up on the certificate that the president submitted to INEC, that some of the people behind it are saying they're going to sue the president that he forged their signature. So can you imagine an American suing the president that you forged my signature, I'll have to sue you for damages and all the rest of it? That's just embarrassing stuff. You don't need that. I don't know people that handle these presidents. They are so careless. They are so careless and they're very incompetent. And I actually think that some of these our leaders, we give them too much credit as being very meticulous, very powerful. You are going to see what some of the problem I was talking about earlier on, that these leaders, we give them so much power, they are so weak in front of other foreign leaders. This take me to the second topic of discussion, brief discussion, that the NSA, that's the National Security Advisor to the President of Nigeria, talking to foreign officials. I'm not sure precisely which officials those were. If anybody knows, they can, type it on the chat. I'm not sure whom those officials were. He was basically a kind of begging them to come and help us solve our insecurity problem. You wonder why our country is never secure. They are waiting for other people to come and do the job for us. We come and help us do it. Come and help us do it. We want to live a normal life like everyone else. We want to be free to do everything like anyone else. So you want to be free, eh? Earn it. Like everyone else has earned their freedom. Not by begging. Nobody begs their way to freedom. Nobody. I don't understand it. Look at the Ghanaian president too. He goes to the Secretary of State of America and begging them again. So look at the Burkina Faso leader. They brought the Wagner group next door to us. He's giving us a lot of headache. Are you going to? We don't like it. We want democracy in this area. Come and help us solve this problem. These are men. Our men, oh, they are the ones disgracing us like this. These men are responsible for about 1-point-something billion people on the face of the earth, and they disgrace us repeatedly. They humiliate us repeatedly. They refuse to harness their own people to solve their own problems. That Ghanaian president that is begging people to come and save him has got 33 million citizens and 15,000 soldiers. 33 million citizens, 15,000 soldiers. That's one citizen to over 1,000 soldiers. This is one soldier to over 1,000 citizens. What are you doing with those citizens? Why are you not using them to secure your country by yourself? Why are you going to beg other people to come and do the job for you? Literally begging another woman's husband to come and save him. I don't know how our women put up with these men. I tell you. I really don't know how our women put up with this type of weak men. You have the people in your country, recruit them, go and put them at the border, keep your country safe. Ghana is one of those countries that, even if it's not very developed, at least their democracy is reasonably sound. We can't argue that. The Ghanaian democracy is reasonably sound. It's reasonably civil. You don't see anybody trying to extend their term to 3 terms. or somebody carrying out some crazy rigging and killing of people during election. But yet, look at him begging foreigners. And I've told some Ghanaians before when I was talking to them, I said, your country has 15,000 soldiers. That is not the country. Your security, the lives of your leaders are being guaranteed by foreigners. It means your fate is being determined by foreigners. That's what our leaders have sold us into. I'm sorry to say. What has been happening down the decades has not changed. It's still happening till now. They sold us into slavery. They oversaw our colonization blindly, refusing to wake up. They oversaw our colonization, and they were very happy when the Europeans handed the keys to them for them to take over from where the Europeans stopped. And they never looked back to say, are we not a free people? Are we not a free people? Have we not been around even before the first Europeans were created? These people don't have any shame. If it is you are afraid of death, so be it. If it's your time to go, it's your time to go. Being cowardly is not going to get you there. It's just going to get you to the fate that met the Red Indians, that met the Australian Aboriginals. That is what weakness breeds. Sooner or later, there will be reckoning, and those people will come for you. And when you see our NSA official begging foreigners, and look at the face, I'm not even worried too much about the NSA official. Look at the face of the foreigners. Let me play it again. Look at the face of the foreigners that he's asking for favor. That is the pathetic state of what he is doing, thinking that they are feeling sorry for him. No, they are looking at him like, you are pathetic.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom, of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this. The cause of all the other problems.
You see that? You see the face of the foreigners? They probably are looking at him like, what is wrong with this man? They're like, what why is he begging us? Those foreigners now will leave that room, they will see a black person and they will think these people are pathetic. Over 1.3 billion black people around the world. And this is what we have been reduced to. Begging former colonizers, former enslavers of your people for help to secure your own border. This is a man in charge of 200 million citizens. And Nigerians are like lions. They are some of the most resilient human beings on the face of the earth. He is responsible for securing them. He's going to beg foreigners. This is what we have to contend with. And all these are people that think that these leaders are governing for them. I've warned them repeatedly. Our current elites are not governing for us. And they've also tried to seduce our citizens to think their way of life is the way to go. Clearly, that is the way for slavery. That's the way for subjugation. That's the way of inferiority. That's the way of poverty. That's the way of extermination in the end. It will not lead to glory. No glory, no future. There is no future in it. It's almost as if their plan is, let's keep begging and lying down. The enemy is going to fall and die. Or the exploiter is going to fall and die. The colonizer is going to fall and die. What kind of strategy is that? Those men that he's talking to, if he asks them for nuclear technology, for ballistic missile technology, they will respect him even more. But no, he won't. And I don't understand how Tinubu could choose somebody that is like that to be his NSA person, because After all, Tinubu was one of those forward-leaning Nigerians that sounded like he's an action man. Was he not the one that said, take it, grab it, run with it, stuff like that, like a hustler? I would have thought he understood what power meant. Tinubu is, for all his flaws, President Tinubu is one of those people you will see the way he carries himself in terms of security around himself. He understands security for himself, but for some reason, for the country, look at who he went and chose. And then, in terms of securing the country, I don't see any major action he's taken so far. But yet, individually, he is the most security conscious politician I've seen in Nigeria. Let me send this link before Uvu project kills me, man. This guy has been asking for me forever. So I'm going to try to keep it brief, and let's focus on the main issue. Is about the fact that in terms of the certificate, the forgery aspect, I don't want to go into conspiracies about, some people like talk about, the lady that the social security number that they found was of a lady. We don't have any direct evidence of where that leads. We have to have concrete evidence of stuff before we start making assertions. Sorry. Oh boy. And our leaders, we have to try to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt sometimes. So if I wanted to give him benefit of the doubt regarding what happened today, I mean in the video with the NSA official, I'm going to say he's just asking them passionately for help to secure our borders. But the mentality is all wrong. Hi. The mentality is all wrong. You have all the people you need to secure your border. You don't need their help. It tells you that they never intended to fulfill the promise they made to us during the campaign at Chatham House. They never intended to. They were the ones that said they were going to recruit into the police and the military to protect and all the other security services to protect our country. Have they done any of that? No. Was it not the other day I covered a security expert, so-called expert in Nigeria, that was saying that we don't need more people. We just need to do more M&E, measurement and evaluation of the performance of our military. This is somebody that went on to tell us that 80% of our security forces or military is used to secure installations and areas in terms of like River State, Lagos, Abuja, all those key areas. 80% of our security forces are used to secure those things. So we are talking about around out of 150,000 active police and military officials, 80% of them are being used to do that. So that is well over 100,000 of them. So we have less than 30,000 or so to fight the insecurity you are facing in the country. How is that going to work? You wonder why we are losing the fight. Why people are getting kidnapped every day, our women crying, our children, people living in IDP camps. The former NSA head has also said that we cannot secure our border. He said it himself. And the term he used was that for us, we cannot secure the border. Almost as if they are not allowed to do it for them. That's for us. Because the reason why I read meaning into that for us, because he has the tools to do them. He has the people to do them. He has the people to protect the Nigerian border. But he won't recruit them. He would rather they are on the street looking for jobs that doesn't exist. The security forces is one of the most secure employment you can have in any country. They could easily create 2 million jobs overnight or within 6 months or 1 year to secure the country, but they won't. Why? Because they prefer to go and beg people. Maybe those who told them never to do it. Hence why whenever they have problem, they run to them to go and beg them. Does anyone have any other explanation for it? Because I don't know any other explanation for this. The only explanation I have for this is that the reason why they are not protecting their borders is because they are not allowed to. They are not allowed to. They are not allowed to change their security posture. Look at all the French Francophone countries. Many of them have French soldiers in there, and many of them are under-defended. Their soldiers are like non-existent. They don't protect themselves. And our leaders, we think people are spies spying us. Our leaders are our number one spy. They are the ones taking all our secrets and going to tell other people. Do you see that official like somebody that will not tell them anything they want? That our NSA head, the way he was asking them those things, is there any secrets he's going to keep away from them? We don't have any secret. Our own officials are our biggest spies for them. They tell them everything they need to know about us. They tell them how to undermine our spaces. And whenever they get a little bit incompetent, they go and beg them to say, help us, help us. We want to live like normal people. You don't beg to live like normal people. You have to take your freedom. It's how it works. Anybody worth their salt knows this. Any self-respecting leader understands that to win your freedom, you have to earn it. Not by begging. It's not because the other people are evil. They are not evil. Because they had to earn it too. Their forefathers had to fight to get your people to be in the position where you are begging them now. Their forefathers fought for it. You are supposed to fight for, it's your job to fight for the next generation like their own forefathers did for them. They didn't come begging us. They didn't come to Nigeria saying, please, give us all your resources, please. Give us all your resources, please. We are not going to give them. They have to offer us something big, at least in the eyes of our forefathers, which was a Ogogoro, umbrella, and trinkets. And we gave them what they wanted. And they used what we gave them to build and become even stronger. And they came and took whatever is left amongst us. This is my problem with the way our leaders govern themselves. And all this certificate stuff and impunity, as we like to call it, corruption, it's just a symptom of a system that is not designed to serve us. It's simply not designed to serve us. We have to decide that we want the system to serve us. If you want that, stop allowing your leader to be tripping into foreign capitals as if they are like personal assistant to foreign leaders. You have to start seeing that as a threat to you. Because if I'm a leader of those countries and another country's leader comes to me like that, I will tell him everything I need him to do for me. I will undermine him and get him to turn your people to my slaves. That's how it works. If your leaders keep doing those things and you keep thinking that it doesn't have any consequences, there are consequences. That's why you don't have light. That's why you have IDP camps. That's why you're always running out of your country to go and serve other people. Most of the problem we're having in our country, that is part of it. And we like to point the fingers at Europeans. But it's not Europeans. Our men are grown men. They are grown men. They are not children anymore. You know? Or can we say that some grown men are not even wise enough to understand that they have to be responsible for their people and cater to their people's needs? Can we excuse them for that? These are grown men. They are supposed to stand for their people. And their people are not small. We are not talking about an island of about 100 or 200,000 people. We're not talking about an island of even 60 million people. Nigeria alone is 200 million. The black population on the face of the earth is 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion, and nobody is talking on their behalf. Nobody is defining them. Nobody. How sad is that? 1.3 billion, nobody's defending them. And when I say this 1.3 billion, I'm specifically excluding North Africa. Because North Africa, they are taking care of business. They are taking care of business. It's sub-Saharan Africa, that's where the problem is. Specifically in the Niger-Congo areas, the areas that are actually considered the core groups in the southern sub-Saharan Africa. And these groups have people in the diaspora, and they have people in the greater diaspora, like the African Americans, the African Brazilians, the Caribbean, these are black people there. They make up about 1.3 billion, this is billion people. Nobody is talking for them. And all the mess that is going on here on the continent is affecting them there. African Americans are suffering because of what our leaders are doing here. These our leaders don't understand the responsibility that they bear. Because if you understood it, why would an NSA official be begging like that? You should hold your head up. You are speaking of on behalf of 1 point something billion people. You have nothing to fear. Not today. Not today. Maybe 300 years ago, 200 years ago, 100 years ago, maybe. They had Gatling guns. And the world was, they had been organized. You know, they had their Berlin conference and they were organized to come and take over the continent. Maybe then you can be scared. Today, no. There is no real reason to be scared of anybody today. You should be able to stand your ground and say, you know what, I'm going to stand my ground, and whatever you want to do, I'm ready. Like other people have done. And they went on to build their own countries. I don't know what is going to happen regarding this Tinubu's case, because our judges too, look at how they behave. Those petition judges, those presidential tribunal judges, I've never seen such a spectacle in a law court before, by judges themselves. They wear those colonial hair wigs and they talk down to their people. They talk down to their own nation. These people don't behave as if they are part of us. They don't behave like, see, they are even part of us. Because the moment they finish now, many of them will run to London, run to the US, to their second home. Their children are all over there, educating them to be like them. What are we going to do with this elite class that seem to think bowing down to foreigners somehow is going to give us glory? Bowing down to foreigners is going to help solve our problems. What are we going to do about this class that have conditioned our people to think impunity is the way to go, law breaking is the way to go? They reward all the things that destroy nations, all the bad behavior that leads to decay in society is the one that is rewarded the most. What are we going to do about them? It's a serious question, because in many countries, to stop this type of stuff, it required a lot of big problems to happen in that country. And I don't want big problems to happen in Nigeria, because all the wolves are standing around waiting for us to become destabilized heavily, so that they take advantage of our country even further. So I don't want any destabilization. So there has to be a peaceful way of changing the minds of our elite class to understand that they represent our people first. First, they should never defer to foreigners. They should never have to beg foreigners for anything. It's only once we are going to die. Begging will not get you anywhere. The Japanese tried to beg the West before the Second World War. It didn't get them anywhere. Then after the Second World War happened, what did the West do? They go on and help Japan develop. They learned their lesson. Even the people that lost wars with the West went on to develop. Because they don't like cowards. Even Western people don't like cowards. They don't like cowards. If you are brave, they will treat you better. That's how it works. So let me see. Let me read some of the comments. Let's see. First of all, I'll go to the backstage and see what is going on there. Stage. The reason you are not. Oh no. The only reason why is this thing is down. Sorry, let me bring you back on. Sorry, I didn't see that on time. Electricity. It was because your camera was down. I thought you didn't want to come inside. I didn't want to just drag you in without your permission. So because normally you put your camera on if you wanted to come on.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, so my apologies for that. But with your permission, can I have my camera off so that the record can reflect it, please?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Neither am I. I'm not even 100%. Is this something going on in the UK that is getting around these days?
But like you said, it's only once we will die. To me, that's the only thing I think you've said so far today. But I'd like to put some few questions across to you, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Could you define forgery for me, please?
Forgery is the replication of a document without the authority to do so. Replication of an official document without the authority to do so, often with intention to deceive.
Okay, so in your considered opinion, is that a crime or not a crime?
It's a crime.
Okay, in the context of Nigeria, because a lot of people have been giving out to you in the comment section, in the present context of Nigeria's president, what do you think should be done since this has been confirmed that, yes, he may have attended the university, maybe from a third party or whatever it is, but there's an issue with the certificate. Do you think the people of Nigeria should act upon that? Because it appears you're applying some sort of leniency, which I really don't understand. So I'm seeking clarification from you, please.
I guess the leniency that you sense in the way I'm addressing it is because I never really subscribe to the idea that qualification should be a criteria for becoming president.
No, that's not the point. Can you just, I'm not here for long, like I said. I'm more or less here to distress myself because I'm not 100%. So I'm just asking you that, in your considered opinion, you've defined forgery, and it's confirmed that he forged whatever way, whether the signature or anything, consider that as certificate forged. Do you think Nigerians should be lenient to him, as you've alluded to?
Wow, that's a difficult one to answer.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna try to simplify it or ask you another question. Now, you went about black disgrace, embarrassment, white, or whatever it is. We have a country. It's an embarrassment without a shadow of doubt, and it's gonna reflect on every one of us, including you and myself, whether we like it or not. We have always been seen in that light even before now, but this now makes it even more worse in any way, whatever we do. So now that it has come to our attention, do you think the lower and the upper house should act accordingly in this regard? For example, the present House of Rep, McCarthy, whatever his name in the US, was voted out as the the head of the house. So do you think the upper and the lower chambers should act accordingly in this regard?
If I'm acting strictly by the law, yes, they should act. And the same should go with the Supreme Court. They should act if they are going by the
No, no,
Constitution.
no.
What is stated.
Let's forget about it. I'm not here for the Supreme Court. I'm focusing strictly on this issue right now.
Okay, then I think they should act.
And what should be the action you think they should take?
I think they should seek to unseat him because he forged the document that he didn't need to forge at all.
Okay.
To set a standard that you have to send a message of punishing impunity in Nigeria.
Okay, so in my considered opinion, I'm not undermining your intelligence. I think, in my considered opinion, I think you should tread on this path of steering the people's mind, including those in the upper and the lower chamber, because we may not understand the full implication of his action, probably till maybe some few years to come or whatever it is. And the implication of his action is very massive. So one is not out to take blood on anybody, but like you said in one of the issue of morality and integrity matters a lot. And I agree with you in terms of the issue of placing so much high this thing on education. I would never run down education, but we seems to kind of ride on that horse as if that is the ultimate to get to wherever we. On my own personal view in respect to Mr. Tinubu, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, do I have sympathy for him? I'll probably say no. It's my view. Because you have everything that you can think of. But you want power, and they said absolute power corrupts absolutely. Whether he saw this coming or not, it's neither here or there. I think it would have been better off, I think I've said this before, it would have been better off being just a godfather. He would have saved himself this humiliation and embarrassment and saved the entire nation this humiliation and embarrassment. And I want to appeal to you and those out there. We need to start to clean our act very, very well, so that we can see how we can get back to issues at hand. Because if we don't do that, it will always cause us a problem. I'm not ashamed of myself wherever I go because of Tinubu's acts, even though it's going to reflect on me, whether I like it or not, as a Nigerian, as a black. It makes the journey more difficult for us to push our way through certain things in the West, and it's just a shame. And I will blame the party, the APC party, who do not do their proper screening. I mean, this is before I'm going to blame INEC. I will first of all blame the party because, I mean, the charge, was it not 1 million, 1 million, the 1 million
billion or something. I think
for
billions.
for the form? I think they charge.
Yeah, I think millions. I think more than 1 million.
More than 1 million. So I can't really remember the amount of money they charge. And you couldn't do this sort of a screening. It's an embarrassment and a shame to the party leaders and everyone that says that, because this issue is not about party. It's about individuals, those who did the screening. And I will say this on the final round. Thanks for permitting me. I'm going to yield slightly to the side of religion in respect to his wife, or with due respect to his wife. She gave a testimony in respect to what? To the primaries, how they got to 1,000 plus votes, how God has been there, how God does this and that. Truth be told, God is not in the habit of what? Of manipulating things. So whether that is a testimony to God, I don't agree with it. If you remember the story of Jacob, Isaac and Jacob, and the father wanted to bless Jacob. No, Isaac. I mean, Isaac, Esau and Jacob, I beg your pardon. And the father wanted to bless Esau. But the mother manipulated the situation. And when Isaac asked, "Are you my son Esau?" he said, "Yes. But how come you got this animal so soon?" Esau there, I mean, Jacob there manipulated it. He said, "The Lord thy God has caused me to get these things soon." That is a bleeding lie. God is not in the habit of manipulating things. Himself and his mother manipulated it. And that's why he suffered a lot during his lifetime. So we have to be very careful when we say it. Like I said, if you tread in the path of steering the mind of the people to say, "Listen, take action," you know my message anyway. You know where the position I stand, which is 68, 69. Now we are looking at section 143 of the Constitution, even though it did say gross of misconduct in carrying out his duty as office as the president. But it can still be removed on that basis. The Electoral Act can be applied. So how long are we going to continue with this? I don't know. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I suspect that the Supreme Court may be the smoothest route or most efficient way to, if they wanted to disqualify him. But I will find that incredible for them to be able to do that, not because of the president himself, but because of the supporters. And this is where you begin to realize why Western nations, whenever people have voted and the vote is said to be acceptable, that is it. No matter what else comes, whether the guy is a drug dealer, whatever, they don't care, because they believe the votes as sovereign. You can't change it based on that. And if this kind of technicality now results in the breaking of the law, the Supreme Court has to do something about it, because that's the law. You can't just keep breaking the Constitution and getting away with it, because there's been a lot of kind of fiddling with the rules, even during the election. Now it is clear, this one is proven that the school did not issue the certificate. That's another layer again on top of everything that's happened already. That is proven. We know River State was rigged. We know now he didn't get his certificate. The certificate wasn't issued by the university. So he's breaking the law. And he is supposed to be the commander-in-chief, the chief of law enforcement in the country. And he's broken it. And there's a case pending in terms of appeal of how he even became president in the first place. So if the Supreme Court wants to follow the law, they could say forgery is forgery. You are being dishonest and deceptive, so you have to pay for it. Because they did it to a Bayelsa state governor, if I'm not mistaken. His deputy was the one that forged the document. And the entire ticket was dismissed because of it. This is the main candidate that forged the document. So he has to answer for it. Because if you let him walk free, what precedent are we setting here? If he just walks free, he faked the certificate, he went and recreated the certificate and handed it to INEC, an official situation, then what is the use of using all those technicalities to knock out P2B's case then? So you use technicalities to knock out P2B, but technicalities is not good enough to knock out the president's situation too. It's going to be very, very tricky. You know, I don't know. I really feel bad for the Supreme Court judges because they have to worry about the consequence of their judgments now. And given the way they behave already, if I'm to take the Presidential Petition Tribunal, their behavior, if the Supreme Court judges behave anything like that, God help us. These people, they want to destroy this country. They are the true enemy of this country. I hope they don't behave like that. I hope they actually take it very, very seriously and say, you know what, this country cannot implode because of one man. And if he has broken the rules, Yes, we may feel bad that, okay, yeah, this seems a little bit too harsh, but that's the law. The law has to stand, especially in Nigeria. We need the law to stand because there's too much impunity. And if they can set a standard at this high level, you can see how that can, filter the way down the chain. But will they do the courageous thing? Will they do the right thing? Because I don't believe the right thing is just to allow him to carry on. I don't believe so. Because he has broken the rules in so many ways to get to where he got to.
Yeah, can I weigh in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, see, I'm beginning to have a certain level of respect for you over the days. I know when me and you started, we kind of started on a rough patch, but when you started the program, I mean, I don't know where if you're biased or unbiased towards Tinubu or APC, but wordings are very, very important, especially if you're as an anchor of a program and you're speaking to the whole world. You understand? You don't want to give an impression that if you don't want to, you're not swinging towards any side, but you want to stand neutral. I get that, but some wordings are very important too. So when you say Nigerians should forgive the president, you forgive Tinubu, there were errors. There were some statements you were making that people like me, and I know like so many others, will put their hands in their mouth to kind of say, hey, what is he saying? What is he talking about? I mean, there are two different things. In the American Constitution, there's silence about you if you have a criminal background or history, being you going for any political post or presidential. But in Nigeria, it is there in the Constitution. You understand? So there's no issue of mistake. The deposition was done today, and it was clear that the owner of the certificate is a female. He is male. So what is the error there? The date of birth is different. There's no error. This is scamming. It deliberately presented, and this issue had arisen before in 1999 when Gani took him to court, but because he was governor, he couldn't be investigated or he couldn't be prosecuted.
Yeah, he had immunity.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very important when you phrase your wordings. Please be very careful. You understand? Because I don't want to lose my respect for you. I've come to respect you as an anchor on a very important program, and I want it to remain that way because I don't want to think that you're swinging towards or trying to protect a particular interest. We want to get.
Oh no. I'm not protecting interest. That comes from my initial position of feeling like we shouldn't have put that stipulation in the first place where you require social education or social and so, because the Western societies don't do that. If we are going to be embracing democracy, you have to allow the people to choose whomever they like.
See,
even if they're drunk, they will choose.
Even if it is not there in our constitution, you even if you were a criminal and you are allowed to, for instance, if Trump were to be president, he cannot present something. You cannot misrepresent facts. You understand? You can't claim to be what you're not. You understand? You can't be a criminal and say you're not a criminal. You understand? So that's what he did. I mean, so it's not like this is not a mistake. And he kept defending it. And he kept going to the US court to say, please don't release it. Don't do that. Even when he wasn't the same person. And he was spending millions of dollars to protect an image that he is not.
Wow, you are really bringing up some areas that
sorry for interjecting. I'm gonna come again in the area of religion or in my Bible. It says a good name is rather to be chosen than riches and wealth. And unfortunately, some of us put those riches and gold and silver.
I mean, we want to get the nation right. We have to start
ahead of a good name. That is the program. Mr. Bola Tinubu and many others. are facing that they don't care about good name, they don't care about reputation, they don't care about integrity. But unfortunately, we are where we are today because, I will repeat for the record, as I've said several times, you and I have failed to carry out our primary responsibility. And I will not subscribe to the issue of blaming the West or Ribadu or whatever it is, because most of us, more or less, I know this may come across as a challenge to people, that most of us, more or less, act or I have the same mentality in that regard. Not we have a lot in this. I don't know. It's confusing. When I saw that Ribadu, I didn't know there was a video about it, and I don't know what I will refrain from saying certain things just for my own good in terms of.
And I think
Is it for my own good?
see, even if the Supreme Court justices where they've been compromised in the past, maybe they are afraid that maybe the president will have something on them if they don't swing the decision in his favor by hook and crook. This is the right time for them to be their own man. Because right now, with the deposition, every sensible nation will stay away from him. They said they were only waiting for the deposition to come out before they take an official position. Every country will now start avoiding him, and Nigerians are in trouble. That you have a drug baron. FBI will release their documents about him very soon.
I really think that people should be careful about calling him a drug baron, because there's no clear evidence other than the
allegedly. Okay, allegedly.
Yeah.
FBI will release documents before the end of the month.
Yeah, go on. This thing. I think the point Olumide raised that I find a little bit pertinent, that I didn't think about it a little bit, is the idea that he submitted documents to INEC under oath. From what I gather, that you have to probably swear some kind of oath to say that this document is yours. You submitted it to INEC, and then you went on to become president. So those things are serious. They have serious implication in terms of the law. So it's something that this week they really have to think about this carefully, because to dismiss it outright, when it's not just about submitting, it's about the process that he knew full well he's doing it under the law, and he went on to submit it anyway. Then he, like Olumide said, he went on to try to block it from being released. He did a lot of things to block it from being released. So he wasn't exactly coming out owning up to it. He could have just said, you know what, my bad, I just didn't have the time to go to the university to get this certificate, so I just had somebody recreate it. I didn't think it was going to be so serious. He could have done that, and I think maybe the Supreme Court can try to avoid that based on that kind of argument. But to fight it until it is released, it shows you're not repentant. As a matter of fact, that doubles down on the deception, because he was fighting the release of the document.
I mean, I just want the Supreme Court, like I was trying to say initially, to please be their own man. I want them to look at the beavers and let us know the number of votes that each person truly got. You understand? We want a free and fair election. That is how a foundation of a nation can be built, on truth, on openness, that the people can choose their leader. You understand? Because if they disqualify him now, the second person is Atiku. You understand? But Obi is saying, I truly won because they rigged my numbers. So we want to see those numbers. We want a free and fair election. Who truly won? They should be their own man, and please give Nigerians the day. Let us have a new nation. This is an opportunity right now for them to be their own man.
I'm really sorry to say that after watching that NSA official, I just feel that this Tinubu government is going to be a failure no matter how long they stay. Because if that is the standard they are setting for our national security, we will never get our security anytime soon. Because if you look at the face of the Europeans that he was talking to, they were looking at him like, is he crazy or something? Why is he looking like he's begging us to come and save his country? This is a man that probably, if he was a UK national he was talking to, UK is made up of about 60-something million people, while Nigeria is 200 million. Then why is he the one begging them to come and help them with national security? I really feel bad for Nigeria because I was hopeful that this time the message has sunk into our leader that they need to act. That when Tinubu comes into office, he's going to, even if he's doing all the things people accuse him of, he's going to do those things he said he was going to do in terms of national security. And in a way, I was the one saying it all the time, that if he did that, I will forgive all the sins, everything he's done. If you like, let him forge 10,000 documents. I will forgive him for that if he fixes our national security. But now, watching what his national security advisor is doing, and people wonder why we are not secure. Oh, people wonder why our elites have been selling them out for ages, have been conditioning them and grooming the whole population to be corrupt and seeing themselves as inferior to foreigners. Look at a grown man. That national security advisor, if he's walking around in Nigeria, people will be shaking. This is why when I tell people that these your leaders that you're calling powerful, they are not powerful anything. If you're in the UK now, an MP here that they will just meet, they will be shaking in front of the MP. What kind of power do they have? They refuse to have power. They refuse to take power. It's not because power is not there in front of them. Nigerians are lions.
And again, Forefathers, if you notice the trajectory of the country, ever since he even became president, it's like these guys are clueless. They don't know what they're doing. All they want to do is keep sharing money every month and stealing money. They are clueless, and nobody will come and invest, especially with this new discovery. I mean, I'm sorry, the country is those people, Nigerians are in a mess. You
are really correct about that. They just want to share money. Because if you look at that, let me play him again so people see what I'm talking about here.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this. It's the cause of all the other problems. It must be given priority. Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority.
He said, "Let them give us our freedom. We must do it. Like you can't do it. It's like look at the face of the Europeans. How embarrassing is that? How they don't have shame. I don't know whether they know how to look at the Igbo people. Maybe because he must have been a diasporan once. So he must know how to look at the Igbo people to understand when they are looking at you with confused disdain. It's like they're looking at you like, okay, I know these people are like a little bit coonish or a little bit, they have slave mentality or colonial mentality, but this, I didn't expect it to be this much. This is a little bit too much. I'm confused how to react. The guys were just looking at him. When you want to talk about these sort of things, they should be the one looking at you like, what are you looking to do? They should be the one asking you what you want to do, because you have already taken action. They have to be thinking, what do we do to, because of this guy, let us bring him closer to us. Not him coming out telling them to help him out with stuff. You don't need them. You have 200 million lions in Nigeria. Nigerians are one of the toughest Africans going. And you refuse to recruit them to do their job. And you go and beg another woman's husband. Literally. He was literally begging other women's husbands there. Tomorrow he goes back home, his wife will welcome him. And our women, you guys should be holding your men accountable. You see your men behaving like this, and you welcome them home. They are killing your generations to come. Because this type of weakness, that's not what the other women's husbands are doing. The other women's husbands, they are bringing their military base to our country. They are coming here to take our natural resources and build their countries. Why should you welcome weak men like this? Why should you welcome weak men just because they give you money? You have to start questioning them that what are they actually doing to protect the country? Why are they not bringing our people to go and defend our country? They should never ask for anybody's help.
Hi, Forefathers. Good evening.
Yeah, welcome, Tone. Yeah, I thought I
Yeah,
should do it now. I said that if something spectacular or interesting comes out
yeah.
of this court case.
Good, good evening, Olumide. Olumide, you've been ignoring me
Hi,
for
so
days
good
now.
evening.
Yeah,
He's
If
been ignoring
anybody
you.
will, if anybody will weigh on this security matter, I mean, it is you being an ex-military person. So
yeah. I unfortunately I'm a bloody civilian now. I can only speak from the perspective where I stand right now. Anyway, um, Forefathers, I was on the road earlier when I was listening to your monologue, and yeah, they were quite interesting, but let's just not delude itself. Nigeria has been captured by by band of criminals, career criminals. Go through go through their profile. They're all criminals and hardened. So they've got no conscience whatsoever. The Supreme Court is going to come up with something that is more shocking. Let's just not delude ourselves. The Supreme Court is going to come up with even something more shocking. We thought we were shocked the other day.
You think they're going to even release him? Like, come on, who cares about forgery? It's all good.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
can,
they are just going to come up with something more forging, more shocking than the presidential electoral panel. Now, we're talking about women holding their husbands are accountable. How many women have what's the word now? Um I'm just trying to, there's a word that just it just left me now. How many women uh it will come to me. So the thing is morals. How the morals, you need to ask what morals do we hold as a society? All the morals is gone out of the window. When your husband comes home, at say about 100 million naira shows up in his account, oh honey, darling, he becomes your hero. Whether he stole it, whether he killed somebody, he becomes your hero. That's the problem. The moral fabric of our society in Nigeria has just been whittled down as it keeps whittling down and whittling down every day. And that is
what are we going to do with this class of people?
the only way we're going to do with it, yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be by force. Bible
Is
says
there no way to change their mind? Because
there's
that
no
man
way.
knows, he knows those people are the ones partly causing the problem in our country. And he's pretending as if he doesn't know by talking to them. And they are looking at him thinking, you must know. You are not that stupid. This is weird.
country,
Why are you
a country,
begging?
a country where there is no rule of law, you
Mm.
can't go to the court and get justice. The judiciary is so corrupt. The police is so corrupt. Now even the army is partly infected. What do? It's just going to be by force. It's
I,
just going
I,
to be
I
by
just hope
force.
it doesn't come to that. But if it comes to that, as long as it is done in a way like the other countries are do it in such a way that is clean and it doesn't lead to a lot of upheaval. Because my fear is that if there's a lot of upheaval, then the situation, it undermines us even more, because there are many of them. They will come in with all their forces, and like the French official was saying the other day, they will start organizing clandestine operation to destabilize us even further. And
No,
that is my concern.
I don't think so, because if you look at the percentage of the people that are causing this problem, because the average Igbo man will say, you see, Yoruba people, you see, it's you people that are causing problem in Nigeria, which I find very, very hurtful and very, very unfortunate. Olumide here is a Yoruba man. He's so passionate about the truth. He had not supported Tinubu because he's his village man. But whilst we see, even on this platform, on Dr. Damage's platform, people that will be abusing you, sending personal insults on you just because you do not agree to to illegality. You know,
Yeah.
they'll start fishing. What tribe do you come from? Must you know the tribe I come from or what town I come from? You know,
Yeah, that's
that is a
classic.
problem. That's just a problem. So the percentage of the people that are propagating all this evil, it's very small if we look at it. And the saddest people are the people that are supposed to be educated, the people that are in diaspora that have seen how society is run and all that, and yet they are supporting evil. Yeah, where in Noble Laureate is calling another group another graduates. Is it? I
Graduate.
mean,
Yeah, that is so sad. To be hearing the way Wole
mhm,
Soyinka was sounding, these will have completely disappointed me, and
mhm,
a lot of our leaders, I barely find anyone that I can say, you know what, this guy is really upstanding. No matter what, he's standing on all the fronts. He seems to be solid. Most of them have been compromised to the West one way or the other. They get their payments, their resources, they get it from the West, and the way they behave in front of the foreigners, they defer to them. This is why we never have come out of the mess we are in. This is why we think our leaders are ruling for us. They've never been. Our elite class have been sold out. Even the ones we think are on our side. Maybe they are like human rights these same people, but they are not on your side. They are all compromised one way or the other. The Westerners are using them to control the system and keeping us in check. When you
all of
start
them.
opening your eyes, when you start thinking about strategy, when you start thinking strategically, which of our leaders do you think they think strategically? None of them. All of them are just like apologizing and inferiority complex kind of people. They just go to foreigners and beg them for one thing or the other. If you want to do something with people, you have to have good relationship with them, not based on pity, not based on, oh, come and help us. Like you are just running a farm for them, and you want master to come and help you sort the farm out. Otherwise, the farm will fall apart. That kind of mentality will never save us. All the other people that did it, you can see that they were brave people. You have to be brave in this world. And can anybody say our leaders have been brave?
I
Since
was listening
since since 2020, can anybody say these our leaders have been brave to the world
at all,
on our behalf?
at
Not
all,
once.
at all.
You wanted to say
And
something?
yesterday I was listening to a certain platform, which I don't want to mention the platform. You and I know the platform,
Yeah,
and the kind of even in the face of all the damning evidence that is before everybody's
yeah,
eye. All of them were just defending this thing that I mean is obedience. That so if it's not that is obedient, even the owner of the platform was saying that Yoruba people will deal with this Atiku guy. That Atiku is a person that that why that after all they used to be together. That can't you call out somebody when somebody is wrong for crying out loud? When your child does something wrong and all that, your child has been pulled up at school or done something terrible within your community and all that. It's your primary responsibility is to pull up your child and discipline that child. If he's an elder, you respectfully rebuke your elders and say, "Guy, uncle, this thing that you're doing is wrong. It doesn't slide. You can't do that." Look at the kind of
yeah.
embarrassment, the kind of embarrassment. I mean, between yesterday and today, most of my foreign friends here in the UK have called me and said, "What's going on? This is what we're hearing about your president. What's going on?" How can I begin to explain that our president has been going on? Everything about that man is fake.
Mm.
Everything they say is pure lies. So how we don't have a nation.
And he didn't need to forge that document too.
No,
That's the
you
weirdest thing.
They need
Just because
to.
of impunity, he didn't need to forge it at all. He could have just, taken care of business, gone to the university, told them maybe if he changed his name or age or whatever, use official channel, sort it out, and get the certificate. But somewhere
I'll
along
tell
the
you why.
line,
I will tell you why. This, this thing. Somebody sent me. By the way, what Forefathers, I sent you a private message. Read it. But there's
okay,
some things I will send to you privately later, maybe today or
okay,
tomorrow, but not
yeah,
on any of these platforms. Somebody
okay.
apparently was telling me that that this is just the beginning, that a lot of people's secrets will be blown up. That the
Mm.
reason why this man, because I was asking, you must have gone to secondary school, you must have gone to primary school. Let's even forget primary school, secondary school. Why? Because his identity in secondary school is different from the identity
Mm.
he assumed when he went to America. So if he presents something from secondary school, it's going to be a variance with what he presented as Bola Tinubu. Then questions will be asked. Now the questions even I'm asking personally since yesterday, I've been cracking my head. That woman has been identified as Adenike Tinubu, that is a doctor in America. Why has she not come out and spoken? Does it mean that she was part of the scam? Was she bought over by Tinubu?
From what I gather, they said she's a little bit too young to be the person, except when she was young, somebody used her social security number. I don't know how old you have to get before you get social security number in America, but she's 50 something years, you see. So if
No, no,
she's 50
just like
something years now,
just like here, you get your
NI
NI card at the age of 15 or thereabout, 15 or
15.
16, you get your NI
Mm,
card in the UK. So if she was 52, which even makes it even worse for Tinubu, you assume somebody's social security number. Okay, let's say that even your details has been stolen. How come you have not come out and say, hey, I'm not part of this scam, or I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is me. This is my
Regarding the social security number, I'm not sure it is proven that they searched that social security number and he hit that lady. I'm not sure. It's just a report that you get online. That kind of stuff could be tantamount to fake news until it is substantiated. And
well, it's true because
mm,
the articles camp really have not come out and made some robust statement. They
yeah,
are just putting things together
mm,
until they come out and say, this is what we received, this is what we have found, then we'll start making. But I think that this case is going to expose a whole lot of things, a lot of dirty secrets, and
mm,
Tinubu is not a smart guy. I'm sorry. I'm saying that without being disrespectful to his person. If he knew that he has all this skeleton in his cupboard, he would have been a much smarter man. You've made name for yourself in Lagos. You've made money. Why don't you just respect yourself and be an elder statesman, and even have somebody that you sponsor, like he used to sponsor governors that all of us
mm,
know and all that, to go for that presidency.
yeah.
So I just don't know.
Okay, it looks like hold on, let me see. It looks like article is on this thing. Let me see if I can pull this thing up. It looks like article is talking about the undeserving Tinubu record. At least people are covering it on the news now. People seem to be talking about it now. That it's obvious that the document is forged, and that is it's a strong thing. If they found it before this in the judgment from the presidential tribunal, that may have impacted the judgment, because that was one of the areas they just dodged by saying it doesn't hold a sway in the court and stuff like that. So but we'll see what happens when he gets to the Supreme Court. The whole thing is a little bit, in my head anyway, it's a little bit convoluted, because on one side I don't subscribe, because of millions of people voted. I don't subscribe to necessarily just technicalities knocking somebody out and all those votes go for nothing. And but at the same time, I also support the rule of law. And because of the level of deception involved, when it didn't need to happen, because he attended the university. Let's say he attended that university, he got those degrees. But just because he couldn't be asked to go and sort himself out and get it from the university,
And
he
then
went and said,
you know what, forefathers. I don't mean to interject you. You see those appeal courts judges. You
"Oh,
see
sorry,
they
sorry, sorry, Olumide, there is somebody here that has been quiet. Crimson Nebula, sorry, I've missed you for quite a bit. I didn't, thank you for coming in. You want to say something? Crimson Nebula, are you there? Oh, it's okay, Olumide, go ahead. When he comes back up, I'll let you know.
you see if you look at what transpired, you see the Nigerian appeal court judges, they did Nigerians what they call they did them a lot of how do I put it now? A lot of disfavor, to use that word, if it ever exists. You understand? It's like they didn't put the country on a trajectory to being built up the way it should be built. Look at the way they interpreted the law. Look at this other
Sorry,
judge.
Crimson Nebula is
Let me just round up. You see, look at this other judge from the US. Judges are supposed to interpret the law and not come and use technicalities to turn things around. You are supposed to help resolve issues and to a logical conclusion, and don't come and say, "Oh, this person didn't ask for that." You don't get what you don't ask for. That's all. We are talking about a national issue that can cause rancor. INEC, the judges could have ordered INEC to go back. You understand? And bring the Beavers results and bring the true results and let us see the numbers. You don't tell the litigant to go and bring something that the authority that is responsible for that thing to go and bring. Look at what this judge ordered Chicago State University when they went to court. He ordered Chicago State University, go and bring the true papers. I want to see the true papers. I want to see the resolution. And then she ordered the deposition. This is what judges are supposed to do. And then you don't come and take sides.
Olumide, you know,
Yeah?
when the gods, they say when the gods want to destroy you, you know that proverb, they will first make you mad. That is what is happening. This is not even just about APC. This is about all the corrupt politicians across the party lines. Because it's now opening is they are all messing up right now. People are being
look, Ton, if 3 people are asking and saying that I'm the winner. Okay, you know what? All the judge can do is INEC. You are the one who conducted it. Bring us the true Beavers result. Let us see who truly won. Bam, he laid everything to rest. And then the issue of certificate is another thing. You understand? Then if he gets disqualified, if he truly won, he gets disqualified, You understand? But we want to see the real numbers. I mean,
but how about the issue of all those blank result sheets that APC brought? Blank, unreadable, virtually unreadable. Where is that done?
See, everything is in the Beavers machine.
Exactly.
The people who voted and the number of people they are accredited. You understand? We want to see the number of people that are accredited, because I'm sure the number of people they brought out will be over the accreditation.
Exactly.
So all these things they are hiding, and it's just common sense. I mean, they just made the country a mess.
And then it comes to Abuja and all that. Now they are using semantics and technicalities and big English. In advanced countries, when you go to court in advanced country, even here in the UK, even if you go to the highest court, the judges are very, very clear in their statements. Even the unread person, as long as you understand English, you can understand what our Niger own is that big grammar and English they will use in bamboozle you and confuse the hell out of everybody.
It's because of distraction. It's because they're looking to distract people away from the main topic.
Is that? Let me confirm. Is it that?
No, it's not that. It is
It's
It's
not
not that.
easy.
It's not
It's
that.
not
I
that,
don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. But I know he's a great guy. That is a great guy. I don't know who he is, but this is Crimson Nebula officially.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So yeah, you
I'm
saw
just saying. So
you saw the
you can
NSA
have your
stuff now.
deniability. You
Yeah,
can have
yeah,
your
yeah.
deniability. It's not that. It's Crimson Nebula.
I get that. I get that. It's Crimson Nebula. So you saw what our NSA guys was doing with the Europeans, and I don't know whether you saw the video of Kufu Addo of Ghana begging the Americans to, these are our leaders. What are we going to do with them?
To Niger. I've always, just like I've supported your case with military being the case. Yes, that's why I've always went a step further to say that yes, it's military, but we lack the political will to actually implement any of these things. Even now, everybody's up to speed with it as well, but the political leaders are not doing. They're not doing this stuff. They're not making the right moves necessary. It's just some who, like I told you, the situation of a black, until you feel back to a corner and then you have nowhere else to go, that's when you will feel the need to actually act that way as well. But some of these leaders and politicians we have in Africa, they don't feel back to a corner. Some people don't even realize they are even back to a corner as well. So when a person feels back to a corner, has nowhere else to go, he has nowhere but to fight forward, to fight coming back forward as well. So they feel like there's some ways to still maneuver this situation. So they don't feel back to a corner. But that's just, I just came in to say hello. I'm not gonna claim to be too versed on Nigerian politics. To be honest, I don't know too much Nigerian politics. I'll take that and all that. But you have recognized to Niger that the problem with Africa is a leadership problem most of the time. We can spouse all the ideas that we want to say. We have to do this, we have to do that. You think they don't know that? They know that. They know what we have to do. They are just not doing it because they lack the will. Either they lack the will. Why do they lack the will? It's because they don't have the heart. They're scared. They've been threatened. There's many multiple facets, many multiple reasons why they lack the will to implement any of this. It's not because they're stupid. These people are not stupid. They have been educated in the most highest prestigious education. It's not stupidity. It's not stupidity. It's lack of willpower. The lack of political willpower in Africa.
I will disagree with you slightly. You know what it is? Not that they don't like the will, not that they cannot tell some of these superpowers what they want and what they and negotiate very good deals. The thing is that it's down to love of money, selfishness. Just like our present president, our present president is a billionaire.
That's true.
He's a billionaire. Is obviously is about 80 years old minimum. Okay, what are you looking for further money for at that age? An age where you should be an elder statesman, be a good grandfather, enjoy the rest of your days here on earth, and you still want that president, that title president CV, that's what he just wants. And he was bent on getting it at all costs. Even he said he was caught on camera. He said he told his people, you must run with it, you must snatch it, So in other words, yeah. So it's our president.
There's an area of incentive that when I say will, it's having the right correct willpower for your people. Like there's incentive, right? They have the willpower. If they incentivize them to say, okay, if you do this, we give you'll become rich, you'll make a lot of money and all that kind of stuff. Or if you don't do, you get the secondary option, which is we will kill your family, kill your. You understand what I mean? So these people are literally threatened in their life. So that ultimately culminates to having the political will to do what you want. You have no choice. And then there's the low-level people that come up and are greedy and they get incentivized by the money as well. But all I can say is we've acknowledged that it's a leadership problem. To Niger, we've made so much progress in these discussions that we've gotten to the stage of nationalism. And now the discussions are being dragged back. We've gotten to the stage of nationalism and how important it is, because what I see is, if you look at the time frame in which Africa will get to actually start, because we will get there. But the time we will start implementing our political will, these people would have already gotten inside Africa and buy up a whole lot of our industries. Right now, the company I work for is in Nigeria right now, and we got Nigerian engineers, and it's a British company. They are coming in, invested, so they will own major industries in Nigeria and in Africa. So at this juncture, where do we draw power from? And this idea of nationalism, we've got there. You understand what I mean? So the idea is nationalism, if you make your country a very nationalistic environment and mood in a way, what you do in that situation, you kind of force kind of companies and other bodies around the country to swing along those lines, or because that's the majority mindset and the majority mood set. So you kind of force, like how you have Rishi Sunak and all these Braverman. You understand how they sing into the to the right wing tune. You understand, because that's the majority mood. So a sense of nationalism is necessary to control the can't find the word, the business, to control the businessmen, the crony businessmen as well. It's necessary to control them. So I think we could have expanded into that, but obviously debates have been done. But that's a sidestep. That's just my take on this. I think for the discussion today, I would say it's definitely a case of willpower, and then sometimes some of them are incentivized to even negate to negate the benefit of their own people or something.
Yeah.
What do you think is the solution, guys? How do you think we can move on from these people?
It has to be incisive. You have to first start having people on the ground with the similar mindset, and they have to start banding together, from public institutions to the security forces to the workers' unions. You have to start having an organization that understand how to link yourself to all of them and ensure that the interests of the people always comes first in terms of security, because you have links within the security institutions too. You'll be able to push an agenda that they will back within the institution, because when you're part of a civil society and you're pushing an agenda, you're pressuring the government to do something, the military behind them is also telling them, do it, these people are correct, they do this stuff. You can see that you are more likely to succeed. And another aspect is linking, having things in common with all regions of the country. Have any let's say insecurity now, you can link it to all the issues people are having in other parts of the country, like the southeast. Now they have issues with the IPOB and all the others. They know they have some part of the north they have with bandits, others with Boko Haram. So you link their concerns and speak on behalf of them to represent it to the leaders. Because if you do that, chances are that if the leaders don't change, they are going to remove the leaders, because the pressure will be coming from all sections of the country. And it's very, very rare in Nigeria that the pressure on any issue comes from all sections of the country. It's very rare. And I don't even know that it's ever happened.
So Tunaja, you got it now. Tunaja, you got it. So what you're saying, Tunaja, is essentially it depends on how the people's outlook is and what their objectives are as well. And if the people's objectives are the same, that means those leaders will pander to that objective just to win power. Just to win power, they will have to pander. And if they don't obey that, they will go. So it's a case of reshaping the political mood and agenda for the people. And you have to go on a campaign to gather enough Nigerians on the same agenda, correct?
Yes, and it needs organization and it needs funding.
Not diverging agendas and interests and all that stuff. So it will have to be a campaign in which multiple Nigerians say, okay, we really want a better security in Nigeria. We want more military. We want more security, at least so that we can function. So you will have a lot of Nigerians agreeing on these things, and this will be the paramount. Next thing you will see, all these politicians will be speaking security.
Yeah,
and then you have to
because you also have to win politicians over. You have to win some politicians over to your side too, and because they too will be working with you. So like someone like Peter Obi now supports it, and a lot of politicians support it. You win them over to your side. You have to have a coordination, and you have to be able to survive the barrage that is going to come from the other side. As a matter of fact, more than half of the effort is going to be surviving the people that don't want you to do those things. You know, it might even include some forces from the West and some of their patsies on the ground in Nigeria that don't want such an agenda to see the light of day. So you have to be organized because they are organized too. And that is the problem. Most of the people that mean to do the right thing, they are working in silos. They are separated. And the moment you come together, you're able to come together. I think to change the country will be less difficult. And even the political leaders, they will either change or they will be removed because not all of them subscribe to this. Even if the ones that don't subscribe to it are minority, but those minorities deserve to take over the country because they are the ones that have a future that is actually bright for the country. They have a vision for the future of the country that is actually bright and the continent at large. And then those deserve to, they deserve the power, not the ones that go about begging people, hoping that they feel sorry for us. They will never feel sorry for you. That is not their job to feel sorry for you. They feel sorry for their own people when their people are suffering. That's what their job is. So I don't know. These leaders, if we want to change them, we have to start taking responsibility, start organizing, and try to do everything above the law as possible. Because you don't want to be caught breaking the law yourself when you are trying to remove them this thing from office. That's the way the game has to be played. You have to be creative. Things that have not been thought about before we have to come up. There is a lot of technology now that allows people to do things the way it's not been done before. From cryptocurrency, from social media to mobile technology, name it. So the younger generation has to be part of this because they tap into the modern these trends, and the older generations or whoever has got the vision will use whatever this in formulation that they come up with to develop a network of support within the country to actually change things because it has to be different. If we go with force, danger is that you are going to have a serious problem. We can't exactly sit here and say we want military coup, which is another way to do it relatively peacefully. Go ahead.
How do you think Trump managed to win the 2016 election when the whole system was against him? And he still managed to win the majority in the United States as well. What exactly happened when the system, even right now, the system is against him? But he's quite he has more popularity amongst the Republican
because he played. You see, this is what you see. That's the thing. You see, there's something to be learned. That's quite a clever question. Because what Trump did was, even when the system was against him, they were promoting him without knowing it. This is what I mean by creative thinking. From what I gathered, that Trump actually got more coverage than Hillary Clinton when he was running for president, to the tune of almost $1 billion or so. He got more news coverage because of the kind of things he was saying. You know, they were falling for it and giving him free coverage. You know, he doesn't have to pay for adverts. All he had to do is open his mouth. All the network will cover him. This is creative thinking. He didn't spend a lot of his money because of it.
You can examine another person, Jeremy Corbyn, with momentum as well. He started off well, and he had but where the system was against him, and it succeeded against him. But it didn't.
I think Jeremy Corbyn one is that where he didn't play it right was he wasn't very bombastic. And he was a decent man. You see, he was playing it decent, quietly. You know, they will insult him, he would respond, which is all good. But if you want more coverage and people to respect you, because human beings, you know, you have different types of human beings in a country, and many of them want you to show that you can defend them. And you see, Corbyn was too polite for them. And Corbyn there are some people that, for national security reasons, when Corbyn said he wasn't going to use, he wasn't going to put the nuclear deterrent on the table, that too is a big problem, you know, for a lot of people. You know, you will lose 25% of people just for saying that alone. So there are quite a lot of things that he didn't do the way he should have done to have won the election. He was more like a sacrificial, you know, like a sacrifice. He would rather do that than even try to fight dirty. That's the problem. I think he should have fought a bit dirty. You know, come back, knocking, saying things. Because Obama fought dirty to an extent. Obama didn't just fold hand and just let the Republican defeat him. Was he not the one that was saying that Sarah Palin was like a pig, lipstick painted on a pig? Yeah, he wasn't having it now. Because you have to show them that you have guts, you have bite. If they want to fight, you fight back. Yeah, if you can't just play soft.
What I'm saying is putting this to the African context as well, where the elite entirely dominate the news media. They dominate the mainstream media. They have more money. They have more funding. The deep states within African countries, the deep state within African countries are controlled by the foreigners as well. So where do you produce a good leader? Where do you produce a true leader from that situation? Like, you have to consider, where do you get that power? Because, like I said, like, to reign power in Africa, you either go through the military route, you go through the financial route, which advocates democracy, or you have the will of the people. If you have a combination of these, then you get the situation of Burkina Faso and Niger and these coups that happen. You can change the status quo. So how does Nigeria do that?
Okay, Kobin, do you really think that this thing we call democracy, as the way we know it today in Africa, do you think is working? That's
No,
what
no,
I'm thinking.
I'm not speaking for democracy necessarily. I'm
No,
just
no, no,
saying.
no. This is just another thought that I'm just throwing open. You know, do you I think democracy in itself is something that is not right for Africa. That's what I'm beginning to think. Yeah, because
For
number
me,
one, it's too expensive.
What I think is, it's a means for the way it's been practiced as well. It now allows us to open ourselves up to finances, because it's about the popular. It's a popularity thing. Whoever is the most popular then gets to win. So to be popular, it takes some kind of sponsorship or financing for you to do your campaigns, for you to be big, louder, for your money to go shut down your opponents and all that stuff. So this has been a means for them to get inside our countries and subvert democracy itself. So they actually subvert democracy. Even in the West, they do it. In America, they do it. Big money subverts democracy. It never really works.
Exactly, and that is why it's important we need to tweak our system of government, because this democracy they've given it to us is not working. It's just not working.
Yeah, you know, now that you said that,
It's susceptible to a lot of flaws, you know.
Yeah, it's beginning to occur to me now that, can you imagine, like, that Ribadu was a military man on his uniform, whether he will be sounding like that? I don't know whether you will see a military official, you know, like acting like begging other people to come and help him like that. Because just having that uniform on alone reminds him of what he stands for, that he's supposed to be a defender, not to be there begging people. So I see the logic in saying that, you know, democracy doesn't seem to favor Africa, because democracy allows for politicians, civilians to easily be compromised. That there's some truth there. I'm not so sure whether the issue is not just security area, because if we took care of security, that compromise aspect of it will be reduced significantly, because they are carrying out a lot of clandestine actions to undermine our leaders, and then use the ones that they've dealt with as a kind of cautionary tale to the ones that want to challenge them next time. Until you are able to preserve your leaders, defend them from all these forces, they are always going to be susceptible in a democratic system to this leader. Maybe that is where this is why I always hack on about security all the time. If you have to take charge.
Tonight, big business lobbying politicians in Nigeria, or let's say Africa, is that a security problem?
The businesses lobbying for
lobbying politicians, is that a security issue? Yeah.
On its own, it shouldn't be, should it? Because they want to do business in Nigeria.
So are you going to kick out these foreign investors, foreign business out of Nigeria, when you have big business from shell companies lobbying Nigerian politicians to get their way as well, promising them, giving them incentives? Is this a security issue?
In my mind, I'm not sure it's productive to just chase businesses away just for the sake of it. You chase them away. Let's say Shell now doing business with Nigeria is cheating Nigeria. Obviously, you have to do something about that. But if they want to do business, you know, upstanding business, there's no reason why one should be against them. Because if you look at the way the Chinese did it, they didn't have to get rid of businesses. They did business with businesses, but they didn't let the businesses cheat them. That is the trick.
So what I'm saying is, because it's not a security issue as well, these businesses have a lot of money, and they have a lot of money to incentivize the politicians to go a certain type of way. You understand? So in a sense, they subvert democracy, the Nigerian democracy. They subvert it to have their way within Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you are saying, and that is why you have to have a security infrastructure posture to cater to all
But
that, to make sure that they're not compromised.
how do you cater? How do you cater
That is
to
why you have
big
secret services.
business interests?
This is why you have secret services. This is why you have a robust internal security network, so that your politicians have a kind of layer of isolation from these leaders, and they are not compromised. And you monitor their actions too. Like in the UK, they monitor all the MPs in the UK. Almost every single one of them are being monitored. Every single thing they do, they are being monitored. So this is what you do.
Yeah.
The moment they swear into the House of Assembly, they are basically being sworn written into the security infrastructure, so that they can always be monitored. Whoever is calling them, whoever they call, with whatever phone number, the phone number of their family member, you track everything to make sure. And that's what nations do. You have to have that infrastructure, and this is the problem. Our nation doesn't have that kind of
That's a
infrastructure.
very high level point
track
to
people.
Niger. That's a very high level point that you're considering security all the way down to how you secure your democracy from being subverted by big business interests.
You have
That's
to.
a big, Keizo always goes on to you about security, but he doesn't understand how you mean it in an encompassing sense as well. You just mean external security. Of course, internal security is necessary, and then there's securing every aspect of your thing. So another means of securing your own economy is having protectionism means against certain types of businesses. You understand? You have protectionism measures. That's also there. But also, what you say, having secret service to monitor these politicians as to who they have dealings with. The UK has it, and although still the big business still managed to get through. Actually, it still managed to get through. But it's still, when it comes out the limelight, that politician is out and done. Like this guy, Chuku Amuna or something like that.
Chuk Amuna. This is Jeffrey Archer.
I forgot about the Kwasi.
What did he do again?
Isn't he the one that did that kind of like inside trading and all that stuff and crashed the UK economy and all that stuff? But his friends made a lot of money.
Oh yeah. During the this thing, was it during the last government you were talking about?
It was during his trust government.
Yeah, that's not very long ago. Yeah, they've been at it from Mandelson to Handuja brothers. There's been a lot of corruption with Saudi Arabia. There's been a lot of corruption. It's just that they monitor it. They don't let it get out of control, and they don't allow it to undermine their national security. They are very, very careful with their national security. They don't play around with it, and this is where we need to be. And when the UFC asked the other day whether they've ever caught a Nigerian spy anywhere, now I begin to understand why they've not caught one, because they are not doing any job. The only spying they do is spying on Nigerian citizens that want to, challenge their authority. That's the only spying they do, and because their leaders are the biggest spy for foreigners. Our leaders go and tell them everything they need to do. That is the saddest thing. And Dr. Damages said it here once. The host of this the other channel, Dr. Damages, he said it here that you are worrying about your spies in the country, Western spies being in the country. Your leaders will go to their embassy and tell them everything. There's no need to have spies coming to Nigeria to go and spy on Nigeria. They will tell them everything. That's the problem. And this is not only Nigeria. If Nigeria is like this, imagine what other African countries are doing. Nigeria doesn't even have a foreign military base here. Imagine what other countries are doing. Was it not some people that said that? Yeah, go ahead.
We've seen what they're doing. You've seen it in Gabon. You've seen all the monies, the billions of dollars and cash that just came out of suitcases. They came out of suitcases in the video. That's what they're doing exactly to Niger. That's the most ugliest form and blatant form of corruption in Africa. Eventually, when the rats came to the roost, or so, when the chickens came to the roost, that's what you see at the end of the day. That level of corruption.
I can't get my head past how the people are so forgiving or tolerant of their leaders behaving like this. I really can't.
Let me tell you why. I was discussing it with my mate last week. He's in the Foreign Office. by the way, and all that kind of stuff. So he works on the sanctions department. Take care. But he's all right and all that stuff. What it is to Niger is our nature. When I look at it, when Europeans go on revolutions, heads start chopping off. You see the leaders' heads start chopping off. When Africans go on revolutions, people start dancing and celebrating. Heads are not flying, are not chopping off. What's the difference there, Tone? What do you think? Why is it that Africans don't resort to extreme measures as chopping heads off leaders and shooting people on military bikes, but instead they just dance and celebrate? But Europeans, you will see people getting assassinated. What's the difference there, Tone?
Well, all I can say is when leaders come into power, either by the so-called democracy or whatever it's called, I don't know, they just become a dictator. Because what we have right now in Nigeria, I'll use Nigeria as an example, it's even worse than what we had during the Abacha regime, that we were thinking, by God, what has happened to Nigeria? This is even worse. Where you have all the major players in government have all got criminal record, and they're still thriving that criminal record. Governors are into oil smuggling and bunkering. So what kind of, I mean, what sort of thing do you expect from such a group of persons? No moral fabric, that it's not there's no, morality doesn't mean anything to them. It's all about money and power.
But why
Anybody
are Africans
that proposes,
forgiving to that? Why are Africans so forgiving towards these people? Why don't we chop their heads off?
Exactly. Okay, I'll give you an example. Today, there was meant to be a strike action in Nigeria that started with the Nigerian Labour Congress. Obviously, money has exchanged hands with the leaders. They called off the strike. So how do we want to move forward? And yet, the people even back home are even now appealing to the people in diaspora that we should come home and help them. How do we help them? That's a problem.
And El Noel said that it's because Africans are civilized. That's why we don't do those things.
What do you think, Niger? What do you think? Why are Africans, while European revolutions chop people's heads off, Africans are celebrating and dancing and enjoying the removal of a leader? What is that?
I think innately, somewhere within their subconscious, they understand that they are not going to win that struggle. Maybe they understand that their leaders have extra layers of power that they are not perceiving. And another aspect is that I think it's an element of tribalism and religious kind of supremacies and division, because you have to be united to carry out the proper revolution. Otherwise, one section of the country will see it as an attack on the other side, and then you have a civil war instead of a revolution. You see what I mean? So I think that division that they maintain within the country is part of the reason why you don't tend to see it. And this is why I was saying, if you want to change the country, you have to find common grievances that the entire country has, and channel a message to it, and also have a form of ideology that anyone can sign on to. Because the idea of these things is that now I begin to understand why people have ideology, because ideology is a way of condensing the need of the people. It's a way of condensing it. So say you want to, you have an ideology to secure the country and to ensure that our resources are used for the countries, and to go for technological revolution. Instead of you to keep saying it over and over again, you can have all of them and you just call it one name. You know how you people call communism? You just call it one name. You see what I mean? It's a way of distilling an idea into one common list, and it's easy for people to sign on to it and get on with actually making the change that's required based on the doctrines of that ideology. So I think that is something that we probably need to think about putting together.
Yeah, 100%.
I have your email. I think I have your email, don't I? That And I do
you
have
have my
that
email
also.
and all that kind of stuff. I hope
Mm.
I hope I didn't give my other email with my name and all that stuff. Since you're working with Nigerian Empire. Yeah, you're working with Nigerian Empire, so I'll have to trust
Oh
Niger
my
not to
God,
give me
man.
my name. That guy is my nemesis on this online race and all that stuff. He's my nemesis.
Oh
You
my
know,
God,
he
you
has a
really,
different narrative and I have a different narrative. But what you
yeah,
will know, Niger, that
yeah,
guy, he may say
yeah.
a lot about me, but he listens the most carefully to me and all that kind of stuff. And nowadays, I'm finding he's regurgitating a lot of stuff I say.
Oh,
But
don't
never
don't
mind.
bother with him. Don't bother with him. He does that. I think you come across as you actually don't worry about him. Your way of reasoning is actually better than his actually. And he likes to think that he's very, very good. And because he talks intellectually, has a little bit of British accent, that makes him correct. It's not necessarily true. It doesn't make you correct. And because you ask questions, look at when he was here, Tony, you saw now, he is asking questions. He's not there just talking like
Tonight,
he
it's
knows
not because I
everything.
ask questions because I don't know. I ask questions because
Who's
I know. You understand? I ask questions because I know what it, I know
Nadia?
what
Who's
it is
that?
and all that stuff. And I don't like to ask. I don't like to
That him
answer.
here, that he's asking questions and he's talking and asking questions about, exchanging ideas the way he talks. But sometimes when we go to this Kazorian channel, sometimes they come across as if, oh, he's just being combined. I don't know why he likes going after you that. I really don't get it,
No,
really.
no, Dr. Niger. You know, he goes because I press the most about his ideas. You understand, to Niger? His
Mm,
ideas. If without the popular, even when you come to the popular, people who are listening attentively know. You understand what I mean? I press the most against his ideas and leave it just between me and him. Bam, his
mm,
ideas are killed and all that stuff. I've had conversations
mm,
personally with me and him and
mm.
all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
we get to a level where he actually accurate and say, Edaf, I know this and that. You understand? Look, tonight, Kezo, he just does he does his thing and all that. So he's trolling, maybe he's doing it for channel, but
Mm,
I doubt he's doing it for just getting
mm,
views. I don't think so. I think he actually believes in what he says and all that kind of stuff. But he believes in what he says,
mm,
and he has his own narrative to spin. It's just his narrative. It's not right, and it's not productive. You understand? It's not very
mm.
productive for people. It's
Can
actually
we?
regressive.
Yeah, don't worry about him. Let's. We'll deal with him later. We'll go to this. We'll gather
No,
and trash these things out.
you
Um,
know, he's banned me from your channel and all that.
don't worry now. We'll trash these things out. That's what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Regarding the
Why are you not streaming the same stream he was streaming?
no, his stream is there. I think his stream is still on my
I think
channel.
it's ended, or he must be running another stream. Why are
Oh
you
yeah,
not
yeah.
linking the stream and that?
Because I'm on Dr. Damages too. Dr. Damages
Oh,
is a
you're on
bigger
Dr.
channel.
Damage's channel. This is a Dr. Damage channel or
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
linked to
stuff.
Dr. Damage's channel. There are 73 people watching at the moment. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, so the I think let's start responding to some of the chat so that
Yeah.
they become part of the, since there are not that many panelists here, so we can always exchange, because the chat, they tend to be quite exotic, and they can come up with all kinds of ideas. So let me
Yeah.
see what
I'll
Real
respond to a call
K.
for now.
All right then. Say, just pity you guys. I voted for Showore proudly, but is that why I should lap up any lies against Tinubu? You guys need to chill. I beg. Use your heads. Use your head. Okay, Real K. I don't understand what you mean. I don't know who you are referring to. Maybe it's the chat that you're referring to, but I don't know where the lie is that you're referring to, because he was the one. Sorry. He was the one. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, he was the one that decided that he should forge a document that he didn't need to forge, and submitted it to INEC, knowing full well a governor lost his seat or his governorship because of forgery of his deputy governor. So why would he put himself in that kind of risk, take that kind of risk? So if he's willing to take that kind of risk, with how many million potential supporters that he's got, is he not the one being careless with the support of those millions of people? I don't understand why you blame the people that are calling him out. Because personally, it's a little bit careless when you have millions of people relying on you to deliver for them, which he's not, by the way. So far, all his policies that he has pursued has done damage. Has done that. He's done it in a way that it leads to damage. I don't understand this type of economy. I don't understand this kind of security. I don't understand this kind of innovation. It's like he talks all these things, but I don't see the fruits. Maybe
Can
the fruits are
I
going to come on. Yeah.
can I just respond a bit to Real K? Real K, hi my brother. First and foremost, we are going to start noticing a lot of changes on Dr. Damages because we don't want to lose this channel because well, Dr. Damages will be speaking to people over the weekend. Please, if you could, we're not asking you not to support APC or whatever. I know that is not the issue, but you could present your thoughts without being disrespectful or any personal insults to anybody, to any of the moderators or any personality we're thinking about. I think that is very clear enough, let's just try to keep it respectful. Even though Tinubu, nobody hates him. Like I've always said in this channel, maybe you have not heard it. I know him personally, even before he became Lagos State governor. I know who he is. I've met him severally. He comes to my uncle's house back then. That was over 15, 20 years ago. I've known this man. If anything, I would have naturally um, being inclined to him. But the thing is, let us say the truth where we need to say the truth respectfully. Okay. Now, you said some things that Obi is a dimwit, and that you heard. You watched the interview on Arise. I don't know whether it's the same interview that I watched and so many other people watched that you are alluding to. See, and you're asking now who will carry out the coup. Listen, as it stands right now, as forefathers and everybody has seen, all his policies are not working. Now, if the military one day will wake up and then there's a military coup, will you blame the military? You not blame the military because you just asked for that response. It's a natural thing that is going to happen at any time, except he has to do something fast. Even especially with this certificate thing, I don't know how he's going to wriggle out of it. Because if the Supreme Court will rule in his favor, which is very, very likely, 95%, I'm sure the Supreme Court is not going to go against him. It's going to cause further tensions. So I just don't know. And people that he has surrounded himself, because if I were him, yeah, when I got in, I would have said, okay, shun politics, tribal sentiments, and everything. I want to work with the best across all parties
Yeah.
and call for a national unity. He has not done any of those, and yet you'll be hearing people within the party. They are still shooting out bigoted laden statements and all that. How can we go? How can we go forward as a country? The minute we start looking at ourselves as Nigerians rather than Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or Fulani or whatever and all that, we start going forward. I hear a lot of people saying that is the Fulani people, is the Fulani people. Not all Fulani people are bad. We have bad people. We have bad people in Igbo land. We have bad people in Yoruba tribe. We have bad people in other tribes. So it's not a tribal thing. Let us start calling out anybody that does wrong. Let us call them out respectfully. And if the person doesn't want to respect himself, then he gets violence in a friendly manner. You must have heard all of you are attacking Peter Obi. Peter Obi, is it not the same Peter Obi that's been calling for peaceful resolution to everything? Have you heard Peter Obi tell his followers to go out on the streets and start protesting? No, he hasn't, and I'll give it to him. And by the way, I'm
Yeah.
not a member of the Labour Party. I want to see Nigeria that works. If Tinubu does the right thing and has been doing the right thing, listen, I'll be one of the people that will be shouting for him and saying, well done, sir, and all that. At least you proved all of us wrong and all that. We will support him. He's our president. We will support
Yeah.
him. The question of even rigging the election, we've gone past that and all that. They went to court. The judiciary let everybody down. All of us know the truth. Let's tell ourselves, this is like a family meeting right now. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We all know that APC rigged it and all that. Okay, fair enough. We've gone past that now. And now look at the mess he's put us through. This is a big embarrassment. During the times of Awolowo, Zik, and all that kind of thing, what would be what nobody has ever heard that they were forging their certificate, giving wrong information about their qualification and all that. We never had that. This is people. You people don't understand what we're dealing with. Our passports, people coming in now into the major airports of the world right now will be subjected to extra scrutiny because of one man. Yeah, let's tell the truth. Let's love. You see, love. Yeah, when you really love your child, you tell them the truth is bitter. So all this APC thing, or whether Yoruba Ronu, or this thing, that's why I don't subscribe. I don't. I'm a proper Igbo man from Anambra State and all that. Yeah, I don't subscribe to IPOB because I think IPOB is not the right way to go. You can't be there calling for a government to be overthrown. That you're insulting a sitting president, saying that he's from Sudan and all that kind of thing. Now they've captured you and you're shouting. Let's tell the truth where the truth hurts. So real K, my brother, we need to sit down and all that. I know you're very passionate about APC, probably from the way you're writing. I don't fault you with that. Everybody has their own choice for one reason or the other. I know that, but we've got to. Obi is Obi. Calling Obi a dummy. Hey, come on! You're not listening, and you're not being truthful to yourself by even calling him, and even but anyway, going forward, this sort of language will not be tolerated on this channel very, very soon. And when you resort to calling people, and Mr. Peter Obi is going to be here in weeks' time and all that, so that kind of behavior will not tolerate it going forward. I just thought I should just let you know. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we have to try to keep. I did say that when I'm going to be running the show in the coming days and weeks, I'm going to try to be keeping tribal and religious stuff, except that is the specific topic we are talking about. We're going to keep it out of the discussion. The idea is that we want to be relating to problems for what they are, problems of the nation, and so that other groups are brought into the conversation. And we seriously need Northerners to come into the conversation here, and I hope they too have their own forums where we too can join and understand our various problems so that we can be able to shape them into a coherent message. I think that part of it is probably what is missing. I think individually both sides have a significant population that understands something needs to change, and but they have been separated. They've not come together to put their message together and form a common message that they want to send to the center for change. And if we are able to succeed in doing this, it will be one of the most efficient way of transforming a nation. And if our leaders are listening, if they care for their people, they want to listen. They really want to listen, because the people are the ones that are going to be willing to put their life on the line for their people, for their nation. And they don't want to be sold. They don't want to be given to foreigners as gifts and telling them that they can come and save us. No, we want to take care of ourselves. Our people want to hold their head high in this world like everyone else. That's why many of them run to Western countries. They want to hold their head high. Like he even said it during that conversation. He said, "We want to live like everybody else." He said it, which is a good thing to say, because to say that you want to live like anyone else, but he went and said you should give, they should give it to us, that they've taken our freedoms away. Nobody can take your freedom away other than yourself. You are the one allowing it to happen. Our country is not that hard to secure. You have the people, you have the resources, you have the know-how. You need to get it done instead of listening to whatever agreement you had with the foreigners not to defend our countries. They have, I'm telling you, these people, I'm almost 100% convinced they have an agreement with foreigners not to defend the country. They do. And the British have a warship now in the Nigerian waters, claiming that they are coming to help fight insecurity around our waterways. In reality, they are bringing their warship to come and ensure our security from people like Wagner and all those things. This is kind of stuff that happens. And the kind of arrangement we have with them is not benefiting us, clearly. If they've been, like the Japanese and the South Koreans or the Taiwanese, they have good relationship with the West and they are prospering. That's the kind of relationship you want to have. Not this unequal relationship that leads us to this kind of poverty that we live in. IDP camps all over the place. That IDP camp, then our natural resources are getting stolen out of the country while all this is going on. And in collusion with our leaders. Nobody's calling them out because they're busy stealing. What is the use of stealing money that your generations are not going to live to enjoy? What is the use of stealing money that you may not even live to enjoy? You are going to die. Your children are going to meet a bad fate sooner or later if you carry on in this direction. Because those people that you are building the economy, they are going to come for you. They are going to come for you and they're going to come to take more. And those your children that used to be visitors and all those things, they will turn to prisoners or slaves or even worse. Don't think it's innocent cooperation. It's not an innocent cooperation. Eventually, there will be serious penalties to pay for it. You were saying something.
Many people cannot see this foresight that you're seeing. That's why I always say to Nigeria, you are a prophet. You raise questions and concerns that are really tantamount. And like the debate I was listening to yesterday, that infuriated me so much and all that stuff. You're mentioning stuff that matter to us and all that stuff. Our future security, the need for survival. And this guy, but Russia are living in slavery. No, Russians are in slavery. Russians are not in slavery.
That was crazy discussion, isn't it?
But they have the means to survive and chart their own destiny in this world and all that kind of stuff. You understand? They cannot be enslaved. Oh, but they don't have any freedom. It annoyed me so much, man.
They don't have any freedom. What freedom do you have? We are a democracy. What freedom to be poor and die of poverty?
Imagine that we have. We are democracy. We are democracy, but we cannot chart our own path in this world. Tone. Imagine that. Eh?
They don't seem to understand the concept of survival first before you worry about anything else. You want to be able to survive in this world, because if you sell that right away, anything is up for grabs. So they can do whatever they like with you and your children and your future, and they don't understand that. And besides, Russia is not even that suffering that much. Russia GDP per capita is about 6 times more than that of Nigeria. I'm like, how can you compare that to a suffering
I love the
country?
question you asked them. It's funny they're saying all this about Russia, but they wouldn't move back to Kenya. You understand? They wouldn't move back to Kenya. And then you ask them, would you, when you ask a Russian, do they want to live in Nigeria or live in Russia? Which one do they prefer?
Exactly. That one, that one got them in there. Like, no, Russians would never agree to want to come and live in Nigeria with our freedoms.
You are the man. Tonight, you're not Kezo. Kezo is not Kezo is something else, but you are the man. You are the actual prophet in this thing. You believe it or not. You're the prophet.
You are also an oracle now. Everybody see. Let's not worry about titles or anything. The important thing is, because in the end we're just human beings trying to do the best for our people. That's basically what it is. And because when we start with all these names, it looks like we are some kind of special people. We are not.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what, I'm just playing. Now, here's the thing. People don't understand that. They don't understand. Like this security. Like one thing you've majorly said, the thing. If you outsource your security to somebody else and all that stuff, you might as well forfeit your life. So yet again, these coastal regions in Africa are outsourcing their security to France and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Okay, yes, you can see they're outsourcing to Wagner. Now it looks like the whole West Africa region is one thing I do know, they will pull out. They will pull out of West Africa region. just to come cause chaos from another point. So West Africa is in deep trouble and all that stuff.
Did you hear? Have you got any information about the actions of the Burkina Faso leader or the Mali leader in terms of actually developing and taking control of their country?
Yeah, I think the Malian leader is the one making actual moves as well. The Malian leader at the moment, he's definitely expanding in recruitment of army and all that stuff. But most importantly, just like how Mauritania has been effective in fighting against the terrorism, he has obviously, we like these countries to industrialize and start producing these things, but that's a tall road as well. But it's imported some new fighter jets, new drones from Turkey and Russia and all that stuff to help him in the fight against the terrorism, in his country. That is a great advantage to have, along with getting new military power. Burkina Faso, although with him, he seems to be focusing on yes, to a certain extent, he's focusing on military. I can see they've imported some new Chinese-made, what do you call it? Anti-armored vehicles, vehicles. You know what I mean? Those kind of anti-armored vehicles. So it's imported some new armored vehicles to roam around the country and all that stuff to help in the defense. So he's got some new stuff from China and all that stuff. So, but at the same time, he seems to be more focused on, because it seems to be a management kind of issue where, because if you don't do anything, people will start complaining that he's not done anything since he's been. So he seems to be doing both infrastructure projects and at the same time the security issues as well. You understand what I mean? I'm not looking to the numbers in terms of recruitment, but I'm telling you, now that they have the freedom and they are not in a pact with France, they can recruit as much as they like.
But my problem is, are they doing it? Because if you look at Central African Republic, they've had a relationship with the Russians for quite a while, and I don't see that country like having soldiers that are Gestapo matching. I don't see it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's take a positive development from this, in the sense that these people have a military alliance with Niger. That is an unseen situation in West Africa ever. That you see countries band together and say they will stand together and defend each other and all that kind of stuff. That is introducing a new type of politics into the continent. Do you agree with that, tonight?
Yeah, it's it's very, very new. It's something that,
that is what the West doesn't want to see. They want to see us divided. They want to have all these old stooges that don't have anything in their head to be. Exactly. They don't want us together, because there's power in unity.
Exactly. So that new type of politics of alliance between African nations, don't you think that is gonna take hold tonight?
I hope it takes hold. I really hope it takes hold. If I was Tinubu right now, I would be angling to bring Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, maybe even Guinea under the influence of Nigeria.
He really should have done that.
Because now they are free from the French. It's time for you to pull them in.
How much power Nigeria? How much sway and power Nigeria would have had to bring all these countries under their umbrella? You understand what I mean?
But the problem with Nigeria, the problem with that is that okay, yes, we can have defense pact with them and economic alliances with them, but the more closely we tie to them, the more closely maybe southern Nigerians will start complaining that, oh yeah, you're going to have these Muslim countries and bringing them closer. Oh, you're bringing your Hausa brothers and Fulani brothers. They'll start saying all those things. So you will have to bring Benin Republic and Togo. And Benin Republic and Togo needs to change a bit. They need to move away from French.
You have to bring Benin and all the other southern coastal
regions. And to Nigeria, if you look at the security issue we are facing in Nigeria, because we don't have a military pact across. Because if we can deal with if we can have a sort of a military pact and all that, those Fulani so-called herdsmen, but I don't think they are Fulani herdsmen anyway, but those so-called Fulani herdsmen that are coming from the sub-Sahara and going to all these countries to cause problems will be nipped in the bud. Okay, how come we don't have Fulani herdsmen causing mayhem in Ghana? Because Ghana stood their ground. They are their borders are well manned. But even if you ask me right now, we see the immigration service in Nigeria needs to be more robust than what we have right now. We don't have an immigration service. They are not doing anything. The only place that they're active is in our airports, you know, seeking for seeking for people that carry drugs, people that will bribe them, people that are coming to the country that are just arriving to tip them. That's all they know. We don't have a robust immigration for. They should be in the borders. They should be securing our borders and all that. Make sure that nobody is sneaking in or sneaking out.
Okay, let's put it this way. Like Burkina Faso leader now, Mali leader, Guinea leaders, and if you look at Central African Republic leaders, why is there no Pan-African that goes to these people and tell them, you know what, you need to get your act together. Don't just rest on the French, the Russians to take care of you. Start recruiting and building a military. I really wish there was someone that focuses on security, because like PLO Lumumba now, he gets around. But the problem is that he doesn't talk about security that much. He really doesn't. He just talks about removing decolonization, development, industrialization. He really never focuses on security as a paramount instrument to do all those things that he wants done. And that is the problem, because
tonight,
go ahead.
PLO Lumumba is from East Africa. So there's no necessity for him to have an added interest entirely in West Africa, right? But I don't want to say that's the only thing. But number two, when you're prominent Pan-African and all that stuff, and you are on the airwaves and you're seen, you are likely to be more easily compromised and all that kind of stuff. So you will learn to self-censor yourself on topics that you don't want to talk about as well and all that kind of stuff. So I don't necessarily look at the PLO movement. One thing I've noticed on these waves and all that stuff to Niger is they are anti-Pan-Africanists and they are prominent Pan-Africanists that are on the airwaves, and they have the loudest voice than actual Pan-Africanists. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the ones you see, such as in Burkina Faso, Mali, and all that stuff, they don't talk much about Pan-Africanism, but the actions that they do are actually, if you look at Tunisia, apart from the recruitment situation, you look at the purchasing of weapons to actually meet the immediate concerns. The immediate concerns as in the terrorism situation. What they have purchased to deal with that is a major thing. It's the same thing Mauritania has had to deal with the situation as well. So such as drones and weapons and this alliance that they have, right? So that is a nice move. And this alliance, what they've purchased, and I don't know to how much amount they recruited. So this is what Pan-Africanism is aiming for. So you can have people come and speak to you about Pan-Africanism, but there's people who are actually acting on it. I don't support the Guinean leader so much because I'm still half and half with him. But what he speaks is, when he goes to the UN, he said, "Oh, we're not anti-French, we're not anti-this, we're not anti-that, we're just pro-African and all that kind of stuff." You understand? He doesn't speak security still. He doesn't speak security, but you understand? So it's a management issue. You understand? The situation with Central African Republic is the former leader of Wagner. You understand what I mean? The former leader of Wagner, that guy is a greedy guy that cared about just money and how much money he makes from that country. You understand what I mean? Extraction of gold and all that kind of stuff. If Putin and the Russian state starts doing that, the West will go ballistic just reporting all that nonsense all around the media, and Russia will lose credibility. Russia can't afford to lose more friends in the world at the moment. Do you understand what I mean? So if they made it their agenda to focus on just extraction of African resources or make it like not achieving results, they will get kicked out just as easy as the French got kicked out as well. But the problem
you would think that they will at least it's not up to the Russians. The Russians, I think what they are offering is a kind of protection umbrella, so that while you are pulling away from the West.
I know you didn't see that. That's why when I supported you yesterday when you said that I saw that Putin said he's ready to trade all these things with all the world. Because I saw that I mentioned it in the channel, but nobody heard me. You understand what I mean? Putin said he's ready to. So obviously African nations are a bit behind to making those, but at least to meet your immediate needs, buy the required equipment at least necessary. You understand? You don't need to go for nukes in the first place. Yes, we can. If you want, you can go, but at least get the required equipment needed to blast all these terrorists away. Now you see what the West is doing to Niger. What they want to do, they want to destabilize the region. In Mali, what was happening? Those separatists, the Azawad Kingdom, they're not calling them terrorists anymore. They're calling them separatists. The language has changed now. They used to call them separatists when the French was there, but now they're calling them separate. They used to call them terrorists when the French was there. Now they call them separatists. So they say that Northern Malian separatists are back and Malians have died and all that stuff. So they are pushing forward a separation of the Malian state with you understand what I mean?
Crimson, just like right now in Nigeria, they are called bandits. They are not called terrorists anymore. The Nigerian government calls them bandits. Imagine.
Bandits.
This is the thing now. We see that's why you need to do the job yourself, because this is what is going to keep happening. Those so-called separatists or terrorists, they will be attacking the nation's military now, and if you are not strong, you're going to fall. I don't know what is wrong with these leaders. Get your people into, train them. Even if you have to focus on this for the next 4 or 5 years, do that and get them into and kick all these people out of your country that are causing the problems and take over your territory and protect it. Then you can worry about everything else. Then that is the gift that the Russians are giving them. But I fear that African leaders, there's something wrong with them. They will give them this window and they will just sit there and just make minor movements. You know, if you look at Lin Kuan Yew and all the other, they were very radical. They make very radical changes very quickly. You can see within a few months. Look at even Sankara. From what I gather, Sankara built houses very, very fast. For somebody that was in office for just about 3 years or so, he did a lot of things during that period. So I don't see why. I think Mali now, they are going to 2 to 3 years now. I don't see any rapid change in Mali. I'm not seeing it. Only all I see now and again is Russia bringing weapons to the country. Not a really decisive change that I expect to see. No, I'm not. I understand how I'm coming across, but I just feel like I need to see more before I know that the sacrifice they made is for the right reason. There's no point kicking the French out when you just replace them with the Malians and start behaving like our forefathers and just sit there and wait for the next colonizer to arrive again. It's like, what is that?
Let's leave the jury out on that tonight for now. Let's leave the jury out.
I'll keep leaving it out now until somebody gives me a clear report, because now it's taking a while now. I need to get a report that says these guys are really changing the country. Then I'll be happy. There will be hope. But I get concerned that even when military takes over, they still behave like the civilians. It's like there's something about them that don't want to defend their people. I don't understand it.
It's all about greed and money.
It's really all
about greed. It's all about greed and money. I mean, the average Nigerian general right now is not even fit. They can't even run. They are so unfit for a general. See them pot-bellied, and it's all about chilling and just hanging that rank and all that. There's no capability. There's even nothing in their head, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then the Westerners are very clever. They've kind of spoiled them with wealth, isn't it? And privilege and all those nice things in life. Can you imagine after enjoying those things, you go and start worrying about dying the next day? Who wants to do that? They don't want all the hassle. They're like, that's too much. I can't do that. Even if I'm a general, I can't do that. Where I start fearing for my life every single day. They don't want that at all, and they don't know that's the price you have to pay. You're just postponing the day of reckoning if you don't take it now, and causing your children with that kind of fate, which is not fair, really. To pass it on to the next generation, as I always say, like a venereal disease, you pass the weakness on the line.
My fear is that I hope some crazy guy that don't care will come in one day and execute all these people in a bloody military coup. It's not something that we want to see, but they are really pushing some people, because when they come, these people will people that will say, okay, we die, we live, and they don't care. They are going to do it's not going to be funny. We don't want that to happen.
Can
Hopefully,
Nigeria produce someone like that, really? Nigeria as it exists at the moment, and how connected it is with the rest of the West and the world, can it produce somebody so radical like that?
there are people that are radical right now, but right now I think it's so hot right now. I believe they're still going to strike. But when I speak like this, people will say, "Yeah, am I insinuating calling for military coup?" Nobody wants a military to come back. But
That's what I'm saying. A military coup may
if
not
you
be
don't
the
do the
right
right
way for
thing,
Nigeria to go.
if you don't do the right thing, the obvious will happen. That is what we're just telling these people. The obvious, if you just don't do the right
But
thing, the
the thing
obvious will
about
happen.
military coup that I find strange is that why it is that they don't ever come take over and just say, you know what, we are going to take over the presidency, the executive council, and just leave all the other institutions in place. And if any of those civilians step out of line, they are going to pay dearly. And I don't know why they don't leave the institutions in place. They just take over the top. That is all you really need to. Then the other democratic structures can still remain in place. And then from there reinforce everything else, because in other words, you are bringing military discipline into this in the heart of government to an extent, without necessarily, because this is that they come into office like every institution is here henceforth abrogated and dissolved. And you know what is that? They like to abrogate and dissolve institutions.
I think
It will
it's
take
like a
years to
temporary.
build back up again.
I think it's a temporary step of government. Look, even if Burkina Faso and Mali, they said they absolve it, but they still the same ministers that they were using and all that stuff. They brought them back to kind of re-explain everything and all that stuff. So it's just a kind of put a halt, stop at government, just like the United States will do. But they still bring back those type of ministers in order to be able to make some progress and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
So
it seems
it's
to be
just
dodgy now. Why do they
it's
have
just
to
something,
dissolve all
it's
the
just
like
something
House of
you do.
Assembly, everything? They
Say
don't
that
have to.
it's just something tonight. It's just something you
But
do
think
when
about it now.
you
Think
do
about
it
it
like
that. No, think about this. Because the point I'm trying to make here is that if you like take over a government from the top, you take the presidency, the vice presidency, all the ministerial position, they are all now military. But you leave the House of Assembly intact. You leave all the other people intact. Because now those executive council and the ministers and the aides, they are all military now. Those House of Assembly will have to answer to them, and they will have to behave themselves. But the idea of just dissolving everything seems to be a lot of destruction, because now you have to start all over again to build everything from scratch again. Because let's face it, all the countries that are doing very well, they are not ruled by military. Even Putin is not military. Z of China is not military. Even what's his name? Kim Jong-un is not the military. You have to go civilian and actually govern people in a civilized way. And I worry that our coup leaders, whenever they come into office, they stay with their uniform too long. And then they don't even change much too. They don't change much on the ground. That is what I find problematic, because what is the difference? What is the point of coming to remove the democratically elected leader when you don't even change much on the ground? I don't get that.
Have you seen that they removed all the democratically elected politicians? I don't think they have removed it. When I look at Burkina Faso, the civilian leaders are still there. Mali, the civilian leaders, it's just the presidency that has been removed. Like the government, yeah, that's what happened. It's just the presidency that has been removed, but the civilian leaders are still there. It's just now exactly as you say. It's just now they're under a much more authoritarian rule and all that stuff. But they're still there. They're still the same politician. You can't just bring any just dusty military guy. Well, I don't like to use that word. You can't just use any military guy. Just say. So the civilian leaders are still there. It's just they're now under a new authority. They have not done so to Niger.
Okay, I think we need to round up, because two of us are not even feeling very well today. I think electricity was not feeling well. I'm not feeling very well myself, and I don't want to stay too long. And besides, I even got something to do tomorrow morning, quite early.
Electricity. Somebody calls himself electricity.
Yeah, that was funny, because when I Can Fire came here, I Can Fire Akafaya caused so much trouble that Akafaya was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you shocked? I thought your electricity. That was you can see because Akafaya was, you know, Akafaya now how he can come across. He really gave electricity, wasn't expecting it that day. I think it was on a Sunday.
Sorry.
You can imagine what happened now. Akafaya was ripping electricity. And then it was really funny, man. Because we were about to close after the session, and like, electricity was like going to do something. I was like, electricity, what's the matter? Why do you seem shocked? I thought you had like electricity. I couldn't stop laughing. That was one of the funniest sessions going.
That's funny. Imagine that, because Nigerians having problem with electricity. This guy calls to say
no, I think electricity is quite a decent guy from the point of view that he focuses on action, and he believes in holding House of Assembly members accountable and recalling them, and he wants to champion the process of recalling, sensitizing the people so that they can be able to recall these House of Assembly members so that they can start behaving themselves. So I can see, at least he suggested something on the ground that can be done. Something on the ground that can be put together to start challenging these leaders that are in office. And they do pay attention. Many, surprisingly though, which I don't know whether it's a good thing, our Nigerian leaders do pay attention to what is going on online. They do pay attention and they do listen. So it's just that they don't respond appropriately. All they do is find a way to pretend as if they are doing something, but they don't really change a lot of things.
To Nigeria, in addition to that, how do we deal with our with people like us that are meant to know better, but yet they are supporting criminality in the face of damning evidences, things that everybody knows, even the devil himself knows that it's wrong, and they're supporting it just because they are because of their emotional attachment, or maybe they are having some kind of a reward from the government in on the day. How do we deal with such people? How do we address them and say, hey, this can't continue happening? Because if they don't, if these people do not have supporters, and we have people that can tell them, hey, this is not right. Yes, you are from my tribe, you are from the same region with me, but you can't do this. That's another big problem that we need to deal with.
Tunaja,
yeah.
One thing I want to tackle is that tribalism issue that people keep thinking that is a big problem to deal with. You understand? That Africa is too tribal, and that because we're too tribal, that we can never get anywhere very far or something like that. And I want us to actually address this topic head on and see that our tribalism, you understand, how can we deal with it and all that kind of, how can we deal with it from, of course, a continental state is very good. So at least at a regional level or a national level, how do we deal with the tribalism issue? Let's address the topic head on.
Yeah, I think tribalism is one of those things that we are looking. What we discussed over this weekend, we said we were not going to talk about it. We're not going to bring tribes up during discussion for the next 5 weeks at least, so that we kind of try to focus on the issues. Because I feel we found that because when we start talking about tribalism, it can be very distracting and divisive, at least, and it takes us backward in terms of trying to understand how different regions of the country feel about situations going on in the country. And because we had one discussion, I don't know whether Tone was here then, or AY, one discussion we had this weekend. I found that discussion very, very insightful. John Abba was there.
Sunday. It was on Sunday evening, right?
Was it on Sunday? No, Sunday evening was when Kene came in, so it was probably Saturday evening.
Okay, I was
the
here.
one
Yeah,
where
yeah, we finished together. We finished
yeah,
together on Saturday.
we are talking
Yes.
about the northern and this thing. You know, those questions we were asking John Abba about why, how they respond, the people in the north respond to their leadership, and why they do it that way. You know, how we distilled it down to some of the fears that they have about the southerners because they cannot afford to turn on their leaders when southerners are just there waiting to
Yeah, yeah.
stigmatize and take over. So that was an interesting insight that came out during that discussion, and we are supposed to be building on these things and communicating and exchanging ideas so that we now start forming a form of ideology of how to truly tackle these leaders, because now many of us already know what needs to be done. We need to change these leaders or change their mind to do the right thing, and until we are able to garner national voice for this, you are probably going to fail. You are not likely to succeed because they will use division to break everybody apart and say, oh, this is a southern thing, this is a western thing, and everybody will be suspecting each other. But if everybody's on the same page on the ideology and what needs to be done, you'll find that the leaders will not have any choice. They will be cornered then, and they will have to do what needs to be done. And if they don't do what needs to be done, nobody needs to tell them. Even their house boy will kick them in the backside. They will be kicked out of the Aso Rock. You change the people, the leaders will change by force. They will not have a choice. Welcome to
Nadia,
Mr. Triumph.
just before you close the show, somebody I've been seeing on the comment section is actually on the panel now. It will be interesting to hear his take. I
Mr.
think
Triumph.
Ishola ROA, sir. Can you want
Oh, no, I
make
think
your
Mr.
submission?
Triumph actually.
Is it?
Mr. Triumph and AY came in. AY, thank you for
Okay.
coming in, and
Oh, Mr.
Mr.
Triumph,
Triumph.
can we hear your submission, sir, please?
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
you,
you very
you
much.
you can go with any of the topics that we have been discussing.
Yes, I've been listening to you guys, and one thing is that we all have to work together just to eradicate this tribalism of a thing. If we all can just remove that tribalism, that wherever you've been given birth is your place of birth, and again your native land, that would be great. Because of I know that the people that we are giving birth in Lagos, they don't accept Lagos as their state. You have to go back to your own. Like we that in the southeast, we have to go back to the southeast. They ask for a birth certificate, and again that's not good. At least that's the way that we are separated. So we lack unity. We lack unity in Africa as a whole. Even Nigeria is another different case, but Africa as a whole, we lack unity. So we all can work together then to be one. When there we are one, we can easily to advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Triumph. You have your French accent. Which country are you from? Mr. Triumph, which country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
How come you seem to sound French?
Yeah, I'm French and I'm Nigerian also.
Uh-uh.
He,
You are
he,
a Nigerian that went to France.
he was colonized by French.
Are you a Nigerian that went to France? Français? Eh? No, tell us that a little bit. So it's like you're a Nigerian that went to France. Is that it, or your parents, or something?
My family went to France. That's it.
Went to France. Oh, Nigerians going to France. That's an interesting combination. It's all good. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that. It's good that our French people are here because sometimes it's hard to bring like people from Benin Republic in. So, but if you are here, some person, somebody like that can come in and maybe speak French, and we'll be able to understand what they are saying. Because we don't know how Benin Republic is right next door, but it's like a different world. They have French bases there, and it's like their whole paradigm is different. And it will be interesting to hear how their people think about the French presence there, whether they like it or not.
Like other platforms, like the one that you organized also with women. I normally speak French with Judea and with a few others of them over there too. So that's just it. I speak French with them.
Nice, nice. Mercy, mercy, mercy.
Doria,
I try to say.
Doria.
Merci.
And he
I
was
always try
saying,
to
and
speak
he,
French. Go ahead.
Mr. Triumph, some minutes ago you were asking us to switch on our cameras. I think you should switch on your camera as well. You see, you can see me. I'm smiling. Switch on your camera, and you're very welcome at any time. I know that this forum, Dr. Damage, I think is his best so far. When we come,
That's
if you want to
true.
talk
The
about Nigeria,
damages and two Niger,
and to
channel
Nigeria as
and
well.
Iroko Post. We shouldn't forget to promote all our
Yoko post, yeah.
network
So
channels.
Tunaja is going to he's going to post the links again. So if you've not subscribed to any of them, it would be good if
Yeah.
you go there, subscribe as
I
well.
had
Yeah, and
you,
like.
I had you, Mr. Tom. Sorry to cut you off. I had you
Okay.
speaking about security earlier. I was just listening to you speaking about why is that the DLNA is not doing their work very well concerning to the Fulanese. But you know that for my own opinion, I only think that all these bandits is all for political purposes. It's not for.
Exactly.
It's just because I heard that that they found something very, very interesting in those lands in the north. So to frighten other people, so they have to create things just to avoid people going there, and it worked easily. That's what I had. That's it.
You're correct. Yeah, you're correct. Yes, it's true. You're correct. You're
That's
quite
good.
correct. That is why we're talking about collaboration. If we can start having collaboration with our fellow African brothers and all that. I mean, for instance, I don't know whether you know about there's this guy that builds cars in Anambra State. It's called Moto. Imagine that
Yes, I
car.
know him. I know him. No, I
We'll
don't know him
have it at
personally.
yeah, so even if we open up a market that will be available to us across even West Africa, and we're driving, and you will make, I mean, maybe even having another factory apart from in Nigeria, having a factory say like in Burkina Faso or Niger and all that, and those cars will be as good as the ones coming from Europe and even be more affordable. That is, we're empowering ourselves economically, because I still believe in the power of empowering ourselves economically. If we start empowering ourselves economically, and all that things will start falling into place. These people that are manipulating us will stop manipulating us. And the primary need of Africa right now is food. Even though we're so blessed with
Okay,
food, but
we know. According to you just said, I agree of everything you just said. We can say that food is okay, but one of those things that before you can start eating in peace, you have to have security. If you don't have security, you can't eat, because I know people, because I've read and I heard many things on air, on watching Nigerian television stations. They say that the people don't sleep. People cannot eat. When they're eating, they can just some group of guys can bust in, and then they say, everybody follow me. So everybody start to follow them. So that's justice. So one thing is that we need security. We need the food is where we need health. Also, you can see, so there are so many things that the country have to work within ourselves. But the problem is that we have problems with the problem we have in Nigeria is not the executive branch of the country, not the president. I'm sorry, not the president, not the executive branch. It's in the local aspect, the legislative and the local aspect. Because if you see, the governors are the problem today in Nigeria. I tell people it's the governors.
Yeah, but if you say that is not the problem, then please tell me what you think about this.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists.
Look at the face of the British guys.
Let us be given back our freedom.
To Niger.
Yeah.
Do you know that the bandit problem can be solved within a week? You know that.
If we mean business now, if we actually do what we
But
need to
we know that our generals are corrupt. They use it to make money.
It's not only corruption. If you do your maths, you can see that they cannot be everywhere. you know, I didn't even know that number, but I actually suspected it before. But the security expert said that 80% of our forces are used to secure the critical states like River State, Lagos, Abuja, Kano, all those areas. Then, if 80% of our forces are used to secure those states, and they are not even that secure, then you're using about 20% to fight bandit terrorism that is spread all over the country. How are you supposed to be everywhere at the same time? You can't. You don't have the manpower. And they attack villages, towns.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You?
No, sorry,
Sorry.
Exero Maestro. Let him just respond, then you can go.
Yeah,
AY2 was here first.
yeah, just two things. You know, one thing that I said, I used to normally tell people that the government builds the nations. Why can't we give it to the private sector? Because in the Western world today, we have the private sector that occupies these roles. One thing is that everybody wants to share from the national cake. You understand, too, Niger? So that's why I say that for me, I don't believe that the military aspect they're corrupt. Honestly speaking, I know that
You
they're
see that
corrupt.
national security advisor? Does that man look like corruption is the reason why he is there begging? He's
I
there
can
begging
tell
like
you,
somebody that is not allowed to do it himself.
he can do it. He just one thing. Does I remember. I can't.
Okay, he can do it. Let me play it again. Whether this man seems to exude power to you, whether this man is not exuding weakness to you.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this.
They're cringing. Like,
What
how do we treat this guy?
I'm ashamed watching this video. Really, I know what Nigeria are capable of doing. Nigeria is the fourth strongest military in Africa. If look at Liberia, what they did to Liberia, I know what they can do, but they want to use it just to collect money again from the Westerner. That's what I believe in. That's my own thought. That's it.
Yeah.
Just to collect money. Just to collect money and do few stuff, because I know that they know where they are, because nobody can come to Nigeria and start doing something, because we know
They
where
don't know. You think they do, but you know there are forces behind these things, and they are collecting our natural resources. They've created IDP camps in Nigeria. I think Nigerian military, just because they want to make money, you can make money in peacetime too. I don't understand why people think that you have to make money.
You make more money during wartime.
During wartime, you mean?
Yeah.
To Niger.
It depends on how you look at it, because you do. I don't know whether you actually, because most of the resources are spent, and during wartime they tend to actually follow the
criminals make more money during the wartime. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. AY hasn't said anything though. AY, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I can go ahead. But I wanted to ask a question on the video.
Okay, just go ahead and ask the question.
So to everyone, like, what does that video really mean to you? What do you think he was doing, really?
I think he was basically pleading to Western, if you want to call them masters, to help them secure his country. Like he doesn't have the tools to do it.
Toon, what do you have idea?
I'm embarrassed. Knowing
No, let's face the real issue. Leave that one.
Okay.
Just what is your
okay, my interpretation is a man that is not capable of doing doing that job that he's been appointed to do. He's totally incapable of doing that job.
So I think I wanted to see if anybody see the way I'm seeing it, right? So here is what I noticed, right? It's more like he's accusing them to stop sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. That's the way I view it. Like more like he's begging, hey, I know it should be people that are causing it, but stop. We want to have peace in our country. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong.
Okay, let's watch it again. Maybe we're going to see what you saw.
Yeah.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom, of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this. It's the cause of all the other problems.
There's somebody in the comment section just nailed it. Ishola, if you can highlight his comment, he just nailed it.
Yeah, it is not inane and an absurdity for him to be pleading with people who are benefiting from insecurity through arms deals to be provided of solutions to your insecurity as a whole. He is delusional. I think that is true, and what I think what AY is seeing is, I think, AY, you are really like bending over backward trying to see reason, because the key terms he used there was, we want our freedom, we need it to be given to us, you people can do it. You know, that is pleading.
That's if that's the case, that is so foolish. If I were the president, I would tell him to resign.
Look at how they were looking. They were cringing now. They were like, this one is embarrassing. It's a disgrace for a man. Unbelievable.
To Naja.
Yeah.
Sorry, House. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
I saw the topic of the day, and when I saw the topic of the day, before you guys even came in, I was just thinking of what the argument I had with Tunaja one time. I don't know if you remember when we were talking about the military, and I told you the military is corrupt. You know, as these CSU results were released and everything came to fore, that the person we call our president has, you know, perjured. He faked those certificates. One thing kept coming to my mind, and it reminded me of the arguments me and you had about the military. When I told you that the military is deep into the national cake and they are benefiting as it is right now. When all else fails, when a country becomes what's that word? They use it, stateless or something, that has completely failed, then it behoves on the army to intervene. As it is now that we have seen all the fake result and everything, bam, we have caught this man now. Still, who will enforce his removal? Because now some of you gentle people will now say, they should continue the case to the Supreme Court, and a Supreme Court that this person has bought over, or a National Assembly that what's that word for it? Yes, sir, National Assembly. It is this time in normal countries that the army intervenes. So the army is they have dipped their hand in the national cake. And in fact, every democratic ruler or leader in Nigeria from long before has always caved into the needs of the army, or else they'll be overthrown. But it appears that this new set of crooks have understood how to satisfy the army so that they will have their way. The army will have their way, and then esprit de corps. Because I don't understand how we can have an army of how many soldiers? 200 soldiers. None of them is patriotic enough to see the handwriting of the war. Less than half of what these people have done since the Buhari time were done before we had the first coup. Less than. What did Tafawa Balewa and those ones then do? What did they do now compared to all these ones? Now they don't even hold elections anymore. They just capture everybody and put everybody in one place and say, okay, this person won. Look at the one that the Kogi state governor did. No primary even. They just gather everybody in one room. That's where we are heading. In fact, that's where we are now. They're just calling results. And everybody, they will tell you to go to court. They know that they have bought. So I told you before. And look at this Ribadu guy, this one that's there. They are not, these guys have not started work because, in fact, the information I got is that they have recalled all the ambassadors, every one of them, to start putting their own people. By the time they put their own people, what those people will now be doing is to now buy people like you. So that as we are here now discussing that, this guy fake result, some other person will just open a new channel all of a sudden with 35,000 members. And they will say, no, the Tinubu is this and that. And if you go and protest, they will open another chamber and new people will come and protest against you people. So the whole world will be confused. Tinubu is a master of that game.
But this is
so
where
the whole world will be confused.
Sorry, can I just interject? This is where I am saying, because when I make this statement again, some people that are APC supporters will say, am I calling for a coup? I'm not calling for a coup. This is where my fear is, because having a coup d'etat right now in Nigeria, because the way the military has been structured is not easy, but it is possible. And now it's not going to come from the generals. Forget the generals. It's nothing. The generals cannot say they are very comfortable. They don't want to die. They are enjoying. So it's going to be junior military officers, and the military officers that will have the day they will have the slightest opportunity is going to be bloody. And why is it going to be bloody? They are going to take care of all their senior military officers that are loyal to the present government, and the government officials that they see. Just similar thing that happened in '66, but on a larger scale. I pray there will be another solution to it. But this is what I personally, this is my opinion. This is what I see that is happening.
Which solution? Please guess. Which solution?
There's the junior officers are going to strike. And when they strike,
that's what I'm saying. I say apart from the army intervening, which other way do you think there can be a solution? Because there's no other solution.
There's no other solution because Nigerians are too cowardly to go out there on the street and take a bullet.
Because they have done it before, and the military did not stand by them. That's why I say, if is the military so corrupt that they cannot see the handwriting on the wall, how can we have an army of 200 and something soldiers? None of them is patriotic.
I think
when they had the NSA.
Sorry, X0. I don't think it's necessarily because of corruption. I think it's partly because it's harder. I think Tone said it, that they are a little bit more decentralized now, and you have to have everybody on the same page before to do something like that. Because if one side refuses, you either have a civil war on your hands or the coup will fail entirely. So this is why it's a bit more complex. And I also think that bringing a military person into there doesn't necessarily automatically change anything, because many of them too have too much of that mindset. To have the right person in place, you can also do it democratically in such a way that you have to be creative about it. These things require creativity, and you have to do things that people have not seen done before. And I think that nothing less than that will solve our problem, because if we go the military route that is going to save us, yes, it might. It's like rolling a die that it will do, but it may not. But if you go through the people, because what the people want is quite consistent, they want power, they want security, they want electricity, they want all those things, technology, then that is not likely to change. And you want to go through that route to change the system. We just haven't seen it done, at least not recently, or it hasn't been done before. But maybe it is possible to do it because of the world we live in now. I'm sure there has to be a way. When there is a will, there is a way. And I've discussed some of the possible ways to get around these things without, because my fear is that if you let's say you go and do this sort of stuff and it leads to a lot of bloodshed, what guarantees that that blood is not shed for us going backward? Because the leader that emerges might be one that is completely in the control of the West completely, because they will fund him to finish the opposition, because they have more tools at their disposal. But if you are fighting with people, it's harder to change people's mind. And the more people you have at your disposal, how many people can they bribe? How many people can they influence? They can't. That's why when you go through the people, it's harder to change them. It's harder to derail them. Because if you take one out, another one comes. If you take one out, another one is there. The idea is not about individuals. It's about what they want. And this is why I think it has to be national. Because if it's only sectional, then all they have to do is get the leader to say, oh, is Igbo people doing it again? Is Yoruba people doing it again? And then everything will fall apart.
And to Niger, this broadcast is sponsored by your channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I will say what I have to say. And I think that responsibility has to start with you guys that have a channel. I don't have a channel. I don't, as much as I would love to have a channel, but I don't have the time to do that. But my weekends, I can dedicate and sit down for hours and hours and profile my solution and suggestion. But for those guys that have a channel for Nigeria Pan-Africanism, and then you are learning to channels that are known for bigotry, I think it's one of the first steps is de-associating yourself from such channels, because I cannot understand why people will have a channel and all you hear there is just absurd ideas and bigotry. Why would I want to be seen to be aligned to be working with such channels or to be aligned with such channels? And let me just mention one of those such
Give
channels.
example. Give example.
Is one man, and I believe that one man is being and I believe one man is being sponsored by the APC government.
Tinubu boy.
Because I don't see why a man. I don't see why a man will be promoting such bigotry with a lot of personalities. Personalities like one old man that calls himself Ajale Kuku that cannot even show his face and his real name, and you could see the bigotry. Yesterday, when was it yesterday? It was yesterday the whole judgment came and all that.
Yeah,
I was curious.
Tone, to be fair to them, if we want to criticize them, we want them to be here. It wouldn't be fair.
I'm not criticizing. No, to Niger, I'm not
because you are calling out
criticizing them.
Ajale Koko and one man and all those things. So we have to try to hold ourselves to a higher standard where we
That's
tell
fine.
people
So
what we think about
all I'm saying is that we need to start our housekeeping from the house. Because they say charity begins at home. It's these people that spread propaganda. Whilst you're doing very good job with what you're doing in trying to tell people to think progressively, so that Nigeria will be better, Africa will be better. Dr. Damages is doing his own good job, and then here we have one person on the other hand that is doing damage. It's just like you're scooping out water from your house and somebody else is pouring water from the backyard to flood out your house. So why would I want to align with that such a person? He comes sometimes into your channel. I've seen him many times. What he does in Dr. Damages, he comes to your channel and does the same thing. He wants to jump the queue. He wants to come and drop some divisive narratives and all that. You run off. We can't be doing it as a people. We need to start. We need to start telling these people that is not acceptable. I don't subscribe for us calling names or insulting them. We just need to tell them, listen, this is our stand. It cannot continue. The person and okay, the person that was accusing us the other night that we were talking about Igbos and all that kind of thing. funny enough, I saw him in one man's channel. He was praising one man's channel as if, and that is a channel that insults Igbo people every day. They are there. They are poking tribal insults at Igbos. And he came on Sunday to accuse us for what we never said and all that. I mean, see, this is the problem we have.
I think the way you see the way I interact with these channels is that even if they do all the things you said they do, you want to have your voice represented, because there will be none of our voice there if we just leave them to their voices. And besides, you get information sometimes that you will not normally get when you have people of like mind from them. Like an example of this was when I was on the channel and somebody talked about the events that occurred after the coup in 1966, about how some of the Southeasterners were mocking the Northerners and the leaders that were killed, in songs. I didn't know that. And as somebody tells me that if I was only on Dr. Damages, I would never hear that. So then, because I heard that and I was so skeptical of what they said, I said I had to go and check it. And when I went and researched it, I wasn't even satisfied just based on reports. I had to go to the hard copy, and I didn't even know that they had hard copies of those things online. I had to go to the decree itself that shows that Agui Rosie had to pass a decree to stop the Southeasterners from mocking people in the north, to for a military regime to pass a decree. So I wouldn't have known about that if not because I was on those channels. You see what I mean? That's why it's also good to hear from opposing views, and you never know. Everybody is in different stages of the journey.
If you want to know about Nigeria's civil war, it's gonna take you like 1 month to read through. You need to read a lot of stuff, to be honest.
I hear people insult Benjamin Adekunle and all that. Benjamin Adekunle fought with his heart for Nigeria because he believed in one Nigeria. There was an officer under him in Asaba that killed somebody on camera. Do you know he executed that guy? He's a northerner. So what do you say about that? And yes, somebody will come out and tell me that he fought for what he believed in. He fought for what he believed in. So there are a lot of narratives. When you hear a lot of gossips and narrative, that's why I forefathers. I'm not saying this because you're here. I will even say behind your back and other even few people that have heard this thing. I'm fearless. You have known. I'll say my mind as it is. I like you for one thing. When you speak things, you research. You're very, very good in researching. You research and you bring up your facts and you show people. And I think that is why some people do not like you, because you tell.
Forefather is a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, you show you publish your facts and you say it, and I think that's a way forward. We should start thinking deductively and researching, find out to dig in and drill in to find out the truth. My dad could be a bigot that have been telling me Yoruba people they are bad or this one, and I mean they are this, they are this, but let me find out myself. But right now, even though I'm an Igbo man, I even understand Yoruba people more than my own people. I speak the language. That is why I can understand where a Yoruba man is coming from, where an Igbo man is coming from. I understand the Northerners a little bit.
That's great. You can speak.
I understand the Northerners a little bit because I've been there during my military training. So the thing is, Nigerian, we need a shift of mindset to start delivering ourselves from all these beliefs that are not entirely true. That's just what we need.
It's a matter of collaborating. I think many of us have it, or I think that's what I'm observing. Even in the north, they have them. We just have to start collaborating and finding common grounds. I think once we start doing that, there will be a point. Events will spoil things, because when events occur, because you already have these alliances in place and these common grounds in place, it's easy for things to come to a head and change to happen. And that's why I agree with you sometimes when you say that some of the people that are being very divisive, we have to watch out for them, because what they tend to do is slow the discovery of some of these common grounds. because what they do is when you want to try to understand, let's say a northerner, then some other person will just show up and say, Fulanis are trying to Islamize the country. Fulanis are trying to take over everything. Then you be like, where do we start with this?
But Tunaja,
Yeah.
to tell you the truth, we really need, like you said, this forming these alliances, but we really need strong leaders that can imprison anybody, no matter the tribe. Like, look at what just happened. It still looks like a dream. The Buhari 8 years. This man should be brought to book.
Yeah.
You dare not mess with Nigerians like that. He just entered there, stole us dry, and left. He was taking loans until he left. Till the last day, he was still taking loans. He knew what he was doing.
Who was that? Who?
Buhari now. Who again?
Buhari.
But
You know,
some people will say,
Buhari is highly trusted in the north. You know that guy
that's
is so
what I'm
trusted.
saying.
I don't understand it.
That's what I'm saying. We need strong leaders who will damn the consequence. Bring this guy to book, punish him seriously, and put him in prison, man.
Exactly.
But sorry to
We
cut
need
you
to
guys.
open our eyes and see what this guy did. He didn't even do anything for his people. He didn't do it for the North. He didn't do it for anybody. He came to steal.
Mr. Maestro, don't say that. Don't say that, please. Don't say that, please.
Yeah, you see now.
He didn't do much.
Buhari lacks communication to we all in Nigeria. That's the problem he has. He does so many things also because of we cannot use. It's not the problem. I used to say it's not the problem because there's a budget every month for each state in Nigeria, and every governor has his or her own. So the problem there is that they give everybody security. Also, they give everybody everything, but at least I know that they lie to the people, and they like Uzo Dima of Imo State. He was telling that he's going to send between now and December 4,000 people. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can see the way they lie to us. They lie to the people, and these same people still believe them. So you can see this is the problem we have in Nigeria.
Bro, you are reducing the problem. You are reducing the problem. Me, I'm taking the problem from the head. I don't know. We don't need to reduce anything. When you flog the head,
no,
everything else we sit up.
We don't do that. You have to.
That's why I say we don't have strong
I'm
men.
sorry, Mr.
I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Pan-Africanist, but I believe in justice. You must give justice, no matter who. You must dedicate your life to it. You cannot free. There's no special fish. There's no goldfish. You deal with the head first. Who the hell is he to mess with Nigerians like that? You guys are not dealing with the problem. That's the problem. You're not dealing with the problem.
You can see
nobody dares to say this is the person that caused this problem.
6 months.
But the problem still lingers. He started to look at the debt. This guy, look, did you see the debt profile?
Tinubu. What is this that we all have to be honest? Mr. Nigeria, I know you are a man of facts. I told you that this morning. I told you the same thing that I love the way you react. But what Buhari lacks was what? Communications. You can see the Lagos Nigeria Express Road is one of the best now in Nigeria. I was shocked when I saw it. Also, you can see, and I got friends back home that satisfied it. It just be because when I saw.
Hold on. Do you know that throughout the time Buhari was in office, which is about 8 years, they recruited 20,000 police officers, and about 10,000 of them was barely paid because they were busy arguing about who should recruit police officers. For 8 years, the country is facing insecurity, and police departments were arguing among themselves how to recruit officers. To the point where they recruited only 20,000. They were meant to be recruiting 10,000 every year, which amounts to 80,000, but they recruited only 20,000 in 8 years. What kind of management of government is that? Forget it, man.
One thing is that we know this, as I said earlier, we have corruption everywhere in the country. Because if the more they create more police, that means that the ghost workers that worked in the department will be no more. You understand? So that's it. They have even in the army, they have ghost workers and some people just collect the salary. Even somebody that is dead, they still collect the same money. So that's it. So
I said it the other day in this channel. I said it the other day in this channel. There are some people there are some soldiers that are dead that are still being paid. But I don't want to get into trouble. Not that I'm afraid of them anyway, but I don't just want to create anything. But they know. They know.
Yeah, Nigerians can be very, very corrupt the way they behave.
Some soldiers that are in Europe today, they're still being paid. They are back home. You can see one thing is that we are not honest with ourselves. Mr. Maestro, don't worry. Nigeria will be great. Okay, thank you.
If Emefiele is arrested, that's my thing with Tinubu. If he arrested Emefiele, he should be arresting Buhari as well. It's only fair. Because most of the things that Emefiele is a criminal, most of the things that Emefiele did, he couldn't have done it without
he couldn't do without Buhari's permission.
Yeah. So Buhari too should
Buhari is the main culprit here. Everybody is just have selective amnesia.
Exactly.
When they want to face the problem, they will be selective.
Oh, Mr. Maestro.
I don't understand it myself. But all these people that has come in now, you know, we are supposed to be rounding up this show, and of course, Uzo Carlo will come in to mess everything up because
when they hear Buhari now,
I cannot wait one day. You tell me, hey, Uzo, I'm on my way to the States. Where are you? Then you know the kind of person that I am. Yeah, I cannot wait though.
Switch on your camera, please, if you may. Remember, this is Dr. Damage's show.
All the other people that don't see your camera want to see me.
No. Let's do the Uzo. Let's do the right thing.
See me now, some point, no people.
Good to see you. You're looking fresh.
Oh my God!
I look fresh. So they can't hear you, blow me. So, son, let me tell you something. You know, I talk about Tinubu. I was in the meeting, my village meeting with my uncle that came here early 70s. All right? Then I was asking them.
Your this thing is noisy.
It's very.
Your mic is noisy. And besides, you're not supposed to be talking anyway. You just came in. Are you pansat now? You just come in.
I'm Uzo. Uzo is road. And the road, all that food.
You just came in and all that people have been here. You just want to start talking.
And the other food. I don't want to make a comment and go back here. Okay, I'm saying that I was in the meeting with some old uncles that was here years back before 70s that came during that time. You know what I mean? So I think then that all of you here did the same thing Tinubu did. All of them do the same thing. Nigerians that came here between 80s to 70s, they all got into institution with the fakeness and fake agendas. Yeah. Tinubu may have done this thing he did. Doesn't know, but the way he made mistake is running for the president. They're going to like fish him out. He even tried. Some of them, you see some people are here answering John Wilson, an Igbo person. John, if you're here, you know that you know this. Is John this, Matthew this. They are not a real name. They are all like they came 80s, 70s. All right. Some of them go did drugs, do everything to survive here. Years back. All right. If you watch every that came that period, they all did it. But the issue is that if you want to go to a government something like this, they will fish your path out for you, and that was what is happening. His path will come to haunt you. All right. If you know that you're not right, so just take where you are. Answer the name you have been answering, and answer whatever you have been doing. I know some people I know that one day I met somebody I was in my country one day, they called me that somebody called, he was speaking like me, so he speak like you, like he's a Nigerian. Can I talk to him? They want his business. I said, you say his name is John something, John Bedman. I was like, that doesn't sound like a Nigerian name. They were saying, I'm my brother. I was like, okay. Yeah. Exactly. So most people like that. So if that kind of person comes to run for any position tomorrow, that will haunt him a lot. The same name is using to enter like so many institutions. They discuss of it and the other things. So if people here that comes at 80,
no, but you can change name
downward, did that. They all did that. All right, they all did that. But at the end of the day, we don't know the game this our government will play. You know about Buhari. Buhari is a devil. He gave you with the right hand, collected the left hand. Ask what Akpabio told you. Someone was saying here that he gave away security money to do road, to do that. We all know how NDC money, what happened? They will give you 5 million. They will go back and collect 3 million out of it.
Yeah,
so that's government operates.
that's what I
That
heard.
was going on. So anybody saying that he gave them this, give them this. He gives you one, he collect on the backyard, he collect it backyard. You know, that was going
all
on.
these things they learn it from foreigners, so that's how foreigners treat us too.
They
give
can't
us
do
one hand and
foreigners
take it
now.
back. They learn it from them, because when you think about it, that's exactly how they behave. When they give you aid, most of the aid, 70% to 80% goes back to them. That is the way it works. And they
that's what Nigeria, that's what the federal government is saying. When they give you something, they will. At the NDC, about the is an example of it. At the when you confess that the money is really like in the paper and the news, you see that they give you money, the money went back from where it's coming from. Just like every other governor. That's it. And secondly,
this Tinubu is a typical example of Buhari's problem.
Xero, hold on first. Hold on. Let's just get Andre in and Chalo. Then everybody can start, freestyling.
I want to make it quick because we have to all go, you know, and
thank you for
we got
coming.
I had this question about Nigeria, you know, how you keep the elites in the economy, you know, the elites spend a lot of money in different economies in the West. For example, they buy expensive houses around the world, but how you keep the money in Nigeria, you know, how you keep the wealth in Nigeria, like the wealth have to be in Nigeria instead of like escaping the wealth away from Nigeria. For example, there are a lot of families that have investment around the world, but their money is spent around the world. That's kind of bad for the Nigerian economy. I wanted to hear your take on that, brother.
Tony, you won't have any answer, or Uzo, do you have any answer for that?
The only answer I have for that is, what are those families? Are they self-made, or are they government workers? Most of those families are talking about, they are other ministers, people that stole money from not from the right source. So they will end up investing the money out of Nigeria, so they won't be caught. Because anybody that makes his money in Nigeria in a proper way, most of them invest in Nigeria. Even some people in Nigeria also that make money in the government, like customs. Most of those guys that make money, I think I work with customs. What they do is this: they invest it with their brother's name, open a business. As a civil servant, they are all civil servants. And you see a civil servant owning a 5-star hotel, 1, 2, 3, not under his name, under their brother's name. So some of them does that. So some of them will just go after and invest the money. So they won't be fined one thing. Most of them have estates here where I am. I know of two who owns the OFA is the Nigerian politicians. No individuals that make the money in Nigeria in a rightful way that invest their money outside Nigeria. Those that invest their heavily outside Nigeria are those that stole the money from Nigeria that stole the money in Nigeria.
The idea is to, what do we do to discourage it and maybe even encourage them to bring the funds and the investment back to the country?
To Niger. You can
Good
only
evening.
achieve that.
They are civil servants now.
Chalo wants to say something.
Wait, they are civil servants. They are civil servants. You don't expect a civil servant to own 1 billion naira. So right, so they will keep it low. So they will take that side. So they are all civil servants. They will not.
They will not bring it back. Okay, Chalo, go ahead.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah,
let me go back to it. Let me stay back. Let me go down small.
All right, then, father of all nations.
Good evening,
go ahead.
my dear and my gentlemen. Love you all. Good to be in the midst of Nigerians and Africans also. Well, the question he posed, I will say it's tricky, but maybe simple.
Okay.
The answer lies in Switzerland. Copy Switzerland, copy Cayman Island. Then you got it there.
Okay, so you are saying that we should make Nigeria a kind of tax haven and a reserve where people can bring their resources. Okay.
Why not? If they don't take
That's
it
true.
out, if you have lots of resources, imagine somebody steals our oil the way they do. Then they pay it in, they keep the money in US, in Canada, in all European countries, or in China. Imagine if you have that kind of system, they would not like to take it back, to keep it in all those foreign lands. They would like to bring it back because Nigeria is a place where you invest and you know you have a 50% ROE.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is an incentive to curb those illicit money that is flowing away from Nigeria. So the answer is, for me, quite
ROE. What
simple.
is ROE?
Return on investment.
Return on investment.
I thought that's ROI, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm speaking in a other language, but ROI.
French. Okay.
So that's the the simplest way of doing it, because what we don't know is that most Western countries have this kind of businesses or safe havens, even in the US, and every European country has it. People don't know about it, but it exists in England, everywhere. You just need to know the right sources to do it.
I see your logic there, but to be able to hold people's resources and keep it secure, you have to be extremely safe and be a very, very secure country. People fail to, people, when they think about Switzerland, they think Switzerland is some kind of soft country. That country is heavily militarized, and their bunkers number to the 370 something thousand. That's how many bunkers are present in Switzerland. So
To Niger, I get your, say me and you get issues concerning this military stuff. But anyway, I get your case.
so you want us to become Switzerland without having the security? You want them to?
No,
You want Boko Haram to come and take all their people money and then become?
No. I concur. If you remember the discussions we've had, I concur with you a little bit in certain extent concerning security. But security without economy is nonsense, and economy without security is also nonsense. So
Yeah.
what you need is, and they call it every day. There is this word that we hear when we were little, and the idle mind is a devil's workshop. If people are working, they don't have so much time to think about negative stuffs, except the greedy ones. That is the problem that we are having in Africa, or in Nigeria, and everywhere that we are, Africans are actually, because they are not working. So they have that tendency of thinking so much evil and trying to survive. Not especially that they are evil, but they are just trying to survive. So that's the problem that we are having. If you create an ecosystem in this, they will have to work on it and then maybe be prosperous on it.
Tunaja,
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
asked for a great army, but how much does Nigeria spend on army, like per GDP percentage wise? Like they spend 2%.
By our GDP, the amount we spend on our military is less than 2%, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's just about, because it's about 4 billion versus 500 billion. So depending on how you divide it, I think it's actually less than 1% in terms of the GDP. It's actually less than 1%.
Tunaja, don't forget. If insecurity lasts more than 2 weeks, the government is aware. I just want to make that clear to you guys before you say security is our problem. If you are not being sabotaged, or if the government is not benefiting from it, it will not continue. That's just to remind you guys.
Okay, I got something to say about that, because I think Nigeria is secure, but Nigeria's region is not secure. If you look at West Africa, you see so many different armies, so many foreign armies, and as Nigeria want to be a superpower, it's actually keeping Nigeria in a cell, because Nigeria can control their region. If Nigeria has a strong army, it can control West Africa in their army, and they can keep it safe.
Exactly. My problem is that it's not like I want a spectacularly strong military. Yeah, what I ask for is standard. As a matter of fact, below the standard of Egypt. Because Egypt, they are about 100 million in population and they have 1.3 million. I'm asking for 1 million and we are 200 million. So it's actually below standard. But we are so behind that it's ridiculous. And that is why you have to start from somewhere.
Niger, listen, I know you are like, you have the passion for a strong military, ballistic missile, whatever, all right? Somebody else have somebody else have a emotion of let me say taking care of the military, like mine. That how two can work together. But I was looking at the comment. He said, like someone was saying, a comment. One of the Palestinians saying that a lack of no job, this, that's making people to do this. Do you remember for the past 2 or 3 weeks now, in USC targets have closing about nine locations. If you're in US, you know target. It's an athlete shop. Why are they closing it down? They are losing billions of dollars. Why? People, they have jobs. They are doing okay. They write cars. They will plan and invade a whole target. I'm still everything out of it. Can you call that a hungry? Or there's no job? What do we call that? So it's happening everywhere. So let's not basically put this thing because there's no job. So people are doing that. Here, it's happening here in United States. People are looting a whole target. That is a big mall, a big place. They will loot everything on it.
Uzo, you go loot where you dey work.
No, what I mean is that somebody was saying due to no job, that makes people be feeling that being committing stuff. And I say that people that are looting have jobs, but they feel like looting. It's a matter of human beings. Human beings are very, very like, I don't know what
that's pleasure. That is pleasure looting. It doesn't have.
Not even one.
Uzo, let me tell you something. The market is being targeted. The market is being targeted. Let me tell you something that I heard a story from Nigeria that blew my mind. Somebody planted something that was, I think, pawpaw or something like that. And she wanted to pluck it, the next day. In the night, somebody came and took the thing away, took everything, even cleared the whole farm self, carry and go. So hunger. So do you think that a normal human being in the dead of the night will just come and in your backyard take your I'm telling you. So we know that Nigerians are hustlers on a natural basis. So these the bad things that are happening is caused by hunger and mal-government issues that we have. So we cannot. There is no monies in circulation. Everything is. Have you called Nigeria of recent?
Yes, I call Nigeria. I guess 5 brothers with their wives and children. Yes, I call Nigeria of recent. What are you hearing? What am I hearing? No, what I say is I get 5 brothers with their wives and children. What am I hearing? No, I hear say live green.
No, see, what I was saying,
they're saying in my this oldie something. Oh, but they make the law wouldn't dance. You know what I mean? When a country is being spoiled, is being corrupt, and being like people are making money out of it, and who does that? It's like the king. When there is war in the community or the place is corrupt, the kings are making money. So what is happening in Nigeria? That's why it's hard for corruption to stop in Nigeria. But the more corrupt Nigeria is, the more the kingmakers, the presidency, the Senate, they are all making money out of it, especially the military. So the one I like insecurity to stop. If you stop, they will make money. So that's what that means.
There is always insecurity in nations. There are ways you can change policies to secure a nation and still have money from the military. And after all, if the military is progressing and becoming, even if there's some corruption, but it's getting stronger, It's also for the betterment of the nation. Chalo, you see, what you said about economy without security is useless and security without economy is useless. That is true because it's a feedback loop. The idea is that if you have an economy that is $10, you want to create a security system that requires $100 to steal that $10. And vice versa. You keep increasing it incrementally. Because the reason why I say we need to do those things we need to do now, because we have enough economy to put our security up to the kind of level that we are seeing in Egypt and other countries that have dealt with insurgency like this. So we if we don't do that, we are losing money. We are losing about 50 billion US dollars from insecurity alone.
Tunaja, can I ask you a question before I forget?
Yeah.
You say we have enough economy.
Yes.
But have you seen a population of 200 million? That even the economy is suffering. Have you seen how Nigeria has been made poor? Now tell us what can be rescued. What is it in the economy now? Because if you talk about GDP, if you talk about the individual capacities now, what is it that Nigerians are earning? What's their earning power right now that these 200 million people can make a good economy as it is now?
One of the earning power that they have is from this in the oil that they are supposed to be making money.
Now don't talk about
it means individual, not the government. Individual, yeah.
Not government, not resources.
Yeah, individual earning power, yeah.
What they can do is either innovate and become an entrepreneur or go and work for a large institution. And there are various ways to make money as an individual. You can go start a business, go into farming, go into medicine. There's so many areas in the Nigerian space that requires innovation, business, and this thing, and you're going to make a profit out of it.
Yeah, but let me explain something to you before you go further. These things you say are quite the obvious, but how can you achieve that when they don't want to slow down in stealing the money that will be used for the infrastructure that will stabilize the people, the economy? You need electricity. We've talked about, we discussed this. You need electricity to be able to transform your farm product from raw material to finished product. You need good roads. You need rail to be able to transport from rural to the city. You don't have it because the monies that should have been used have been either stolen or used to borrow money. That means even your resources now, before you get yourself to normal again, you pay debt for the next 99 years.
No, you don't have to pay debt for the next 99 years.
Let me just say this. We here in the United States, all right, during the COVID, people don't check, everybody collected their money. When the government say $1,200, $200, everybody receive it in their foreign account. They didn't lose a dollar out of it. Everything was complete. All right. But in Nigeria, the government are giving right now. The Minister of Material Affairs, Edu, or someone they call the lady, he says he's giving 50,000. That is $50 for borrow to small scale industry to put on their business. That is $50. All right. If we imagine that $50,000 he's saying, those two men will end up collecting $30. You know, 30,000. Because if you want your name to be there, someone are going to put your name through. He will chop. That's the normal thing in Nigeria. All right, he will chop. So this is that. Let me just land. The Nigeria system. That's only where I know Tunaja would not like it because it's from Nigeria person. You believe that everything Nigeria, let's work it together. But the Nigeria system, the way you operate, is not favoring anybody. So people are saying this. They need to go back to 2014 national conference that Jonathan set up for Nigeria to move forward. If that is not done, nothing is going to go. Nothing. If you like Tinubu as the president, nothing is good. Who wants to impeach him from the house? Is it God's Napoleon? the wife. Who wants to take him out from the house, from the Senate? Who is that? The person gets 7 years, 10 years. So until they go back to 2014 National Conference, which Jonathan set up, as Jonathan is, and Buhari came and dumped it, nothing is going to happen in Nigeria that's going to be positive. Both from the military, anywhere, whatever you want to say, the people need to sit down together. Nigeria needs to sit down together to talk about Nigeria. Yeah. Now, positive is this. My positive is this. The nation, if you go to the document of that 2014 National Conference, the NATO set up, all right, it's where every Nigeria, rich, poor, everybody comes together. This is for how Nigeria is going to be. This is how Nigeria is going to run. Let's do this, let's do this. But what happens?
You know that the country you live today, you reside today, the American you reside today was once like Nigeria before. So just keep hoping, believe in
I'm
your
hoping,
country.
brother. I hope it. I think a Nigerian passport. So and then come back to Nigeria. Let's see a prayer. That's a great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My brothers that are saying keep hoping. Let's stop hoping. Let's start doing. How can you tell people to hope when they don't even have something to eat? Where is the hope? What is the government doing? All this preaching, God sent David and he killed Goliath and everybody come down, heaven scatter and all this. This is not helping us. We should face reality. People are dying. People are getting mad in the streets.
Do you have the proof, Mr. Shalom? Do you have the proof?
You said what?
Do you have the proof that people are dying on the street? There's nobody dying on the street.
People are committing suicide now. What are you saying? Don't you see it on? Don't you see it every
God, what are you?
People are jumping into the water and from the bridge.
When last did you go to Nigeria? This one they visit them every time. Go to OVS channel. There are predictions that I made. It's still coming through till today. You people are here talking hope. Which hope? I just told you a story. I just told you of a story of people that went to steal common papaya because of hunger. Goats are missing. People they say chicken, and you are saying hope. Let the government work.
Every country is past what we are passing through.
No, we don't have to pass through what every country pass. You don't say because you invented the car that is running on a 50-liter diesel per 100 kilometer that Nigeria should invent such cars also. No.
Yeah, we are all in the
better
process.
than that.
There's always
Which
a
process?
We are on the process, my brother.
Which?
Because one thing that I'm not in any party. To start with, one thing does that I don't lose hope in the country. I don't lose hope in Africa as a whole. Even in Nigeria, I don't lose hope. I'm a Nigerian too, like you. Let's put it like this way. But just you said doing stuff. What are the solutions have you put in ground in Nigeria to make Nigeria move forward? We should start open for the government to do things for us. We can still do things without being the politics also. What are your plans and what are the things you've put down in Nigeria that is working? Thank you.
My brother, I don't need to elaborate myself very well, but from my engagement, I know that I have trained so many people in school. I'm still paying school fees till today.
Not theoretical. Not theoretical, my brother. Not theoretical.
Not theoretical, my brother.
That's training. When you are staying today, the country, not everybody certificate in Nigeria. You have to something like to learn the trade.
My brother, learning a trade is not the problem. When you learn a trade, you give them money to trade. Have you ever seen how much you think say they sell something for Nigeria today? How many people they buy? These are the realities of when last did you go to Nigeria, my brother? You come here, they tell me this thing.
Mr. Triumph does not live in Nigeria, so I cannot forgive him. He doesn't understand.
Oh, he doesn't live in Nigeria.
No, he doesn't
live
in Nigeria.
And, they tell me like this.
Wait, can we even ask him? Is he from Nigeria?
You know, he's from
From
Nigerian, but
Nigeria.
he doesn't
From Nigeria.
understand that. No, listen, the guy is a good guy.
No,
Let me just
let him
defend him
speak.
here.
Where is this still?
He's
Is this still
speaking.
online?
No,
Please.
he's speaking from his understanding of the situation. So let's
Situation,
not
yeah.
just come so hard,
Yeah.
hard
No,
on him. I can
because
understand where he's
this kind
coming
of
from.
advice is given. It's not good to give advice when you have not been there. Don't be giving that kind
That
of,
is
because I'm so
that
surprised.
they should have hope. That they should have hope.
We people that are desperate for change in Nigeria, do you think we are mad?
My
Because
brother.
we know that
See,
even the people that are there
see,
right now, in the next
can I
20 years, they
can
cannot
I tell
change.
can I tell you this? Even Nigeria's situation, all right, is affecting people here, even Mexicans, the Spanish.
Yes.
Do you know why? What exactly? Talk to my friend. He don't tell my friend. Say they don't get money. What did that happen? Say it doesn't continue again. The guy get yard where they buy engine, load container sent to Nigeria. The same in Nigeria, the guy cannot even load 20 feet out, so only 40 feet out, or loading 2-3 in a week. So people working there, no job for them also. All right, we know how it goes there. So if Nigeria's situation is not a situation that people say, yeah, hope is good. According to America, I know what hope is. According to the Bible, is good. But at the end of the day, man, as I said, if Nigeria is to be better, everyone needs to work hard to make it better starting from your community. All right. As he was, when he said what David to Nigeria, he put it wrongly. How have we supported either we start from our communities, all right? Sanitizing, we can go up to the national. Yeah, brother.
Is it all these things that we've been talking, whether it's APCO, whether it's Labour, whether whatever party, whether it's IPOB, we are here this evening. We could be doing so many other things. There are many things that I planned doing this evening, and I just said, let me just check into Nigeria. And because of my passion for Nigeria, I've been sitting here for how many hours?
Can I tell you this? Can I tell you this? None of us here are a member of any party. We only speaking for Labour Party because during the election one change. Nobody is a member of any party here or whatever. Let
me finish what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that we should just all understand that all of us have passion for Nigeria to be a better place. And that is why we are just sitting here and making all these suggestions and going back and forth.
Thank you, Mr.
At the end of the day, Uzo, we can say this, we can say that, and all that. Somebody was talking about how many school fees. How many people's school fees you won't pay yourself? Do you know how many phone calls? Even some phone calls, I'm so afraid to pick it up because I know what it's going to mean. You know, see, the only thing, whether we like it or not, is going to be revolution, either civilian revolution or military revolution. It's just as simple as that, because these people are not ready to let go.
Can I tell you this? If everybody like me, I do my best talking online. I cannot support and help. Let me tell you, for a community, you're come from somewhere. I use myself as an example any time. All right. Now, in my community, some of us are here. All right. Some people in Europe, England, whatever it is, we have that union. You know what we do? We put a vigilante group. What they do? Monitor activity, what happened in the village. Everything that you see that's happening in the bush, we know what is going on right now. They need nothing. It's just market touch, just guidance, phone calls. It's okay. We saw some people that drove. I don't know what they're doing there. All right. Before they settle down, see, the only way we can help Nigeria, when we see something, we talk. And I will not stay here and see something and talk. I have to empower some people in the youth in the village for them to what? Keep vigilance of any incoming and outcoming of people, any bad movement. See, the infrastructure is being destroyed because especially in diaspora, we didn't take our home more. We only have meeting here, this, that. We didn't take this community back home more serious. But right now, on my place, as I said, we take it more serious that we power some youth voluntarily. They come out, Yeah, we put some money down, uniform. Then just patrol whatever you see. Just say it out so that government can come before they have a settlement of IPOB, ECM in my community.
I'm
And
going to
before
say
you know,
something.
Nigerian government will bump up my community.
Also,
Yeah.
I'm going to say something. We keep talking about Southeast. We speak talking about Southwest, where the farmers are being harassed by Fulani headsmen, are being killed and harassed. We've forgotten there's a place called South. These are the people that are giving us the oil. If you go there, you cry. If you ever been there, you cry. They can't drink water. They can't drink water. During the rainy season, the whole area is flooded out, and all that. Their streams are polluted.
But
The
I
government
don't
does
need to.
not
I don't
care
need to cut
about
it.
them.
I don't need to cut it short. The problem I have sometimes is that when we come like this, some people, this is something that community, they won't come to say, they won't come out online like this. They won't come or something like to say what's going on. Then when they start to say they attack you, is it only that is their person? When they come like this, as I'm saying it, the way Southeast is being destroyed, I'm not happy about it. I'm working on it and doing something to. I say it too, okay, it's only a no. Let's come and debate what's going on. We don't like it, but you are defending your community. Yeah, that's it.
Bro, can I say something to that? I'm very aware of what Tone is talking about. In fact, there's a young girl here living here with us that did a research. That was the thesis she did for her school. If you see what's happened in the south of Nigeria, you will stop the flow of oil, stop the pipeline, stop everything, and have a national emergency. As in, people can no longer drink water. Suit. I don't know. Suit is falling on people. You cannot wear white in some places. You cannot wear white.
Everywhere now in Port Harcourt now.
Yeah, you cannot wear white clothes in some places. You turn to black. So we don't know how much we are damaged until we get a new.
I saw that suit. I saw that suit with my own eyes. I think 2020 when I was there.
Yes.
I gather that Wiki may have done something about it now. I don't know whether
they cannot do anything about it. They just have to stop. There's a national emergency that they don't want to listen to. Cancer. People are dying of cancer.
Guys, permit me 1 second. To Niger, this is for you. Because this is your topic. Every time the Southeast complain, you complain a lot. Now, what I want is for the whole Nigeria, which are being marginalized, run berserk, naked yourself, start crying. Don't blame only the Southeast. In fact, if the Southeast cry like they are crying like 50 decibel, cry 120, I'll tone them. This is what we need. Don't minimize their sound. Raise it. Tell them you think say una they cry. Wait, now make we start our own. Start your own so that everybody will know that we are all suffering.
But we have to cry in unison, in similar
don't worry. In a choir, you have soprano, you have bass, you have everything.
Do you know that every state in Nigeria,
but if everybody's crying for their own different things, the government is going to be confused on what the individual people need.
No. In that cry, you will find unison.
But the truth is that
government know what they are crying. They know what they are crying. Government knows what they are crying.
Tunaja knows. Tunaja, you know that the south, the cry in the south, the cry in the south, if they use that cry and stop that flow of that oil, you know that's the oil that is making the military to be relaxed. And there's no money. You know how many diversion of oil? These people are selling badges of oil. If they stop the flow by force and they don't see any money there, everybody will go back to their barracks. Things will start to change. The oil is not serving any purpose.
You guys are talking about join them. The middle belt is about to wake up now. They are crying.
There's a process in Nigeria today. I know that they give every governor budget every month.
every month. And what are the governors doing? They have responsibility there to do. Let us be honest, Mr. Chalo. Are you ready to work free for Nigeria? Yes or no? Just let me know.
Why will I work free when I know that we are rich?
Most governors are corrupt. Okay, let me give you an example. Abia State. Abba is supposed to be the most developed industry-wise and all that. All the governors they've been having have been pocketing their money until this guy came in. He's not even there up to 6 months. Look at all the wonders that he's doing. Okay.
So you can see now it's not the president the problem. The problem of Nigeria today are the local government chairman, the councillors and the governors and the representative of every state, like the senator.
No, don't say that.
No. Listen. Did I tell you that Oti is using government money to develop our?
Let me tell you what he's doing. There are some roads you cannot construct. There are federal roads. There are some projects you cannot undertake. You need to partner with the federal government because the federal there's some projects that are exclusive.
No. What I mean is that it's not waiting for federal government to give the allocation to construct the road.
But you cannot build on federal road. That's what I'm saying.
You can now, but they have to refund you back the amount you spend. See, you have to go to individuals, go to cooperatives to them to say that's what a good governor do. You don't wait for federal government to spend the money. It isn't wait for
They are just going to start, and then they will be pleading with the federal government to give them concession. Because even the seaport they are trying to do. Do you know that the federal government needs to give them acquiescence to go ahead?
Okay. No. See, we are saying something before.
The process. That's all right.
Listen, we are saying something before, and this needs to be said. All right. Listen, I was in element. All right. Sometime that was years back. Well, I don't know how it is right now. The refineries everywhere. In the night, my brother, you even like sometimes Nakata, I go carry you after Nakata, I go get the next day. Tell me how those people are living every day by day. This will keep on happening. The issue I have is this: I'm passionate about statistics, all right. But whenever you raise a topic of statistics, it's like you are crying on the brain. Whenever your own home, you can't is weakness is something, but you don't cry. If anybody start crying, if you start crying, middle start crying, then everybody's crying. The government will sit up. Then whenever we say something on this platform or to the platform, they say it's the only that have the problem. We all have it. Then you said it, you won't say it. You say it. You won't say it.
So now, heard our prayers.
No, now, look, listen now. Let me tell you something. In the South, it's not this, Tampolo. So many of them, what is this? There are 3 major warlords. You know, I found it about Tampolo and what other guy? There's another guy that never saw anything. Tampolo, that's the top person. One of the warlords that's fighting for Niger Delta, they're fighting for the cleansing, all this waste, everything, clean, do that. All right. Tampolo, there's another guy, something boy. Asari, there's a top person that is heavy. But still, Tampolo, there's a top person. So what tell you about the name? Something boy.
Boylo.
Boylo, yes, now Boylo is silent. What are they fighting for? It's not the same thing you are saying now. But the government came in and do what? What the government do? Take 1 million, for silence. If they don't go tomorrow again, the same thing will happen. That's the problem.
You can see, Mr. Uzo, sorry to cut you off. You can see that if they can refuse it, then alarm it to everyone. You will see the mass coming out. But now everybody is trying to look at now. Let me tell you, like example. There's only two places in Nigeria that know that it works. Unfortunately, for the southeast, you say south. Let me say Lagos is doing fine. You know, Mr. Tone, Lagos is doing fine. We only hear good news about them, even though they have Agbero. Understand? They have Agbero, many well, but it's functioning. Why can't other states, and they told me that the Southeast, they are very handcrafty, and they cannot take the bull by their horn. It looks somehow funny to me. It looks somehow funny to me. So
Mr.
that's it.
Triumph, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What is in Lagos that is doing fine, actually, if I may ask?
About.
Is it the water log, or the drainage, or the gas that you smell, or the noise of generators spraying all around? Even Ikoyi is not spared from the water, where they build everything up and down. Is it this what you call a mega? You know, we should be proud of Lagos. Lagos should be the Casablanca
What
of
it is
Africa.
right now. Because it was a colonial
Why is it Casablanca to compare Lagos? New York City. That was to compare Lagos.
No, New York, rat for New York. So we could compare.
No, yeah, I mean the economic hub. The economic hub. That's what I mean. Not the economic.
Yes. Lagos should be so beautiful because they're on the seaside. You have everything. But look, guy, it'd be like say, man, are they mad when they remember my country? These people are useless.
No, one thing, Mr. Chalo. You understand? Is it not a Mr. What's it called? This Mr. Andrew 21 he spoke that how can we stop the leaders from taking money out of the country? It's very easy. Buhari did a very good thing for us. Sorry to say. Yeah, he did something electronic. This e-money, you cannot do anything. That's what they used to trap you guys in Europe. You know that very well, Mr. Tone. You cannot, because you're in the financial industry. I watch you a lot. You understand? So you see, so you cannot do anything without the government knowing. So with it, even there are four sectors that used to take money out of the country, either through the banks, association, or the religions like churches or mosques. So that's it. If we can monitor them, no money is leaving the country. It's very easy, and everybody should give an account and declare everything they have. So that is it. There's solution. There's only solution. I believe in solution.
Triumph. You see that those sectors that you just called, they don't even contribute 1% of what Nigeria has and what they are taking out of the country. I can tell you that categorically. Go to the north, go to the middle belt. If you see money they come up from Nigeria, you go shout. Oil is nothing. You think South had money? Come to the north and you will see the riches of Nigeria wasting away.
Please tell us what's in the north.
You know that the precious stones are found in the north. You know how much gold that they exported from the northern part. Why did you think that Tinubu put this man?
As a national asset?
Yes. Why did you think that Tinubu put this man
in there?
Why?
No, one thing I believe that if we all could work together, I know that many people they want to separate the country. Sorry to say, like now, if we can tax today the chiefs of every city. The chiefs, they have chiefs. They call them the Obas, the Eze. You understand? You tax them all, and again you tax the old councillors and the local government chairman before you start talking about the governors. Those are the ones we hold responsible.
I'm happy that you mentioned that word. How many people are paying taxes in Nigeria?
We have people paying taxes, but
okay, hold on there. Now I'll come to Lagos State.
This tax issue. Let me talk about the tax.
Lagos State tax.
Please let Mr. Tone finish, please.
Lagos State tax system is one of the best. One of the best in Africa. I dare to say.
Nah.
Wait now. Where does all the money go into? It goes into the hands of a few pockets headed by Tinubu.
No. Nigeria as a whole is not yet ready for tax. Can I just say something?
That's what I'm saying. Most people are not paying tax in Nigeria.
Let me explain something to you. You're in Europe now. Okay. Sorry, Uzo. It's breaking.
So you're breaking.
Uzo, you cut and you
We
come
cannot
back.
hear you.
We cannot hear you, Mr. Uzo. You cut and you go back. You go back. You go offline, then you come back.
Let me say something about this tax thing so that you understand how we have wasted the opportunity to build a good tax system in Nigeria as a whole. You see, in Europe here, how you pay your tax, apart from those who work, who pay their income tax, do you know that there's some, because like in Scandinavia, there's something they call MOMS. It's VAT on goods, common ordinary goods you buy. You just buy as you are paying, as you are paying for that product, maybe like 0.0001% tax is going to the government from that cashier straight to the government coffers. You understand? And that is done because they use their resources wisely. They built the internet, the electricity. So every shop owner, you cannot be selling with a shop and selling with cash. Even if you are selling with cash, you have a system.
The tax is built
You have
into
a
the
system.
price of the
It's
product.
yes, it's imputed, as you understand. Yes. So it is. So you are able to impute every owner of business into the system. So everyone is carried along. So everyone is now the
Nigeria, we
government.
pay tax. Sorry
You
to cut you,
understand?
Mr. Maestro.
So,
We pay tax in
but your
Nigeria.
government,
Nigeria can't do
your
it.
politicians. I'm sorry, I'm sick of it. But your politicians, they are too interested in the quick earnings, the rent, the oil, and to steal all the budget. They forget that it is the people that are more that will give you the budget, but you just have to invest in those simple infrastructure. But no one wants to do it because for them to do it, they have to sacrifice and not steal. That's what we are still saying. You need to stop stealing, put the money in this infrastructure and build the system so that there will be 24 hours light, 24 hours internet. Then the people will now start paying tax. And if we are having a budget of maybe 70 trillion now, we'll be having quadruple that. 10 times that, because everybody's paying tax every time they buy something.
I heard that there's some places in Nigeria that has a 24 hours light. Not everywhere in Nigeria that doesn't have. In the northern parts,
we know Nigerian situation. We know Nigerian situation. Just imagine that Nigeria built all this infrastructure. Then every business, look at it, there's almost everywhere there's a shop now. So those businesses, those taxes will be going directly to the government coffer. They'll not be going to Agbiru. You now see how the government the budget is slashed. It's not as if we don't pay tax. We are paying tax to thugs.
The Agbero system is built on corruption for
exactly
the few people that are milking Lagos State. And interestingly enough, if you zoom into these few people, all of them, most of them, if not all of them, are non-indigens.
Exactly.
Is it not funny? They are not
exactly.
And one person in the comment section, that is the problem we have, the mindset we have. Mustafa, I'm talking to you. You're telling that everybody should stop making noise, that everybody should go to their states and this thing. That's to change your mindset. You need to understand that, listen, even if one state seems to be working and every other state is working, we have failed as a nation. So what are we talking about? Yeah, do not lend your sentiments as a Yoruba man or your Muslim affiliation and all that to be supporting evil. I'm speaking to you, Mustafa Abdul Razak. We need to change our mindset.
Yes, the mindset of stealing.
Yeah, everybody fails. We need to call out. We need to start calling out every evil, whether it's you're from Adamawa or you're from Cross River or from your Akwa Ibom. We need to start calling all this evil and say that it must stop.
That's the problem, The mindset of the politicians we have is not to build the economy. It's not to invest in the people. And imagine that they invest in the hospitals the way they invest in Europe, that everyone has access to hospitals. Imagine who we want to live, because you know that when you live and relocate, you're relocating to a worse situation. You want to remain. Imagine that they invest so much. The savings, just a fraction of the savings is going to be enough to create free education and free healthcare. Then everybody will now want to stay. And as they stay, every time they spend money, they pay tax. Then and imagine our population. 200 million people.
That ex-governor of Oyo State that died during COVID.
That one that didn't want to allow students to go to school.
Yeah, that was abusing.
I know the one.
Yeah. He funny enough, when he was very ill, so people they said it was COVID anyway. When he was very ill, the foolish man sent a private jet to go and get some drugs somewhere in Asia. Guess what he got? He got they gave him a fake drug. By the time he arrived, he never sorted that. He paid dearly with his life. Now, if he had built a good hospital in Oyo State, will he need and then pharmacy of obviously drugs and all that? Will he need to have sent a private jet to go and just get medication? Akunyili and all that, when she was fighting all the fake people, all the people that were selling fake drugs, all the main Igbo people that were selling drugs, they were telling her what is wrong with you? Yeah, why are you fighting your brothers?
Mr. Tone, sorry to cut your line of your line of thoughts. You know that there's a particular group, sorry to say, in the country that they specialize in fake drugs.
Yeah, no, I just call them out now.
No, don't call them out. Don't call them out to avoid later that they will start valuing others from the we know them very well.
It's my people. Yeah.
You understand? So one thing, so not only them. I know that they are the highest. You understand?
But I just think that this thing about fake drugs it still boils down to leadership. I say if you flog the head,
exactly.
If you flog the head well,
so that's what that is what I'm trying to say. Now, when this woman was head of NAFDAC, she was fighting them, and everybody was her life was threatened. They were even saying, "How can you, an Igbo woman, be spoiling business for your fellow Igbo persons and all that?" That is why when I see people that say, don't touch Tinubu, is our own time, is our Emilokon and all that kind of thing, and they want to start bringing Abiola's case into Tinubu's case. That is stupidity. It's stupidity of the highest order. Abiola and Tinubu's scenario is a different scenario altogether. When Abiola was voted, there was no divisiveness, there was no Igbo, Yoruba, or Igbo and all. Everybody voted for that guy. We know that he won that election. But some cabals from the north, we know that they didn't want to, they used IBB to stop him from getting in there.
Tone, I would like to, I know that you're a military man, but I would like to step in this. I would not say cabal from the north. I will say, now we be military.
Is a cabal.
It was the military because all of them, I define the military of Nigeria as a race of its own.
No.
Sorry to say that.
There are loads of good people in the military, and the thing is that when you had enough, you just drop their uniform for them and walk, and that's part of the thing I did. You see a lot and all that will just so piss you off so much and all that, because I didn't get in there because I needed I wanted to go and steal money. I went in there out of youthful exuberance and because I wanted to serve my country. It's just as simple as that. They can't feed me and all that. Thank God my dad didn't steal any money. He was prominent in Nigeria. He didn't steal any money. He worked hard for everything. He got the little he got. He was very satisfied with it. So there are a lot of good people within the military. Even as useless as the military is right now, there are still some good people.
Don, the way Nigeria is now, it's not bad to call out people and call out their names.
Yeah.
You know, this is why I was saying Buhari. You made mention
No,
of the
leave Buhari
mindset.
alone. Leave Buhari alone. He has gone. He's no more in power. He's
let's
no
leave
more
the
in power.
let's leave the
He's
man
no,
alone. But
he's
but
no
Let me
more.
tell
He,
you.
he,
I
Let me
was
tell you.
you have
yeah.
immunities also. He's not the one.
Let me
You
tell
can
you
see that
something.
the problem of Nigeria and Nigerians. Like now, if they can just remove
Okay.
money from
Okay.
politics, nobody will want to
Okay.
go anymore. Mark my
Okay.
words. Just to remove the money from it. That's it.
Tom was saying something about mindset, and I kind of agree with you on that. You see, the mindset of majority of the stakeholders or those who are in power or within the corridors or who are going to be the next in power, the mindset is criminal. If you remove the whole of these politicians now in power, you remove all of them and put them in prison, I can assure you that the next set that will fill up every position are going to do exactly the same. And that's because the mindset is to take for themselves. They have a mindset of lack, of there's not enough, or everything will finish later. So let us save this one for us, ourselves and our family. And when they are taking these things, they are taking them to hide them abroad. And that is the mindset that we need to remove. That is why if you see those who are fighting Tinubu now, 50% of them want another person like Tinubu to enter so that it will be their turn. Some of them are not fighting Tinubu because they want a better Nigeria. They want it to be their own turn. Because if Tinubu eventually leaves now, you now see the real tussle between Atiku and his boys and the people who want Obi.
Atiku said will be worse than
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because the real kind of change that will really change Nigeria to what me and you are talking about now, where things work, where your hopes will not be dashed, is the kind of change that will bring somebody that doesn't give shishi, that doesn't want to collect shishi, and that doesn't want anybody to take anything that's not their own. That's what we call money without enterprise.
In my own opinion, if you ask myself, I prefer Dirty, a no-nonsense man that have balls to say it as it is and do it. I even prefer Dirty to be the president and Obi to be the vice.
Any which way, what we just want is somebody that is out of the box.
Because that guy has got
you are looking for trouble, and they'll be there to run after you. You are looking for trouble.
But I tried. See, the thing is that, listen, what Nigeria needs now is somebody that will have will be high-handed. Because listen,
no, you don't have to be high-handed. Just do the right thing. You see, the right thing, that's what I'm saying. The right thing is powerful enough to change Nigeria. You don't need to be high-handed. You don't need to flog somebody's father. You don't need to give anybody frog jump. Just do the right thing.
Let me ask something. What is the right thing? I don't think there is right and wrong. Let us speak realistically to things. There is no right and wrong in politics in certain measures. Look, if you go to any country, they are corrupt. The politicians are corrupt. Every of them. The problem is that our people, our politicians are not corrupt. They are robbers. You know, they don't know. No, look, let me tell you, they don't know how to build an ecosystem around what they want to take out. Look, like the railroads now. Let me give you an example. The railroads now. If you take the railroads and you say from Sokoto, to Lagos or to Calabar, you plan one crisscrossing the northwest to the southeast or south, and you build another one from Maiduguri to Lagos, and you cross. You invest your money so much on those not the private ones. The private ones will just be the come along, but the cargo, you make sure you plant the cargos that would the transport it, because that's where the money is coming in. You build a limited company, you buy the shares or anything in there, you buy 50%, because it's government money now. So you have created an ecosystem, make they give them expo, make
But
they
now it
here.
comes, but my brother, it now comes back to what forefathers will keep banging on: security. You can do all these things if there's no security. The so-called bandits or whatever they call them now will hijack those goods.
No, my
So
brother,
if you
if they build those things, they
something.
build the security.
Chalo, something you said about there's no right or wrong. Listen, I think actually there is, because I believe that the only morality in public life is the greater good, and if you have that as a guiding principle, you probably are better placed to make the right decisions for the people, because that is what guides the decisions of most people. If you look at it, when they are deciding on something, they say, okay, it's for the good of the country, even if some people will go to jail, some people will do. So you have to always have that guiding principle. It's very simple, isn't it?
What's your guiding principle? Your guiding principle is to be successful in life, right?
No, the greater good. Because to be successful, you have to focus on the greater good.
For you to be,
Do you know that when you are doing the
you have
right
to be
thing, people
successful,
know?
right?
Not necessarily. The way it works is that, okay, I get what you mean. But if you want to be successful just for successful sake, then the greater good may not be served. You see what I mean?
No. That is, I think you misinterpreted my stance. I am saying in my stance that in terms of politics, they all in the whole world are all the same. They don't have good, they don't have bad. They see themselves as the same. But the problem with ours is that they don't, just like you just said, they don't think of the future, of what they are going to, creating a balanced society in which nobody will blame them of corruption, but see the good that they are doing to the society, like just the train system that I just elaborated.
I think what you should be thinking, I think what you should be talking about is consequence for misbehavior. Once there's enough good people in power, they create a proper system where there is consequence for bad behavior. When you get that right, no. I'm telling you, this simple thing, as
Actually,
simple
it can
as
be
it
done.
is,
It's not, because this is what I
as
mean.
simple
Now,
as it is.
if you understand that jailing people and holding people accountable creates law-abiding citizens, that's for the greater good, then you have to implement it. No matter the consequences, no matter who he hits. As a matter of fact, if you set example with some top people, it sets a good precedence.
So you
find
mean
two top
now
people and jail them.
You mean now if our politicians, we know they stole our money and they are evacuating it so hurriedly down the toilets and everything that we have, that we should there should be consequences for what they are doing, so that everybody will learn not to steal our money.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You have to set example. If you don't set example, you people at the top, people at the bottom will not follow.
China did the same thing. You steal, you go to jail.
Yes.
China did the same thing. You steal, you go to jail.
You have to do the right thing.
After the election, the Chinese government takes the winner and their family and children just to parade to the prison yards, just to parade. That's why when they go for good 1 weekend, after they parade, then they go out.
Hang on. How do you achieve that when we have the kind of judiciary we have today? Look at America right now. The how many years ago was Tupac murdered or shot? Because of a good justice system. It's not perfect, but good. Now it seems they have nabbed the real killer. When are we going to have that kind of justice system in Nigeria?
I think in Nigeria we have to be careful of thinking that the justice system doesn't work. If you're a poor man, it does work. You'll be shocked how quickly it works.
So
if they catch you,
now you have drifted to my point.
So it works for poor people. That's the problem.
You have just drifted to my point. That's why I said those who contributed, we have to have a long list. Those who contributed to making Nigeria this bad, this poor, we should remove them from participation. Because forget, if we have a good, I'm coming to you, talk to him. If we have a good president now, You see this justice system you're talking about, they will behave well. But it's too late. That's what I'm saying. It's too late. They should have resigned when they were being forced
I will
to do this
disagree
thing.
with you. I will disagree.
You will disagree. Just hold on. Just hold on. Let me give you an instance. It's too late because they joined in. That means if we have another bad president, they will derail again. The same thing, all those professors that helped to rig election, they should be, one, their professorship should be removed. Two, they should be removed from our colleges. Three, they should go and work as farmers. It's too late for them. That's what I'm saying. You must pay them a visit with consequence. That's why I say this Buhari and all this, you people are just, look, me up. If I become president in that country,
is out of power now.
my guy, I'm ready to die there.
Leave
we have a long list of people that must never participate again.
X0 is not enough to say they will not participate again, because it means that a thief will go there and say, the only consequence is that they're going to ban me, but I'll keep the money. What I'm saying,
they are going to pay. They are going to prison now. They will be tried.
So a strong government that will go back and revisit all the corruption that have taken place even 20 years ago and bring them to books. Even if he has to, touch people like IBB. Oh, see, all these immunity, all this immunity is rubbish, in my own opinion.
It's rubbish, man.
Going back to people that have stolen before and say, guy, this is this thing, retrospectively jail them and try to get their money back. All their properties seized.
I think the way I would do it would be, which is a little bit not very compromising from, some people accuse me of being a sellout actually, is like I will say, okay, amnesty for all the thieves and embezzlers. After all, we've given amnesty to terrorists that have killed people directly, and give amnesty to the Niger Delta people. So let's give amnesty to the rich. Let them bring all the money back to Nigeria that they've stolen and come and invest in Nigeria free of charge. But
who will do that?
Amnesty window closes. After the amnesty window closes and you don't bring it back to Nigeria, if we catch you, death penalty.
Wow. Why are you talking like you don't know how the financial world works? Can you remove your money from a bank? Can you remove? Can Tinubu remove all his money that he has stolen from any bank in the world? You think they're going to give it to him?
I think
you cannot remove it at once.
See, if they don't, then he can report them, because now it's out in the open, isn't it? There's no need to hide anymore.
Abacha loot that we know. How many have we gotten?
Because they are hiding it. But now if it's out in the open, they can't escape.
Even some banks in Europe seized Abacha's money. When I had it, and I cried. I think it's still our money. They don't even give it to us, even to the family. The Europeans kept the money. What are you people going to do? Even the Europeans, the Westerners are even thieves. So
they steal people's money all the time. Iran's money, they gave Iran back his $5 billion the other day. They take people's money all the time when they don't like you.
Niger, you are circling back to what I told you, Abi, about Switzerland.
Oh, no, I get what you mean from that point of view. Like I said, the only issue I have with it is that you have to secure the country tremendously for people to trust you, to put their resources there.
With that kind of money, you have to secure yourself.
Properly now. People want to come and steal it now.
Somebody say Atiku is speaking to the media tomorrow. Atiku.
No, yes, that's true. Guys, it's all about negotiation. Because he has stolen from me and run into some house, I will say, okay, guy, this person that brought some money to your house, I'll say $10 million. Okay, listen, if you can help me repatriate the money, you have 20%. It's negotiation. But guess what? Our government, our leaders is so-called, they will make those negotiations, they will bring it back, and it will not even go back to the government coffers. It will go into their pockets, and that I'm afraid that is what's happening.
That's a bad thing. The money just circles back again.
Yeah, that's most of the thing they did with the little money that Abacha has stolen. It went into people's private pockets.
I know, but Obasanjo did something great. He used the money that other politicians looted to pay the debts. That's why when he left the power,
one wants to discourage useless imports. The only kind of imports that you want to import are things that lead to economic growth and development. Not
So
all these,
anything we are not manufacturing,
pizza,
we can
not
what we can
nonsense like
manufacture.
pizza and pure water.
Why you? How can you say they are importing pizza?
You don't know. Nigerians, they are some of the
How
vainest
can you
people.
say they are importing pizza? Tonight, I don't
They
fall
are
for that thing.
importing pure water. I'm telling you. You don't know Nigerians.
You can carry water from plane, now, but pizza.
No, Mr. Marcelo, I did it when I went. That's what you're saying.
I know somebody that does shipping. He talked about all these people order.
Do you know if you go to Ondo State, right now, do you know how many waterfalls that we have that we can actually produce our own drinking water, spring water? Exactly.
You are
We don't
talking
need
of
waterfalls
Ondo
to
State.
produce
Have you
water
been
now.
to Imo State?
And Imo State as well.
Hi. Beautiful places. When I turn Nigeria,
We
I
are
cry.
too blessed. We are too blessed in Nigeria
That's why,
to be where we are right
Mr.
now.
Triumph, that's why when you said, what are you doing for Nigeria? I said, we are too rich for me to do anything for Nigeria.
You start from somewhere, Mr. Chalu.
No, you don't even start from somewhere. Look, I proposed, look, I don't only complain, I give solutions. That is my own thoughts, line of thoughts.
Okay.
When I said do like Switzerland, it's a solution. It's left for the government to put a think tank and do what they have to do. Because I know if they bring their money back to Nigeria, Nigeria will be secured and forefathers will be, to Nigeria will be pleased.
And the thing is, I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have like a kind of massive tax haven in Nigeria. I don't see what the issue is, because Dubai, look at Dubai, it's basically a tax haven.
You just took the word from my mouth.
Just create something like that? You know, we
You
have
just
this
took the word from my
Atlantic that
mouth.
we could have turned to that, but it just everything we do is
Nigeria,
sluggish.
Nigeria is about 3
You just took the word from my mouth to Nigeria.
Less than 10%.
I was in a platform. Let me tell you something. I was in a platform that I used to go before, but they became a little bit of tribalism, so I went off. I told them that if I have the opportunity, which I taught certain states in Nigeria, I don't see why the governor of Ogun State will not be saying we want a seaport in Ogun State, Ondo State, Warri, Delta State, all our coastlines. Why don't we have it? This makes everything, channel it up.
Jobs.
These are things, jobs, everything. Do you know if
stimulate economic activities within those regions?
Exactly. Lagos is too congested. That's why I'm pitying Lagos. It's too congested. The highest Lagos can contain is 5 million. If you doubt me, go and look it yourself.
Have you forgotten that Badagry? Have you forgotten that Badagry is part of Nigeria? Nobody even talks about Badagry.
Exactly, Badagry, very beautiful
Badagry
place.
is an untapped place in Nigeria.
Exactly, greenery, everything, but it looks like ancient one.
Ancient, yeah.
They don't even take care of it. I've been to Badagry so many times. It's there.
I think, guys, what's happening in Nigeria.
Yeah, let me just say this. It's almost as if Nigeria is kept like, like a garden that somebody is just keeping maintained while the owner goes away for visit.
Why you keep removing word from my mouth?
That's how our leaders treat the country. Like, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to develop the country. They just pretend as if they are doing something.
Exactly.
Tinubu one is disappointing because I witnessed it. This guy promised, and he got into office. Everything he's doing is car wreck. It's like completely destroying the country, and Nigerians will complain for the next 4 years again. This is awful.
You just speak my mind. At some point there was a time people were. It was even a known fact in Europe that they were, they subcontracted all their manufacturing to China. So at some point they were saying China is now getting a bit expensive. That Africa is the next place for subcontracting those labor those jobs, because of the low labor costs. So everybody was saying now the next 10 years was going to be Africa is going to boom. Up to this moment, it's like they just said lie. We'll never see not in our lifetime. Africa will never move. Nigeria especially, it's just like they said, instead of them to take these jobs to Africa, to Nigeria, let there be no jobs, let them suffer. Because things are moving, things are getting costly in Europe. They were getting their fuel from Russia before. And there's oil in Africa. Instead of them to come to bring those jobs to Africa, they say, look at the kind of suffering we are still suffering till today in Africa. It's like purposely they don't want anything to near Africa. Purposely.
Yeah,
they rather
they keep
get
us
to their
away
problems.
from anything first world. They keep us away from it.
X0,
Keeping
do
us
you know
away.
what you are just doing now? You are just blaming others for your woes.
No, I'm not blaming others.
No, it's
Do you
describing
know
a
that?
problem.
Do you know that China used that pattern to make their labor cheap and reduce their currency, and they boomed. So it's a form of investment to reduce the quality, the purchasing power of your currency, so that investors will come in. Look at our naira now; it is reduced, yet no investment.
X0.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me say something about naira. You see, the purchasing power of naira is it's terrible, very, very terrible. The problem in this case, I will, although not politically aligned, but I will align with P2B in this one. The problem is not naira being devalued or purchasing power. No, the problem is, what are you producing? It is better to have a cheap naira and be producing more, because when your currency is cheaper, then people buy from you. You have more currency. This is simple, practical arithmetic and economics, not the textbook economics that our professors teach us, and they tell you this will happen and this goes down and this goes
But
up.
it backfired at China. It backfired at China.
I think we are doing exactly the opposite. What you said is accurate. We are doing exactly the opposite. One, we don't manufacture. We do a lot of importation, which drives this dollar demand. And some of the dollar demand is not even because of importation. So people are just asking for the dollar to use it to store their currencies, to store value. They will convert their naira to dollar and just keep it like that. Because they don't want because they fear that the naira is going to devalue. So that is a lot of damage, and the government should be discouraging the demand for dollar, but they are not doing it. That's what should tell you the kind of governments we have. These were not for you.
So, Mr. Triumph, look, I'm not this one. If you hear me, go and listen to it. I said, let Tinubu just hire me, small, make I do advertisement for myself.
Are you going to work for free?
What for free? How rich is Nigeria that I work for free?
You come and contribute.
Chalo, your currency where you are now.
For you to qualify to work for Tinubu, you have to be somewhat like this.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this.
Posture. Hold on now. You see the posture when your national security advisor is the one sitting forward and the other people are just crossing their leg and sitting backward looking at him. It tells you where power lies.
Somebody says BRT is working. Oh God.
Oh God.
Tunaja, Tunaja, who was videoing that? Who was videoing Ribadu? Are you sure the guy is not giving us photo?
That was enemy of progress. they always have their enemy of progress next to them, videoing everything to disgrace them.
No, seriously, the issue is okay. It was a bad photo up, I would say, but we haven't seen the whole video. You know what they were. It was a tea party session. We haven't seen the whole video.
Look at the face of the Igbo. You don't need to see anything else. Look at the face of those
wait
people.
now. And they try to camouflage. You still they bring us down. What is your problem?
Oh no, that doesn't look good. And this is NSA, one of the top security positions.
I have always said, yeah, you snatched it, you grabbed it, you ran with it. Now you got the power. Why don't you do the wisest? I mean, it's just like, in my opinion, in the last 20 years, I think Jonathan had the most brilliant. No, Obasanjo had the most brilliant team, because Obasanjo picked across tribal sentiments and all that. He was actually headhunting for the brightest and the best. But what this man is doing is that he's just rewarding people. So, and he said it: if you don't vote for me, you're not going to be part of this government. And it's such a myopic way of thinking.
Mr. Shallow, did you vote for him?
Me vote for who?
Who?
I was gallivanting throughout the world that I had no time, but I made sure that people voted anyway.
Is there anybody that voted for Tinubu?
Ribadu has to resign, though. Ribadu has to resign. Is he a former military man or just a civilian?
A policeman, no.
Policeman.
He has to resign, no, because that kind of disgrace that he disgraced himself there. This is the tip of the spear of the Nigerian security infrastructure. And that he was basically, he almost turned to Mandela there. We want our freedom. He's like
all the APC people are hailing him on Twitter. They are hailing him that he's very, very brilliant with that speech.
Oh my God.
Then you start wondering, what kind of brain do they
God.
are running Nigeria? What do they have brain at all?
I think some people don't know how to read Oyibo people. That's why they don't understand. Those Oyibo people, the way they are looking at him now is so like they don't even know where to start from. How pathetic he looked.
They don't work with less confidence people. That's what people back home
exactly.
In their faces, they were. It was written.
Yeah, they were cringing. They didn't know. Like they don't want to be there. They were so embarrassed to be in his presence, like a man.
They were just asking after 63 years. After 63 years,
no.
We want our freedom.
It's not.
You can give it to us.
It's not that the guy, what's he called, has bad advisors that did not tell him how to do things. That's the way of negotiating. When you are negotiating, you make sure that you have power in your hand, and at the same time to take stuff out from them. But when I saw those white guys,
we don't have any hope. I'm really disappointed because we had an opportunity with what happened in Niger right now for Nigeria to influence what is happening there and say, okay, the French, you have to leave, and you have to leave Niger, you have to leave, then we'll cooperate with you. But if you don't want to leave, we are going to work with the Nigerians and the Burkina Faso and Mali to force you people out of the continent. Because you can't keep allowing these people to keep dominating the West African space. Do you know that they are the reason why West Africa doesn't have a defense pact among themselves? Because the Francophone countries already have it with the French.
I would like to make
that's a very naive statement you made, though. It's very naive. How can you say Nigeria will go and tell France to leave Niger? Nigeria that is under the same spell.
No. That's what I mean now. That's what I mean. That was an opportunity, but instead of us to see opportunity, it's all weakness again that they are displaying.
We have never been that strong the way you are saying. We have always been the British boys. We have never been independent.
X0, I will gladden your heart with this prediction now. I predict X0. I predict that in 2025. Thereabout, there will be a little bit of silence concerning terrorism in Nigeria, and that Niger will give way a little bit for things to start happening.
Niger.
That's why now.
You know how small Niger.
France will keep quiet. France will keep quiet regarding. They will do a walk around regarding Niger. It will not be that open the way they are doing it now, but they will do a walk around.
Chalo, do you know how small Niger is? Niger is tiny. Niger is insignificant. You don't use these countries to compare. Nigeria is the problem of Africa. Nigeria. We need to be free.
You see the problem with you Nigerians is now I know they understand what Nigeria is teaching all the time, the geopolitical security of Africa. Why did you think they all those coups happened and cut off the whole of Africa, from right to left, from left to right? Why? Why do you think it happened? How is Nigeria about to make money now? Do you remember our gas deal? Make a leak secrets more. Where is it going to pass through?
Bros, I beg, wait. This gas deal, is it to our benefit or our detriment? How much? Because Niger freed themselves. Now their uranium that was 2 cents is now $200, as I gather. How much is this our gas? How much did they negotiate with that?
X0, you know the understand. Look, okay, let me put it in plain terms. Europe needs gas to survive because the Nord Stream is gone. Russia is not quite stable about Ukraine and their,
it's a long war. Yes, we understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How they fit hurt Europe and America?
Mr. Charles, sorry to cut you off. Do you know that America is supplying the European gas?
Yes, but Europeans don't want that gas. It's expensive.
Yeah, for the meantime, they're still paying it. They're still buying it.
Yeah. Have you ever watched? Do you know the kind of speed they are trying to build that Nigerian gas pipeline? Have you ever seen it?
If they do it, American will bust it again.
No.
Even American or Russia will bust it. So
let me share one other pathetic moment that our leaders saw and didn't take advantage of again, where a British official was basically begging our military officials, tell us what you want. Tell us, please, Be honest, Tell us. Just tell us, But no, they can't be bothered. Let me share this.
To invite you to be honest and candid with us about the things that we've been doing that perhaps you no longer care for, and the things that we haven't been doing, and that you would like us to do anew. Because I think it's important to us that we don't, that what we're doing is the stuff that meets your ambition for your army, General, whilst it is under your command. And my team are itching to have those conversations with you and your team to understand what your ambitions are and how we might support them. And then, of course, obviously, events in Niger require a
training. We're open to other areas of cooperation.
Look at what he's asking for.
We're open to UAV training. We're open to special forces training. We're open to so many other areas of cooperation. And we'll continue discussions with the BMAT and the British Embassy in this regard. We are also open to the procurement of equipment on platforms from the UK. We are in discussion towards the procurement of the OSCE mine clearance vehicles from the UK. I know that are stalled, but we appreciate if this can be kickstarted and pushed forward. And in closing, I want to thank you for coming around to the.
He said in closing, so he's finished all his demands. And Husky, you know what he asked for? He basically asked for a caterpillar. Let me give you one Husky. Husky.
Sorry to say, do you people understand why Tone, you understand the game there? They are benefiting from
that's what he's asking for. That's Husky mine clearance.
From the insecurity. Tone, you saw it. The way
other people will ask for some nuclear submarine, ballistic missile, F-16, nuclear technology. No, this is what he asked for, and training.
But to Niger, did you see the way the guy was looking up like he forgot something? Like he's trying to think.
Yeah, it's like,
That
oh
it
my
is
God,
not
they are
prepared for that
asking.
meeting.
Guys, my break I'm down for now. My break I'm down for now. When you pass out, you hang your second lieutenant, yeah, as in the army. Second lieutenant, you transition to a full lieutenant, from full lieutenant to captain. Now, from there, omo, na connection, no, na man no man for your next. If you don't take care, your junior will come overtake you for promotion. Now, most of these people that are hanging generals and are brigadier, they didn't get there out of merit. They got there out of this connection and the kind of the kind of forefathers they've got that is overlooking them. So when you when you have an idiot sitting in the seat of a king, what do you expect? No brain, no idea.
Yeah.
You know, these are the
But
kind
I
of people
but I
that
noticed
were reading transmission. There was one.
No.
Caterpillar.
I saw
Caterpillar was the
I
most
saw
advanced
something in
technology
his
he asked for.
eyes. I saw something in his behavior. I saw something in his behavior.
Tinubu installed him there because he felt that he was is somebody from his tribe that would be loyal to him. Yeah, that's the
But
thing.
one thing
But
I
you
saw,
have to
They don't
also
have
criticize
ambition.
people
that
like
These
funny
people
vehicle,
people.
don't. Sorry, these
vehicle,
people don't have
that
ambition
they
for
are.
their people. They just like to them. It's like we are nothing. There's nothing for us to. What is there to aspire to?
I saw
Niger,
something
To Niger.
in
To
you see
character.
Niger.
that
Stop
vehicle
criticizing us
that
like
guy was
this.
asking for. Yeah, that vehicle that he was
What do you
asking for.
what
It
do you
can be
want me to
built in
say?
Nigeria.
I'm just calling it as I see it. I'm not. I don't enjoy doing it. To be honest,
They
I
are
really
making
don't.
money.
We
They are
cannot
making
say
money.
everything in the open. We cannot say
These
everything in the
soldiers,
open. There is
these
also,
soldiers you are talking about like this,
I hope they are
kitchen
that you
hearing
expect.
us
cabinets.
so that they can make
Sorry,
better demands of anybody. You have to form
Niger,
solid
these
alliances,
soldiers that
not
you are
these
talking like,
pathetic alliances that we are forming. It's
these
our lives
soldiers
that are
that you
at
are
stake,
talking to like this.
Yeah.
These soldiers you are talking about like this that you are criticizing them like you are criticizing the European soldier. This guy has not seen anything in his life. He probably had never traveled before. If he had traveled, he traveled
They
within
travel a lot.
Africa.
Staff, you know, he's
They
chief of army
travel a
staff. He
lot.
has traveled.
No, they do travel.
Even if he traveled, does he know how this equipment, how to use the helicopters, for instance, or this fanciful equipment?
They have
These are the
specialists
kind of
in
equipment he
Nigeria
knows.
that not other part. One thing I noticed
No,
that
he has
they are
Exiro, he
benefiting
has
from the
advisors
insecurity.
now.
They are benefiting
Okay,
from
has
the
advisors, but
insecurity.
it's not
When
the
he
same
was
as
problem,
experience.
he's not a fool. The guy is not a fool now. He's
If
benefiting
Oyibo man
from the
ask me
problem.
that kind of question, they will regret asking that question. Like,
You think they
tell
will
me,
listen to you?
tell
You
me,
think if you demand for nuclear weapon, they will answer you?
tell me what you want. We are itchy to do it. Yeah, you sure? You really sure? You promise? Okay. Now let me start asking. That will teach you. You know, when you ask, they will reject you at first, but at least now they know you have a high taste. And next time when they come, they will come with something high to give to you. That's how it works. When Mao Zedong asked from Stalin rejected him. Then when Khrushchev came in, Khrushchev gave him the nuclear technology. That's how it works. You have to have ambition for your people. Then China was an agrarian society. They were basically agricultural people. Not even like Nigeria that has cryptocurrency and tech industry.
They are just farmers.
Yeah.
Don't you know the government we have now? Is it not Agbado that we have? Eh?
Yeah, Agbado or no Agbado, it doesn't matter. It's your ambition for your people. If you don't have
the
this,
soldiers we eat corn in the morning, cassava.
Be good to your country.
What is the use of asking for a caterpillar? You ask for a caterpillar when the road is very good. Go to some areas, the caterpillar goes and sings. What is the use of trying to look for landmines then? Recruit people so that they occupy the land.
He's gaining from me. He's gaining from insecurity. That's what I saw. He's gaining from it because of a general is not ordinary general.
If he asks for ballistic missile, do you know how much he's going to gain from that? If he asks for ballistic missile, do you know how much he's going to gain from that? If he asks for nuclear technology or nuclear submarine, do you know how much? They don't have ambition.
To Nigeria, with the kind of government we have right now, I don't even pray that we have these kind of weapons you're talking about, because the government of the day is going to use it against its people.
use it on the
against a region that you feel that they are enemy.
I think that we are looking at it from the point of view that having a nuclear weapon just keeps the people the way they are. It's because we don't have it. That's why we have not transformed. I think what I've observed is that, let me explain this. What I've observed is that if you look at countries that look crazy, like North Korea, before North Korea developed its nuclear weapon, everybody was like, this guy is crazy. If you develop nuclear weapon, the whole world is going to implode. Yeah, no, it hasn't. And the same thing with Pakistan. Oh, Islamists, the whole world. No, it's still intact. The same thing is going to happen with Iran. People do better when they have such technology because they are more secure.
You're talking about nuclear weapon. During the war, Biafra, as it was, had a research institute for manufacturing weapons, and that was where they came about the Ogbunigwe stuff and all that. Even despite that, it was very, very crude, but it was effective during the war. Now,
what is this Ogbunigwe? Is it not just like a cannon?
It's like no, it was like a
cannon was invented in the 1600s.
It's like a rocket launcher.
No, it's an explosive.
Did the soldiers die with the technology, or it doesn't exist? What I'm trying to say is that, okay, I know, but what I'm trying to say is that if Nigeria had nuclear weapons today, would it be? No, I'm coming. Nigeria is not yet independent. We are still under the hands of. I don't want to use those words that Nigeria doesn't like. We are still in the hand of neo-colonialist Britain. That means if we have nuclear weapons today, it is not for us to use it as negotiating power. Rather, it's for ulterior motive by our handlers. You understand? We have not reached that level. We are not free. We are not free.
If you believe that, I'm going
to Niger, one comment, please, everybody.
Where I'm going
is... Tone, you will speak. Just one moment. I see Almighty Judah there, but he hasn't said anything, actually. But Tone, continue. I'm just asking.
Oh, I'm around. I just kind of... Yeah, thanks for acknowledging me, man. I just kind of listen a little bit and then I let everyone keep talking. So maybe when I come in, then the panel is gonna be wired. I just stay a little bit and observe and then
So
come in and speak.
you plan to start trouble. That's the visual you're talking about out there.
I mean, it's rather unfortunate that people still have hopes of Africa. Most of the time we are hoping that maybe Africa should be sold back to the white man because it seems like it is the white man that knows how to take care of Africa. The only time Africans were able to do things was when Africa was still colonized, when the white man was whipping Africans and they were constructing railways and stuff. That was the only time you could say maybe Africa was at the same level with Malaysia and southeastern countries. But when the white man left Africa and gave them a little kind of independent stuff, Africans have not been able to do things since 1960. We are still marking time, talking about the same problem often and often. We have not been able to solve a problem of electricity, a problem of poverty. Saharan desert is still taking over most of our countries. We don't even know about planting trees to stop most of this. Africans have not been able to ever solve a problem in Africa. We only talk but no actions behind it. So it's rather unfortunate that this military guy sitting down with a white guy face to face with a low IQ, he could not understand what this white man was even talking of. I mean, come on, man. Do you think he even know what he was asking for? He probably don't know. Look, man. Africa is a failed state in general. I mean, we talk, but there's no hope of Africa. That's why most of us are overseas trying to fend for ourselves and feed our families. But we have no hopes of actually going back to implement what we have done overseas. It just tells you that nothing is working. And I wish we can continue talking, but it's like throwing water on a duck's back. It flows back and goes back into the river. And that's it, man. I really don't have much because most of the panels that I've been to is the same talking, and a PowerPoint. When is it gonna be over? When are Africans gonna be calling Europeans to come to Africa and ask them what do Europeans need so Africans can help them? When are we gonna be calling European head of state union to come to Africa, and African leaders sit down and call for head of state European Union to come down and ask them questions. We are always the underdog going to the Europeans to ask for more. What can they do for us? What can they supply for us? Come on, man. It's just,
That is true.
are we always going to remain
There's
beggars?
something there, but this idea of selling this in Africa to Europeans is a little bit silly. But that said, I see your point that our leaders, their inferiority complex is out of control. Their Anglophile and Francophile nature is a big problem, and it's a class thing. It's like these people, they condition and groom Nigerians to see all these foreigners as benevolent, nice people, when in reality they are our competitors. It's not because they are enemies. That's what they are supposed to do, exploit us when we allow them to exploit. So it's our leaders that are supposed to stop the exploitation. But instead, he goes there begging them, literally talking about freedom. They'll be like, what? This is the chief security, national security advisor. Talking about freedom. We want our freedom. We want to live like other people. Those people have taken all our stuff away. Like, you have 200 million people at your disposal. Lions. Nigerians are some of the most capable people in this world. And you won't use them, but you go and beg Oyibo man for it. These people don't see us as people at all. They literally see us as slaves. And they are like the caretakers for their masters.
So Naja, why would they see you as human being? The other day on your panel, I saw you how you were showing this video where a little kid was discriminated. I think in the UK they did not give her a medal, and you were talking about how it's racism. Why should it be racism? I mean, why are you doing in their own? What are you doing in their own country? They refuse you a medal. Yes, that's their right. That's their right to refuse you a medal. They live in their country.
Also, let me add this.
Let me finish, and then I'll drop the mic. The PowerPoint of white people is to make white superiority perfect. Africans should start doing that. Go into your own countries and start doing that. Do not be in a white man's country and you ask them to treat you the same way they treat their fellow. It makes no sense. Go into your own country and
I
do
disagree with
superiority
you with
over
that
there.
word, please.
That's
That
just
child
me.
is a citizen of that country, and that is
No,
why
no.
that
It's a
child is
white guy, a white guy born in Nigeria. Is he a Nigerian?
no. But we have we have
Nigerian.
white South Africans, we have white
No, I'm asking
Zimbabweans.
you. No, I'm asking you about Nigeria. A white guy born in Nigeria. Is he a Nigerian? Can he be president in that
He's
country?
a Nigerian if he's born of African parents.
What you mean African parents? I mean, those guys are not
If his
European parents.
parents
They are African.
are citizens, or if he's
They
born,
are,
I think.
I'm asking you. So, if white people
If they
come
are
to
born in
Nigeria and take
Nigeria and you
Nigerian
acquire
citizenship,
Nigerian citizenship,
are they Nigerians if they give birth to a white guy in Nigeria?
If they acquire Nigerian citizenship now, they follow the law now.
So so a white guy now can be president in that country in Nigeria.
We are not talking about president. It
No,
is the
I'm
law that
asking you,
determines.
if he was born in Nigeria, will he be president? Can he be president in Nigeria?
I'm not so conversant with the law around that.
Oh my guy. Okay, two Nigerians say yes. I'm asking you, can that white guy born in can he be president in Nigeria?
It depends on the law. That's what I'm saying. Laws differ from country to country.
If the white,
but you just say if his parents are Nigerian citizens. So it means if he was born in Nigeria, it means he's a citizen of Nigeria. Can he be president?
If the white person's parents are Nigerians, like they got Nigerian citizenship and they had a child in Nigeria and the child grew up, yes,
a white guy.
Yes, the child can go on to be president.
So a white guy can be president of Nigeria as we speak.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's how it
we
is
had
in
one.
many Western
Yeah, we
countries.
had one who was
It's
contesting
unlikely.
for governorship in Plateau.
I'm not talking about governor. I'm talking about being president.
Once you can be governor, you can be president.
Okay. So that black, but you know why they don't consider that black guy, that girl, that little child as not
that's
of that citizen?
is their criminal behavior. That's what I'm saying.
It's
It is not
criminal
right.
behavior. It's a superior. You in your own country go and perfect that same behavior. It goes for any category of animals, human being. You discriminate about an animal that does not look like you.
And
It's
the
the same
strange
thing
thing
in
is
every
that
country.
the strange thing is that they carried out an operation and an experiment where they were watching, white children, black children, they were all playing together, and they were monitoring the eye of the people, the ladies that they were using to monitor them, and trying to track the ones that they are watching for misbehavior. And the white women were always, their eyes were mostly on the black child, targeting the black child for misbehavior. And the black women, funny enough, they too were targeting the black child. None of them were targeting the white. So what they found out was that the conditioning affects both sides. That the black people discriminate against themselves, and the Europeans discriminate against black people too. On top of it,
Exactly.
so
Even
that conditioning is a problem.
even in America, yeah, when I see a black American, I'm more scared than seeing a white person, even though that black looks just like me. I'm scared of my own people more than scared of white people.
Let me give you guys an instance. What happened to me? Let me use myself as an example so that you understand what the message that Tunaja is passing. We should not let that escape us. We should understand when Tunaja says these leaders are not utilizing the kind of citizens they have. I think we should elaborate further on that. That's what's going to save us from this inferiority complex thing. For me, in my place of work, I was discriminated against when they were contributing money for people who gave birth to children for themselves. They were contributing. I contributed too. When it got to my own turn, they didn't do it. So I marked that and I tried to know why. So they kind of covered it up and I knew what was playing out. Guess what happened at the end of the day? I reported not just them, I reported the bosses. So when another event came, I still laid emphasis on that. On a third event that we had to write about the company, I made sure I put the bosses' name, the bosses in that soup. That is wow, and I still work there. So this is to tell you that our leaders don't know that we are lions. You cannot discriminate against me, even if I'm living in a place where I'm the only black man. You can't, and that's how many Nigerians are. That's why many Africans, they respect us. They know that they always say that you can't do this in Nigeria.
If it wasn't for
We are
us,
the
this
light.
progress wouldn't be
We
able to
have
come
outgrown
over
our
here.
leaders. Our
We
leaders
fought for
are
this,
just the
we did that.
disappointment. And that is what we must not, we must take away
serious.
from this conversation. We are lions.
So much.
We have come of
Zero.
age. We have reached that extent where we know our worth. But the leaders keep failing us. They keep going cap in hand,
Zero.
begging.
We built America.
Sorry for the interjection, but your leaders are part of you. They are your brothers, kings, sisters.
That's what I'm telling
and
you now,
brothers.
that they keep failing us. These people are a few, a minute few.
Slavery
Yeah,
is
but
capital.
They've been
they
changing
are
themselves
part
from
of
time
you.
immemorial. They are a few. Their mindset is so colonized.
You know, black
Zero.
men built
Let's
a
put
White
it like
House.
this. Just like something that happened
Was
this
built by
very period that we are
slaves.
in. That the president of
We
Nigeria
built it.
had certain issues, you know, and some people are still coming out
But again, when it comes to
trying to
Africa, here comes
defend
some
it from
ain't got no
utmost
we
that
built
it is
infrastructure,
the
opportunity.
best. What was your brother's claim? Great
You
men
complain
write
about building
GCA from home.
opportunity here in
Now your brother
America.
talk that, you know.
Charlo, do you have another video that is playing in the background? We cannot actually hear you well.
No, not me. Really.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. That
Somebody
was me.
else. We found the culprit. 10 years imprisonment, according to Tunaija's law.
Yeah, I guess we have to start from somewhere.
But can you hear me now?
Lock me
Clearly.
away for life. Yep. We have to start from somewhere.
So what? Anyway, X0, the case is this, yeah. That's why I made that statement. Are you blaming the Europeans for your woes and all those things? No, we have to start from somewhere, as tonight.
Exactly.
If you repair Africa, they will come to you. They are already coming to you because you have everything. So when you got the power to do certain things, look, no matter how you see Tinubu, I take a statement from him. He said, take it, grab it, and run with it. Go and get that thing that the Europeans have. Take it, grab it, run with it. Come and plant it in Africa. Then, and only then, will you have the power to speak. You have to speak from a position of authority. I'm not telling you this because I'm just saying it is theory. These are things that I've experienced in life. I've seen
Sounds
so
good.
many things that I
I
certain
want
things
to
that I
round up.
just look at.
Let's
Ah,
round up because
to-
I'm below the weather right now. So I want to be
okay.
able to get up tomorrow morning at this rate. And as a matter of fact, I've stayed longer than I wanted to stay. This is 5 hours, 30 minutes. My 2 hours is 5 hours. And, my 5 hours is 15 hours. It tends to go very long. So let's try to round up. And if we have any closing parting shots regarding the Tinubu certificate issue and the NSA begging, or just solutions. People like to hear about solutions about what we need to be doing to sort things out. So
Can I
let
go
me
first?
Jude, you
I'll
can
be.
go first. Yeah.
Yeah,
Please,
yeah,
fellas,
yeah, yeah.
I'll be signing off. Have a good night, everybody.
You too,
you
Tone.
too.
Thank you for coming in.
Bye bye.
All right.
Uh,
Bye.
Yeah.
One thing that I found about that Tinubu Akibia, I've been on panels where they talk about Tinubu certifications. I'm a Cameroonian, so but this is what I schooled in America, right? And there's a difference between a transcript and a diploma or a degree or whatever, right? If you go to a 4 years college and you don't graduate from that college, you still get a transcript. Now, but you don't get you don't get a diploma, you don't get a degree. So for you to have a degree, you must have you must have graduated from that college. From what I'm seeing with all this Tinobu stuff, it seems like he went to Chicago State University (CSU), but it doesn't seem like he graduated from that university. It seems like he dropped out of college. He did not graduate, so he could only have a transcript, and it seems like his transcript was altered by Nigerians. They're trying to make as if he completed the whole 4 years in college, which is a problem because I've come to find out that the university said the certification, the transcript did not match, or it looks forged. They did not produce the one that he had. That's a big issue because most of the time if you are a graduate from a university, you go to their search button, you type in the year you graduated. Most of the time, if they still have archives of it, your names pops up, or maybe you type in your graduation year, it pops up, and all the students that got, so you put in your major, what were you major in, what college you were in, because in university they have college of this. Yeah, everything pops up. So especially in America, nothing is like hidden, everything is like in the open. So it's rather unfortunate that people do not know how to search information, because if all this information is present, you should actually know if he graduated from that college or not. But I don't think the problem is whether he went to school or not, because I don't think it's a criteria of Nigeria to go to university to be a president. But he probably went, but have a transcript. Now, to digress and say, man, Africa, we need to stand on our feet. If not, if we have not been able, the white man spit on our faces. They treat us bad because where we are coming from is chaos. We are coming in as economic immigrants. We are coming in to search for work. We are not coming in to develop Europe. Europe has already been developed. We are coming in as economic immigrants. That's why our work is not valuable. Our people are not being valuable. That's why they treat us the way it is today. Now, if Africa was to be on the same pedestal like China, like these top developing countries that are growing up, they wouldn't. The way they treat the Chinese in Europe or in America is not the same way they treat blacks or Africans in general. So if our continent is not on the same level of development, they will still continue be down and they will treat us bad. And that's just me. Thank you to Niger for letting me into your panel, and you have a good night, man. Appreciate it.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Jude.
Naja, can I go next?
Yeah, please go next.
Yes. Listen to what Mr. Jude said. I think if he had been here earlier, you would have heard us been talking about leadership. I always say this: once you have a good leader, everything begins to straighten itself. Everything, I mean everything. Even the investors begin to come in. The respect begin to come. Nigeria has a population of 200 million people. That means if you see 5 Africans, 1 or 2 of them is a Nigerian. If Nigeria gets it right, Africa's problem is half solved. We are the big brothers. Forget about South Africa, forget about Egypt or this or that. We are the big brothers. Once we get it right, and there is true value of the Nigerian citizen, the world will feel our impact. Because without government support, we are already dominating in certain areas that beats the imagination of the world. Talk about Afrobeat, talk about sciences, talk about any field, medicine, talk about any field, we are there. Not to talk of when Nigeria gets a good leader. And we don't have time. We don't have time. This one that is happening now, this is the end. This is the collapse of this government. Whether we like it or not, we should not let it get away. Because this one, if we let this thing that's happening to Tinubu, that is using fake certificate, if we let it continue, we are all destroyed. In some part of UK, I think they are now recalling all the nurses and saying that Nigerian nurses come there with fake certificates. They are started. That means they start to review everybody all over Europe, and that's very bad. So this time, we must not let it get away. The country, something must give. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Xero. And I think Mr. Triumph hasn't said anything for a while. Or you want to go, Chalo?
Let me go and have my rest, if you permit.
All right. Thank you for coming in. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Anyway, the Tinubu saga goes on. The problem I only have is that if Mmesoma can be crucified for what she did, who is then above the law? That's a question to answer for my Nigerian folks. This is above tribal, ethnic, or whatever we have. Our government, in a sense, I would say, has failed the citizens since 1960 till date. None has achieved any greatness, no matter how we see it, and I will try to paint it. Nigeria is born for greatness. We have riches, we have everything that we can think of. The people are vibrant, but none is working. My people, the only thing I can tell you, see what the Southeast is doing. Shouting. Throw yourself naked. Shout. The South shout. The Middle Belt shout. The North shout. Draw your leaders, your governors, your senators. Every one of them must hear your cry. If they don't, you are doomed. And I'm telling you, there is no hope from what I'm seeing. And to the government of the day, I can only tell you that your policies are failing. How can you put your hope on one refinery instead of building multiple modular refineries, or even making it possible for modular refineries to be built across the nation? This is my piece of advice on you and to you. For the people will know no peace until you give them a resemblance of peace in which they can walk with. For my people will perish, and I see the hunger in the land. And if you don't take heed, they will come for you. This is what I see. But my brothers, on this note, I tell you thank you. And for Niger, you see we are working together. Economy and security work hand in hand.
Yep. I agree. Economy and security, they're coming together. That's it. That's how it's supposed to be.
We'll get married and I'll live happily ever after.
You get me started. Let's not touch LGBT stuff. As Xero said,
I say thank you.
Thank you for coming in, Chalo. Xero, are you there? Xero is not there. Mr. Triumph, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I said something now.
Oh,
You
you
want me
have
to
said
go
something.
again?
All right. No. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Mr. Triumph, are you there? Mr. Triumph 1, Mr. Triumph 2, Mr. Triumph 3. Thank you very much. I will say my piece. But first is I need to thank the people that came in and that are on the chat. Queen TA, I see you there. Ken Riba, I see you there. Mustafa Abdul Rasak, I see you there. I would really like to see you on the panel, especially if you are from the north, because we have a little bit of a drought of northerners coming into these discussions. Mustafa Abdul Rasak, Kelechi Nduka, I see you there. And let's see, Sin TV, I see you there too. And let's see, Chinasa Okengu, thank you for coming in. Kene Zeika, thank you for coming in. I see you all there. DJ Doye, thank you for coming in. Afro Talk HQ, I see you there. Izon, thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in, Izon. You're always a great supporter. Nwachuku, thank you for coming in. I see you there. Chigozie Emmanuel Nkolo, thank you for coming in. Comfort Emedo, thank you for coming in. And let's see. Who else? Nandi Ifye Kandu. This guy is a hater. It's all right. Thank you for coming in. He's serious in that. Jaja, I see you there. A for real, thank you. I see you there, Tune M. And for all the people I miss, I sorry. Yeah, the Fumi, oh, thank you for coming in. Fast is too slow. Thank you for coming in. Ike, thank you for coming in. Quite a lot of people. Noel, thank you for coming in. That man was very supportive. He kept, with the chat, kept the chat alive. Thank you for coming in. Thank you all. Olajo, I see you there too. I'm sorry to all the ones I didn't mention. Oh, there's Ishola ROA. I see you there too. Yeah, about this Tinubu stuff, I guess the Supreme Court will have to take his course, and I feel like he has to be made to pay for forging documents because it's a wrong example to set for the nation for such a highly ranked official to go and forge documents that is going to be presented before the state, especially when he's seeking the highest office in the land. That has to be accounted for. And the judges that are going to be handling the case have to take the national greater good into account. They cannot make this about an individual. And there are ways you can handle these things, and you can pass judgment, and everybody will be relatively okay with the judgment. Because the purpose of the certificate was to testify that he actually attended the school, which is not in question anymore. But the deception and the dishonesty involved in creating a document has to be accounted for in law. And so that is my take on that. I sympathize either way, because people have voted for this man. The last thing one needs is for him to be removed from office because of this a certificate that he forged. They will not like it. So, however, the rule of law, somebody has to answer for the rule of law, because that is for the greater good of society. If you start undermining the rule of law, the society will start decaying. The moral principles of the society will start decaying, and you start seeing all the kind of problems that we all talk about, from corruption to kidnapping and all the nonsense that we see. Because everybody will be like, yeah, if you can do it, why can't I do it? So that's how I look at that. The NSA matter is far more serious because it goes to the heart of our problem, where such a high-ranking official of the Nigerian state, he is literally in charge, directly in charge of about 200 million people. And you can also say that because Nigeria is such an important country within the African continent and within the Black community, it's also technically speaking for 1.3 billion Black people on the face of the earth. And for our officials to be coming across as asking people, other men, for freedom and for handouts. You know, look at the face of the people he's asking, how puzzled they look, because they don't understand that language. Begging, they don't understand it. Our men begging when we have 200 million people that are highly capable to defend our borders and get rid of all this menace. But somewhere along the line, it appears these our leaders have signed on to something that have ensured that they stand their people down. Make no mistake, these leaders are standing us down. They don't want us to defend ourselves. They don't want us to truly become developed and industrialized and self-determining. They basically don't want us to be free. They don't want us to be free from the shackles of the past. Make no mistake, that is what they are doing, and that is their whole agenda. It's up to us to find a way to dislocate them from that thinking or set them aside legally. It just requires creative thinking, and when it comes to creative thinking, Nigerians have it in abundance. Among 200 million people, I'm sure we'll come up with brilliant ideas and brilliant ways to transform this country. And one other aspect that I saw with the official was the way he was begging seemed to come across. I don't know whether I should call it begging, even because to him he doesn't think that he's begging. So I have to try to be measured a little bit on that, and I don't want to make it look like I'm just bashing him and bashing him, because sometimes it's in the eyes of the beholder. Like someone said earlier on, I didn't see the entire video. That said, the reason why he came across as if he was begging, because generally what we found out from our discussion earlier on over the weekend was that the northerners, generally, given the early history of Nigeria, where they didn't want to join Nigeria at first because they were worried that the South was more developed than they were, and all the stuff that comes with that, and there was all the top military officials, most of them were Southerners too. They were concerned about that, and they made their concerns very, very vocal, and it delayed our independence actually. And but the British were able to assuage their fear by ensuring that they got some power when they left, which is balance, isn't it? Because if the other side has education, has resources, has everything, then you're going to have an imbalance in that nation, and one side will be slaves. So what we found was that after the British left, then the Nzogu coup happened, and we all know what happened with the coup. It seems to have ignited that fear again in the North that the South wants to dominate them. And it led to a lot of tragic, catastrophic, tragic events. And the legacy of that lingers till today. There is still that suspicion that if they don't back their leaders that they have right now, that let's say there's anarchy in the North, they don't back their leaders, the Southerners will capitalize on that and put them in that position that they fear the most. At least there's an element of that. Maybe 15%, maybe 30%, maybe even 60% or 70% of that is subconsciously what is keeping the populace, the talakawas, under control, because they don't want to rock the boat, because they fear that if they rock the boat, they will lose everything. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Sahel, Niger, they are relatively poor countries, and their environment is not very good. The only country where the Fulanis and the Hausas really have a lot of wealth is in Nigeria here. So they don't want to rock the boat of the elites because they fear what the Southerners represent. And that is a problem, because that comes from distrust. The South has to understand that and assuage that distrust and that fear. If we want to work together and right the wrongs of this country, the fear of all the regions have to be assuaged, because there's also fear in the Southeast, there's also fear in the South, there's also fear in the Southwest. We have to come together and resolve these fears. Once these fears have been assuaged, what you're going to have is a nation where we have things in common that we can put pressure on leadership for, or institute the change that we want, because now we can't be divided. There is nothing to fear anymore. The only people that have to be worried are the ones that don't want us to prosper. And ideally, we want to package this in a form of ideology, a new form of ideology. I say this because I know Nigerians are very clever out there, and Africans are very clever. If they have the ideas, they can come up with brilliant ways of doing this. And I'm sure there are people that will disagree with my take on the issues between the North and different regions of the country. But in the end, it's all about suspicion. It's all about fears. And our leaders capitalize on that to divide us and rule. And we have to assuage these divisive fears and suspicions so we can build a nation that will actually ensure the survival of our people, the prosperity of our people, and basically how do I put it, our people taking their place in this world. There is no reason why we can't do that. It's not a big ask. When you think about it, there are nations that have to go through a whole heap of nightmare to get to where they got to. As a matter of fact, most of the nations that have emerged in the last 50 years went through hell to get to where they got to. But if this method that I'm talking about is employed, and let's say it succeeds, it will be the cleanest method of a national transformation that you can have out there. One of the cleanest, because you don't need to necessarily, cause havoc and madness in the country to transform the leadership of the country, which is something historically I have found to be very, very difficult to do. To displace the elite of a country is very difficult. So, and especially the reason why it's very difficult, it often has to involve a lot of anarchy, bloodshed, innocent lives being lost. You've seen it in France, you've seen it in Russia, you've seen it in China, you see everywhere. Because to displace those elites is very difficult. We have to come up with a way of doing it without the anarchy, because there are wolves at our doors waiting to take advantage. Thank you all for joining us. Till next time, let's avoid our leaders behaving like this.
Because of all the other problems, it must be given priority. And let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things. You can't live normal. Stop this. It's the cause of all the other problems.